Uh, Wandering Mason, what's up? Do I like Richard Dawkins? I mean, he's alright. I don't have any problems with him. Oh.
I have some chilling and dangerous breaking news for you. Donald Trump just wrapped up a speech in front of the Justice Department and just said the quiet part out loud. In front of the Justice Department, he publicly confirmed our worst fears about his assault on the First Amendment. And I really do believe if he's able to follow through on, as he's already trying to, we've talked about that extensively with CBS, the FCC investigations into other liberal outlets, etc. But if he's able to fully follow through on the rhetoric you're going to hear right here, it could go down in history as one of the most destructive administrations for the First Amendment in American history. And he's just admitting. He's saying that CNN and MSNBC are illegal, among other things. Take a look at this. If you appreciate these breaking news updates, please do click the subscribe button. Quite the 4 years we're in for.
Oh god, he's actually, like, going retarded. I think his brain is, you know, like, rotting. He seems kind of more dumb and agitated and unhinged. This guy isn't gonna live much longer. I remember, a few months before my grandfather died, he was acting kind of weird like this. Trump's probably gonna have a heart attack soon. This is weird. What do you think the max squat for a natural is without any injury from the squat? I don't know. Like, the current world record is around 1,200 pounds.
You can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory.
They are illegal, is the quote. And then he's openly saying CNN, not randomly, which would be bad, but he's saying it in front of
Know this very well. We have
Cannon, the documents charges, that criticizing her is illegal.
and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon, and I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial. But I did appoint her, federal judge.
Sorry, before we get to the notable part, you don't know anything about the people that...
Was he mad that she voted against something that he wanted?
censoring of speech to his liking. The notable part, Concerning.
And these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might.
I don't think it's legal that people were criticizing her, quote unquote, hitting her hard. That was before he went on to say, can we just watch? We have a lot.
So this, yeah.
Now to develop.
We're probably going to see some more horse shit where he tries to, like, get rid of the Supreme Court or something.
Story of the detained pro-Palestinian activist arrested by federal immigration agents for his involvement in the Columbia University campus protests. Attorneys representing Mahmoud Khalil now releasing some new video of his arrest. Take a look.
What? You're going to be under arrest. So turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
Okay,
stop
let's
resisting,
not.
stop resisting.
Okay, he's not resisting. He's giving me his phone, okay? He's not, I understand, he's not resisting.
Put your arm
Like,
There's no use for this. Don't worry about it. You're going to have to come with us. Don't worry. I'm coming with you. Don't worry. No one's resisting. No one's getting worked up.
Life. Remember, she is, I think, 8 months pregnant. ABC's Morgan.
Womp womp. Again, if he hates Israel so much, he can just go back to his own shithole country, where everybody hates Israel just like him. And, you know, they talk about killing Jews and from the river to the sea and all that bullshit.
All right, how many times can Donald Trump get slapped in the face by Vladimir Putin before he realizes he's being taken advantage of? We have some reports that Trump was expecting a ceasefire deal, a clean negotiation to happen with Putin, but Putin continues to stall the process and is even playing power games with Donald Trump. And the funniest part is, Putin is hitting Trump with his own power games. It's not really funny because I'm not on the side of Putin. I just wish that Trump would be more responsible within his negotiations and understand that, number one, Putin's a smart dude. Putin's a bad faith actor. Putin will take advantage of him, and Putin will lie to his face, lie to his special envoy's face to get what he wants. But we had this article from last night. Trump says there is a very good chance of Ukraine ceasefire while Russia keeps caveats. And then today we learned that the U.S. envoy Witkoff left Moscow early this morning without any ceasefire agreement. They reached zero agreement after Putin rejected Trump's terms and said, quote, a lot needs to be done. Remember, Trump's core campaign promise was that he would have a ceasefire within 24 hours of being elected or even of taking office. Neither of those happened. He never was able to get a ceasefire because Putin's not a good faith actor. In fact, when Trump stopped sharing U.S. intelligence with Ukraine, Putin took that as an opportunity. Off of the back of that, he ended up going deeper into Ukraine, killing hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians, and Trump allowed him to do that. Now, I did say there were power games being played by Putin, and this is what I was talking about. Quote, Trump's fixer was made to wait 8 hours to meet Putin. It felt like a classic power play. Donald Trump got trumped. Trump's special envoy, often called his, quote, fixer, was made to wait 8 hours to meet the Russian president and left Moscow a few hours later as soon as the talks ended with nothing, empty-handed. And we've heard so many reports of Trump pulling these exact power plays. It's like he took some seminar in the 80s.
Dude, he's Kreznov. Like, again, there's no reason for him to try to negotiate with Putin like this. He's just Kreznov.
On how to be a good businessman. And Trump always, whenever he shakes someone's hand, he yanks it really hard, number one. He often makes people wait. He's full of these cheap tricks and power plays. And it seems like Putin kind of reversed the cards. But the main blow here, not only to Trump, but also to Ukraine, is that there was no ceasefire reached. But honestly, this sounds bad, but I'll rationalize it. I'm almost happy that there was no ceasefire reached because now, hopefully, Trump will see that Putin is a bad faith actor, that Putin is the one stalling the process, and that Ukraine is actually being invaded. Ukraine is the victim because Zelensky has approached in good faith multiple times. So maybe it's good that a ceasefire was not reached on Putin's terms because there is a reality where Trump just accepted the first ceasefire that Putin was down to do. That would not have been good. So Steve Witkoff, our envoy to Russia, didn't stay long in the Russian capital. According to footage posted of his motorcade leaving and returning to Moscow's airport, he was there for a little more than 12 hours. And for most of that, he was waiting. This dude stayed in Russia for 12 hours, made the entire trip, stayed there for 12 hours. For 8 of those hours, he was just waiting for the conversation. Mr. Witkoff, who's a former property mogul that has now become Donald Trump's chief negotiator, God, it's such an infantile view of the world. Trump thinks that he can just pluck people from TV, pluck real estate agents, like, hey, you know how to negotiate. You'd be great in a key government position where you need decades of foreign policy experience. Witkoff had been dispatched to Moscow to deliver the U.S. proposal for a 30-day ceasefire to Vladimir Putin. He had been scheduled near the start of the week following U.S.-Ukraine talks in Saudi Arabia, but after arriving around lunchtime on Thursday, he was left twiddling his thumbs for at least 8 hours before being called into the Kremlin. And Steve Witkoff is somebody who in the past is known to have a temper. When he walked in to Netanyahu's office, he was very, very firm, and apparently it was intense. So this dude does not like to be whipped around, and Mr. Putin was apparently too busy meeting someone else, Belarusian leader Lukashenko.
You up to anything in the summer? I'm not sure what you mean in particular, like, you know, just gonna go outside, ride my bike, maybe go down to downtown Ottawa more often, rollerblade, you know, that sort of shit.
For a haste.
Green heart emoji.
Well, thank you for that, Raw Vegan Cowboy. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Arranged state visit that had been announced the day before. And now the question is, was that visit a classic Putin power play? And it says, yes, it really does seem like that. The Kremlin leader doesn't like to be backed into a corner and told what to do, especially on his own turf. So it felt like a message to Americans, quote, I'm the boss, I set the schedule, and I'm not beholden to anyone. He did eventually grant Mr. Witkoff that all-important FaceTime once night has fallen, and nothing came of it. Trump is currently being whipped around and taken advantage of, and it's because Trump has this narcissistic obsession with power. Trump has this unique form of narcissism where he's attracted to powerful people in positions of power, and he views weak people as beneath him. So when Zelensky came and was asking for stuff, he viewed Zelensky as a weak person, and he thought that he could be dismissive.
Jesse Lee Peterson Funny Moments compilation. Can we react in full? Only 6 minutes.
Let me see. Sure.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
God bless you and happy Black
Thanks for the donation, Nig R.
History Month.
Yeah, thank you. Whatever that is. It's abnormal for a man to be a liberal or progressive. It's a sign of being a beta male.
I didn't know that.
Because real men are conservative, Republican, you know, and strong in nature. A man would not want a slut to be the mother of his children.
That's
right?
not true because...
Not real men.
What is a real man, Jesse? What is a real man? You?
Yes.
Well, Jesus was black.
If I became conservative, would I no longer be beta?
You would become alpha.
Well.
Are you a slut?
I don't know what a slut is. How about that?
You don't know what it is, but you're here supporting it. Hashtag Black Lives Matter, Free Palestine, Free the People, and no DAPL.
I do.
And why don't you have hashtag Free the Jews?
In Charlottesville twice
Why you
with
keep
tiki
pointing
torches.
out the white people?
Because you keep talking about only black people. That's my point.
Because I'm black.
Yes.
And I'm trying to help you people wake up.
No.
What I advocate for is taking away from the boss 15 loaves of bread, helping him have 10 loaves of bread, and then taking the rest of the 10 loaves of bread and distributing it evenly amongst the other employees. So all of a sudden you have 7 or you have 8 and you're...
Hassan is such a fucking cocksucker. Fucking hate this dipshit, communist piece of shit.
new friend who is...
Yeah, Jesse is a fan of sodomy. He's been caught watching quite a bit of gay porn.
The undocumented citizen who came in has 7.
Is that a question?
No, this is.
You don't look like a slut. Are you here by accident?
In every animal species throughout hundreds and thousands of years, there's been homosexuality. So what is abnormal about it?
I agree with you that they act like animals, but that's because they're in a fallen state. And any human being that's in a fallen state act like an animal.
And they have a lot to give back.
Do I own the company?
Yes.
And I'm in business to make what?
Loaves of bread, let's say.
I'll rest my case.
Exactly.
The owner should have more.
You're still
because that's why he's the owner.
Everyone comes from black people on this planet.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's a lie. Mark, welcome back.
Good morning, Jesse Lee, and happy Indigenous Peoples Day.
I was trying to get you to tell me exactly what Trump had done to achieve those so-called achievements, and you moved on to the Democratic Party. It's a very strange interview. I've never experienced anything like it.
Well, that's the first time in life for everything. Let me ask.
I will always continue to fight for the justice, equality, and betterment of marginalized people everywhere.
What does that
again,
mean?
thank you.
My God.
Would you want to take a shower with some guy who decides?
Look at this. Look who I have. It's my kitty. Oh, I love my kitty. I just gave him his snack before stream. He very much enjoyed his snack. Mwah. Oh, I love you. You're such a good baby. You know that? Yeah, you're a really good baby. Yeah, that's a good baby kitty. Oh, he's so good. Oh, my handsome. You are so handsome. Hmm? Just so you guys know, kitties are the best. There's nothing better than kitties.
That he feel like a woman, and there you are in the shower. He walk into and just take off his clothes and get in there with you.
Well, it's been proven that out of Africa,
no, you had hateful, nasty, dirty black people proving that. They were trying to prove that you're better than the whites, and it's not true.
If you were alone, you would not be able to increase your productivity. You would not be able to create more loaves of bread.
That's why I hire someone.
Pretty kitty.
Yes, this is a pretty kitty. Thanks for the donation, Raw Vegan Cowboy.
Exactly.
But they don't have to work for me if they don't want to.
I know, but where would they go? They would go to another factory where they would have the same conditions.
No, I would call the police and tell them that I have an illegal alien here.
And that is capitalism. You're right. That is exactly the problem.
No, they have no business in my company or in my country. Okay. And so I would call the police.
The Leakeys, which are scientists out of...
forget about a leaky.
They have a role to play in dismantling that ideology that puts them in their own minds and in the white imagination ahead of people of color.
Amazing. Do you realize you're fighting an illusion?
I am a writer. I am a Latina. I am Boricua. I'm a mother. I'm a poet. I'm an artist. I'm all the things.
Are you a slut? Why do black people see white... Well, most blacks, not all. The good ones don't. But why do most black people like yourself see white people as supreme over them? At this point, I'm fed up with the illegals. I'm fed up with high taxes.
So you would turn your back on a U.S. soldier?
I want them to go home. I just want them to go home, give me a break, and then we can figure out. That's what I want. Thank you so much for coming on.
Well, if going out on a date with a guy makes me a slut, then that's just what I'm going to be.
I don't think going out on a date makes you a slut, but having sex with different men makes you a slut.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker.
A slut maker. Oh, wow.
What do you think of the Great White Hope?
What's that?
President Trump. First of all, there's no such thing as racism. I want to ask...
There's no such thing as racism. Meet Donald Trump. There's a classic
Donald Trump,
of
the Great White Hope is not a racist. That's just a lie.
White Hope. This is a comedy show. Hey, listen, I really got some serious things to do. So
I know. Let me ask you one other question. Hey, He put his tail on Enrique.
But men shouldn't do that either, though. It's not. I know that a lot of women think that a man is that men get away with that, right? But they really don't. A man should not be having sex with different women. Black Lives Matter is a far-left, liberal, radical, agitative organization founded by a bunch of black lesbians and homosexuals and
Mr. Peterson,
radical
I
social
suggest you
justice
give...
warriors.
Okay,
wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Peterson, you're now descending.
God damn it. Fuck. Okay, I am back. Oh, Gum
Into
Gum got scared from the phone.
extremely unpleasant and frankly vile rhetoric. And I don't know why you think this is appropriate to say this on national television, but what you just said is completely unacceptable. This song is for Enrique Moronis. This is for you, Enrique Moronis.
What you're looking at is a signal scientists have been searching for over 20 years. It's a direct message from the nucleus of the isotope thorium-229. And in a breakthrough, they've finally found it. Why have they been searching for this? And what does it mean now that they've found it? This could help unlock the fun.
CDG donator's, hi Richard, I'm driving home from work. How are you? Hey CDG, what's up? I'm doing pretty good. I ate a pizza and some french fries today. It took me 3 hours to eat it. And yeah, I'm still having trouble eating food. But I do feel better.
Who was on the phone? Was that the mystery friend that stays private as fuck? What's his name?
Yes, that was my mystery friend. And I'm not telling you his name. But thanks for the donation, chapped asshole. Yeah, so still having trouble eating, but I did manage to eat a pizza and some fries today. Took a very long fucking time, but I got it down. So I'm feeling a little better. And my muscles feel much more carved up and, round. So that's good. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
fundamental laws of the universe. You might not know this, but it's long been suspected that the fundamental constants of our universe, those foundational numbers we assume never change.
Do you find energy drinks are better than coffee? Well, as far as giving you energy, like, I mean, there's more caffeine in one can of energy drink than one cup of coffee. Like, to match the caffeine, you'd probably need at least 2 or 3 cups of coffee. CDG donating till I was glad you're able to eat. I had the same problem a few months ago. Just gotta eat. Even if it takes all day, it'll subside eventually, man. Now I can get eaten a surplus. Good luck, man. Alright, well. We'll see. It's just really weird how this came out of nowhere. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Are actually changing by tiny amounts. If they shift even slightly, it could transform our understanding of physics, giving us clues about dark matter, extra dimensions from string theory.
String theory is just absolute bullshit. Do you eat protein bars? No, I don't. How have your shits been since you haven't been eating, lol? They've actually been fine. I'm still shitting every day. I'm eating enough to where I can have frequent bowel movements.
Or even a fifth force. Scientists have been trying to measure changes in the fundamental constants for decades, but our measuring equipment hasn't been sensitive enough. But now this signal is the key to creating the world's first nuclear clock, a device precise enough to detect changes that have previously been impossible to measure. Once it's complete, this clock could open a gateway to new physics, challenging long-standing theories about our universe. In this video, we'll discuss this discovery and its implications for science, but before we dive in, let's quickly recap. What are fundamental constants and why do they matter so much? Fundamental constants are fixed numbers that exist in the universe. They set the stage for how the laws of physics work. Some examples are the speed of light, which places a limit on how fast we can travel or send information. Boltzmann's constant, which governs the relationship between temperature and energy. And the gravitational constant, which dictates how strongly two masses attract each other through gravity. Physicists have boiled down the fundamental constants that shape our universe to just 26 numbers. Our current theory of known matter, the standard.
One time I was driving home and rolled over a drunk guy who was lying on the road.
That's pretty funny. Did you kill him? He probably shouldn't have been lying on the road. Thanks for the donation not saying my name.
Model treats these numbers as unchanging in both space and time. The funny thing about fundamental constants is that they can't be predicted from theory. That's what makes them, well, fundamental. They have to be
How many times a day do you shit and how much time do you spend per shit? It's usually once per day, and I don't know, like if I'm in a hurry, I can get it done in like, less than a minute. If I want to take my time, enjoy my shit, and just look at my phone or something, like maybe a few more minutes.
experimentally measured. Nature kind of just has to tell us what they are, and no one knows why they have the values that they do. As far as we know, these numbers are just written into the fabric of the universe. Even though they're a bit of a mystery, the constants aren't causing any trouble. Or so we thought. Theories are starting to arise that are making scientists question the constantness of the constants. Theories linked to some of physics' deepest unsolved problems. For example, they couldn't help but notice that many of the constants have the exact perfect values to support life. If some of them were off by even the tiniest amount,
Still don't know to this day if he was dead already or not.
Well, that was really his fault, not yours. So, whatever, you know? Thanks for the donation not saying my name.
life as we know it probably wouldn't exist. Take this one, the fine structure constant. It's not as famous as some of its constant cousins like the speed of light, but it's a favorite among scientists. Richard Feynman once said, all good theoretical physicists put this number up on their wall and worry about it. It combines the electron's charge, the vacuum permittivity, Planck's constant, and the speed of light, and has the value of about 1/137. Just like the gravitational constant tells us the strength of gravity, the fine structure constant tells us the strength of electromagnetism. It's a pretty big deal because electromagnetism affects, well, electricity and magnetism, which is also light, friction, and basically all of chemistry. Now what's crazy is that its value lies in a perfect sweet spot. It's strong enough to bind electrons to the atom's nucleus, but loose enough to let them whiz around and interact with other atoms, performing chemical reactions, which are kind of the basis of life. If alpha were just a tiny bit weaker, electrons wouldn't bind to the nucleus at all. But if alpha were just a tiny bit stronger, electrons couldn't move freely and no chemistry would happen. It seems to lie in this perfect Goldilocks zone for life to exist. How did that happen? Why is our universe so perfect for life to exist? Well,
Yeah, our universe is perfect for life to exist. How about we eject you into space and you can take a look at how perfect it is.
theory that's been proposed to explain this puzzle is if the constants vary in space and time, and life appeared in a part of the universe where the constants were the exact right values to support life.
Just so you all know, it was investigated etc. and it was an accident.
Well, I got the sense that, yes, it was an accident and you didn't deliberately run over somebody. I remember one time when I was living in Toronto, fucking retards would always run in front of me when I was in the bike lane. And one time some dumb bitch just like walked right in front of me when I was on my e-bike. And I didn't have enough time to like swerve out of the way or anything. Like if I tried, I'd just fall down. So I just smashed right the fuck into her. She went flying. And I just kept going. It's like, make sure you look next time, bitch. But yeah, there was a lot of fucking idiots in Toronto. Who just never fucking, like, looked both ways before they went on the fucking road or anything. 2 USA peso donated $2. Try not to cringe. Let me see.
Goku, right? Did you do that?
Yeah.
Use your key.
Wait, you know about Ki?
Just because my name is Chi-Chi doesn't make me a complete idiot.
Right, right, because there's a lot stupider names than Chi-Chi. I'm not saying that Chi-Chi's a stupid name, I'm just saying that it's not normal.
I tried watching this movie and I just fucking couldn't. I never got up to this part.
But normal's overrated. I'm not saying that you're stupid or overrated, I'm gonna stop now.
Hey, I'm having a party tonight at my house.
I'll be there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Space Marine 3 is in development. That's gonna be fucking dope. Dude, Space Marines are so fucking cool, dude. Warhammer has the sickest fucking lore. Yeah, that is absolutely terrible. Watch till end.
Get the fuck out of here with the fucking videotaping, man. He's gangster. What's up, Milo?
Who are you?
I went to 261 with you.
With us?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Isaiah.
Not gonna lie.
How in the fuck did he do this?
What?
Oh shit! Yo, you good, bro? Yeah, you can lift me back up.
What the fuck? Oh. When you work out 5 to 6 times a week and do cardio but don't eat in a calorie deficit. Wow, that's a fast piggy. He's built for feed and speed. Oh my god, that is a fast oinker. Thanks for the donation to USA Peso. Forgot my namification, don't need $2. This guy's probably a racist, right? He was in my feed, lol.
You getting out of putting your black ass child in proximity to white people, especially at a young age? Because if we said if the goal of white supremacy is to erode the soul, what do you think's happening to your children when you subjugate them to ostracization and racism at such a young age? They're like formative years they're spent trying to assimilate with racist. Because if you think they ain't being called a nigger at school, you're out of your fucking mind. You subjecting your kids to racism at such a young age when it's not necessary.
Yeah, it sounds like a black supremacist.
I mean, thinking about the uniformity of like white supremacy. If you took a picture of 100 white women, would you really be able to tell them apart? Because they like to all go for this uniform look. They like that's like white supremacy is like everything needs to look the same. Everybody needs to talk the same. Everybody needs to think the same. We have to hold the same politics. And
if you go and look at like tribal Africa, you will not be able to tell 100 like Maasai women apart. Like, especially since they all shave their head. You have like all bald black women who are all like 5'10", skinny, and like they all look the same. So what the fuck is he talking about?
I say that to the point where if you had a picture of 100 black women, it's going to be an array of colors, array of hairstyles, a different attire,
no. They're all gonna be wearing fucking weave and some ratchet ass shit. Like, you can find communities of black people who all look the same. Like again, go to tribal Africa. You'll find women who are all almost 6 foot tall, skinny, bald, same fucking like jewelry and shit.
different tones, just skin tones. They're not going to blend in so well. There's going to be a multitude of variations of black women. And the true nature of blackness is freedom of expression. You know, that's when we at our best, when we just fully expressing ourselves. And that's why we constantly repeat the sentiment that blackness is not a monolith. But there's a uniformity.
Oh, is that why all rap music sucks and sounds the same?
To white people, and across class too.
Right.
Lower income whites.
Yeah, that guy's just a black supremacist retard. He had another that Indians can't talk about hip hop too. Yeah, he's it wouldn't surprise me if he's like a black Hebrew Israelite or something. Because that's what they always say stupid shit like that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I think I saw you say you won't get married again. Would you have a live-in girlfriend again on the other hand? I feel like it's a distinction without a difference in some ways. I want to be completely alone personally.
I have absolutely no need to be with anybody. So, I mean, it's quite possible that I'll live the rest of my life completely alone. The only time I'm ever going to get into any sort of relationship is if there's, you know, some kind of obvious benefit to doing it. So, like, if they're very smart, beautiful, share similar interests as me, and we can be, like, really good friends, and I can sniff her butt and all that shit, then, yeah, sure, but I have absolutely no need to be with anybody. So, you know, I'm not gonna bother making any kind of compromises just for the sake of not being alone, because I'm perfectly happy and content being alone. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
React to this also. When will you and Low Tier God do a collab?
I'm pretty sure he's not really a fan of me anymore. He was in my stream chat at one point, and I called him like an asshole or something, and then he started complaining about me on his stream. So I don't think we're ever gonna do a collab.
You possess ignoble, good-for-nothing, cowardly qualities. Your life's value is equivalent to that of a minuscule gnat. I could trample over you, ride roughshod over you, enclose and secure any crevices and gaps that might lead you to me. Yet the return of your kind shall be inevitable, as the smell of my proverbial sorghum will be too strong for you to willingly try to evade it. What shall be certain is you filleting me until the end of your existence. For no other ambitions are you designed except for you to watch the content I produce as you are filleting me and commenting in my community, trying to receive my heedfulness. Your life amounts to the ultimate nullity. The objective you serve equates to a goose egg. I am persuading you to conclude your existence right this instant. This shall have only positive effects, like donating the oxygen and ozone that you would have used unto another person, who would benefit tremendously from it, since those gases are necessary for us to lead any sort of life in a society that is currently subject under a massive degradation. For what is your real ambition? Not perchance to adulate or sanctify me. Discontinue your biological activity. I demand you to. I indicate these statements with my fullest sincerity.
So that's what he would sound like if he was British. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
That would explain the extremely improbable chances of us being alive to measure them. Another reason some scientists think the constants might vary is because of newer theories of physics, like string theory, which tries to unify
String theory's horseshit.
Gravity and quantum mechanics, one of the biggest unresolved challenges in physics. These theories involve extra spatial dimensions to our current theories, and we would perceive changes to these spatial dimensions as the fundamental constants changing. And the final theory that the constants might be changing comes from the study of dark matter. Dark matter is the mysterious matter that accounts for over 20% of the universe's mass, yet we know almost nothing about it. Some physicists think that dark matter interacts very weakly with an atom's electrons or nucleus, causing alpha to drift or oscillate by some extremely tiny amount. If we observe this drift, it could help us understand dark matter. What's amazing is that we actually already have some indication for variations in alpha. In galaxies far, far away, there are super bright objects called quasars. These are supermassive black holes that suck in gas like a whirlpool. As the gas gets sucked in, it heats up due to friction, and this makes it shine super bright. In fact, quasars are some of the brightest objects in the universe. To measure variations in alpha, we can look at the light coming from distant quasars. Quasars so far away that their light took several billion years to reach us. How? Well, as their light heads toward Earth, it runs into gas clouds along the way, which absorb some of the frequencies. The light frequencies that get
I am going to kiss Joey's head off so that literally the head is separate from the body. Nothing can stop me. No cat should be this darling. 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 788 octillion 888 septillion 888 sextillion 888 quintillion 888 quadrillion 888 trillion 888 billion 888,888,777.
Oh my god. That's a lot of kisses. Make sure you give him nice kisses and tell him he's a nice kitty.
Thanks for the donation, thee than thou.
Absorbed depend on alpha. So if alpha were different in the past, we can detect a change in it by comparing the absorbed frequencies from the past to current frequencies. So,
have you heard of the no cow vegan protein bars? I don't think I have. Huh. I'm not really a protein bar consumer, but you know, might try these at some point. CDG donated $2. What is your gripe with string theory? There's absolutely no evidence in support of it, and only fucktards like Michio Kaku are in favor of it. Which, you know, if Michio Kaku supports it, then that's a very good sign that it's complete and utter horseshit. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Indeed, string theory is horse manure, but also what the fuck is dark matter? Isn't it just a massive leap to conclusion? Because it's an explanation for the measurement of expanding universe or some shit. Also, why do you sniff butts? That's disgusting, fag.
I just love the way girls' butts smell. Just love sniffing their butts. It's pretty great. There is some evidence that dark matter might not actually be a thing. I think there was some experiment done recently where they found that dark matter might actually be horseshit. They need to do more testing and experiments, but may turn out to be just absolutely nothing. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
So what did scientists find? Well, different research groups came to different conclusions. A famous experiment by the John Webb team did observe small variations in alpha. But other research teams who performed similar experiments observed no variation at all. So the evidence is inconclusive. We need more precise measuring devices and perhaps even an entirely new method. That's where this discovery comes in. It's the first step in building something scientists have been trying to build for over 20 years, a nuclear clock. A super accurate measuring device and our best bet for measuring variations in the constants. Cool, so let's get into what a nuclear clock is and how the scientists made this discovery. I know some of you have been thinking, nuclear clocks, don't we already have those? And the answer is, no, we have atomic clocks. They're different, and I'll explain what the difference is. Understanding nuclear clocks will be easier if we first understand atomic clocks anyway, so it works out. But before we get into that, I found out about this nuclear clock breakthrough because I like to keep up with the latest science news. And a news website and app I've been using for a while is today's sponsor, Ground News. What makes Ground News different?
CDG donators, what do you think what made you think string theory isn't real just because Michio Kaku said it, or is there something else that makes you think it's not real? Well, again, it's a theory that hasn't developed, gone nowhere, no evidence for it. It seems to have, there's some issues where there's phenomena that it can't really explain for. And again, only, the biggest fucktards are really in support of it, like Michio Kaku. So, thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Different is that it's designed to help you pull back the curtain on media bias. For example, recently a private lunar lander attempted a historic touchdown near the moon's south pole. It was an ambitious mission, but things didn't go exactly as planned. It landed sideways in a crater and was declared dead before completing its full mission. Some outlets
Just came back from a serious gym session with my trainer. Now I'm tired and hungry, though I'm cutting. Help me, I'm dying of hunger. Well, that's how you know the diet's working. So there isn't really any problem there. That's what dieting really is. It's just a matter of, dealing with suffering. So, yeah, just keep suffering. That's how you know diet's working. That's the whole trick, It's kind of like when people complain, oh man, training is so hard. Oh, I have to exert myself and I'm so sore. It's like, yeah, that's what training is. You're supposed to work hard. You're supposed to exert yourself. So it's, yeah, just learn to enjoy the suffering. Have a nice cup of coffee with some artificial sweetener and, just try to relax.
Some people think that dark matter is billions and billions of tiny primordial black holes, but I like to think that it's actually billions and billions of niggers and darkies and goons and spooks and baboons. Anyway, what's your favorite racial slur?
Favorite racial slur is probably jigaboo. I think that sounds funny. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
What about G-string theory? Do you think it's possible?
I'm not familiar with G-string theory, but I do like it when women wear very tiny underwear and they bend over and you can see their butthole around their underwear. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
Hello Bellum Groins, how is your day going? What are your thoughts on expanding cock theory? Could it prove the existence of Claudius Clentin? Also watch this.
Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with that theory. Or Claudius Clinton.
Anything on the market. I couldn't find vegan shoes as I didn't want to wear any animal products, and I had a really hard time finding the shoes that I wanted to wear that were animal friendly, and so I decided to make them, and all my proceeds go to animal charities and environmental charities. So it's really just, I think there should be an option. One important thing is the sole. I love like Christian Louboutin, and I mean, if I could have those shoes and like, you know, vegan, that's sort of my dream. Or, I mean, the Jimmy Choo, that's classic.
What a dumb bitch. The only reason people say, oh, Louis Vuitton shoes, oh, they're so good, it's because they're fucking stupid. If you can take some of the biggest fashion retards and experts and la-di-da in the world, you can just put them in a room blind, you know, take off all the branding for all these shoes, put Louis Vuitton, cheap-ass $20 shoes made in China, all this crap. They can't tell them apart. It's all a joke. It's all in their head. There is nothing special about any of these high-fashion luxury brands. It's all just marketing. It's all it is. Some guy made some fairly good-looking, you know, clothing and then charged way too much fucking money for it because people are fucking stupid. And when they say, oh, it's expensive. Oh, well, that makes it good. And if I wear these and I tell everybody these are like $800, they're going to be like, whoa. And then they're going to think you're cool. And then that's how, like, these brands ended up getting, like, you know, big name luxury. And that's all. They're no better than any other fucking shoes. It's horseshit. She's a fucking moron. You know somebody is a fucking retard if they're like, oh, I love Louis Vuitton. Fucking random idiot dipshits in India that literally live in rusted out shacks make copies of like these luxury brands like Louis Vuitton. No one can even tell them apart. Idiots who live in fucking mud huts in India make the same thing. You can't tell them apart. They're just as good. And then you have this fucking dumbass millionaire Hollywood actress. Louis Vuitton. Go fuck yourself, idiot. What a moron. Is she even still vegan? Hollywood Reporter 2023, veganism something something. So apparently she's still vegan, but wow, what a fucking idiot. Just absolute idiot. At least she's vegan. Thanks for the donation, Late Lentil Jones.
Bro. Guess what? The hospital I go to through my insurance company is making me take a freaking class in order to get a vasectomy. What the fuck? I feel like a woman. Why can't the government keep their hands off my balls? Gay. Same shirt? You're disgusting.
Well, I didn't work out or anything, so, you know, why would I bother changing my shirt? I think I got my vasectomy when I was 23 years old. And no questions asked. I remember the doctor was like, are you sure you want to do this? You're kind of young. And I'm like, I don't ever want to have kids, so yeah. And then they did it. So I've heard a lot of stories from people, even who lived in the same area as I do, who went to the same exact clinic, who are like around the same age as me. And they were told by the doctor, oh, maybe you should wait a few years. I have no idea why I had such an easy time getting it done, but they didn't. Like, I don't know, maybe I just act very self-assured. So it gave the doctor more confidence to do it for me at 23. But, yeah, I don't know why the fuck... Like, it's so stupid. You can literally have the most irresponsible sexual habits imaginable. Like, have unprotected gay anal sex with hundreds of dudes, spread HIV, no one's gonna stop you. You can fuck, like, every fucking, like, 18-year-old bitch you want, and, like, get them all pregnant, have, like, 20 baby mamas. No one's gonna stop you. But if you want to get a vasectomy, which, one, is reversible, and two, you don't even need to reverse it. You can still, like, extract sperm and everything and get somebody pregnant. Oh, maybe you want to, like, wait and consider things? I don't get it. So you can make an endless series of stupid sexual decisions that will ruin your entire fucking life. No one's going to stop you. A decision that is objectively, this is mathematically proven, guaranteed to make you wealthier because you don't have to take care of any stupid fucking kids. Oh, maybe you want to consider this a little bit, wait a few years. You wouldn't want to make too much money and have a secure financial future. I don't understand why. It's just, yeah, society is just set up to make you fail. Thanks for the donation though, Tasty Tofu Titties.
You like him? Did you know he's vegan and opened his own vegan restaurant?
I have no idea who this is. That's nice that he's vegan, though. Thanks for the donation, Fars. Dodo donated $2. Let me
Explain
see.
to me how this makes sense. Watch this, Bakersfield. Explain to me how this lane makes any sense. This is ridiculous. Let's see how this works. I'm wondering, is this even still a lane now? It was a lane when I entered it. No, it's not a lane. It turns into a shoulder. And never in here does it tell you to exit. Explain to me.
Well, that is North American, what do you call? North American infrastructure for you. That looks pretty neat. Yeah, that's neat. Does this look good?
These soft stuffed flatbreads are one of Armenia's best kept secrets.
Jingle of Huts.
They are known to be made with up to 20 different greens, but just use whatever you have available and flavor them with salt, chili flakes, paprika, black pepper, plenty of lemon juice and olive oil. Your stuffing is ready.
Let's make the dough.
For this, you only need to mix together some flour, salt and water and knead it for just a minute. Then shape it into smaller pieces and give them a break. Now it's already time to stuff the flatbreads by rolling out the dough into a thin sheet and adding a mountain worth of greens. Then pinch the dough together to seal it up and bake the jingle of huts until they look beautifully golden like this. Bake the rest and follow for more traditional plant-based dishes from around the world.
I don't know if that's any good. That could either be pretty okay or just really underwhelming. What the hell did these people expect when they voted for Trump?
It is day 53.
Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
My friend is a rich fashion designer. His business partner was with us and she spent $20,000 on clothes in one go. He walked me around the same boutique showing me the fabrics and why the quality was not good. You are so right.
Yeah, he says that.
You see, the cotton they use for the bag hair, it has a under stitch, which is far superior to the inferior over stitch, and it gives the handbag a more supple feel. My very discerning fingers can tell the difference between a $5,000 handbag and a $50 handbag. And then when you give this dipshit a good, knockoff, fake handbag, he won't be able to tell the fucking difference. He'd never be able to tell. All of those people are absolutely full of fucking shit. They all say this. They all point out these little differences when some of these things are made. Where oh yeah, the stitching pattern is slightly different or something. You can't tell with the naked eye. Like, maybe if you have a magnifying glass or something, like, okay, it makes no difference. Like, they're all full of shit. So yeah, they'll tell you these subtle little details with how some of these things are made, but it literally makes no actual meaningful difference to the quality of the product. They just say that so that they can justify, oh, this is why this is so much more expensive, but they're just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, True.
Even Fuentes is criticizing sneakers flip-flopping now. Can we react to this short 2-minute clip?
Sure, let me take a look.
Sneeko is Jewish, Muslim, and black like pick a struggle, bro.
Dude, it's getting so, the pandering is getting so bad. At least be subtle about it. He's going on a stream now and saying, like, my grandpa survived the Holocaust, and I finally did a DNA test. I'm like 12% Jewish. Really? So you didn't do a DNA test that whole time. Now you just got the results. Interesting timing. And now he's pushing this like, hey guys, let's just be nice to gay and trannies. So when your content wasn't dunking on gays and trannies for like a cheap layup, a cheap dunk on gays and trannies, then it was cool. Then it was fine. Now that we're trying to get back into the mainstream, hey guys, let's be cool. You know, look, let's just have the decency to be a little bit consistent, you know? And I'm not even knocking the message. Like, I agree with the message. I've said the same thing. But so much of his content was just like cheap, like, ew, tranny, ew, gay people, blah, blah. Like, that was his cheap edgelord content. The engagement's low? I know, edgelord content. And now that he's trying to get back in the mainstream, I'm actually Jewish. Jewish people are actually fine. You know, they're just doing their religion. Gay people are fine. You know, I don't care. Like, they're fine. It's okay. And then even against the Muslims, I don't want all my streams to be Muslim this and Muslim that. Why? Because it didn't get views? And what's with all the Western music? You know, and here's the problem. And any Muslim will tell you this. You can't do Western art and Western music and be a Muslim. You just can't. You cannot be a filmmaker you can't be like a Scorsese wannabe filmmaker and also be a Muslim. It doesn't work. You know, there's a reason that Muslims don't have popular music. It's because they don't believe in secular music. They don't believe in secular art. They don't even believe in the physical form in art. They don't believe in icons. How are you going to make movies? You either got to put that to bed or you got to stop, having it both ways. But it's just, we had that insufferable convert to Islam. And then eventually we're like, no, we don't fucking want that. It was like, okay, yeah, man, me neither. mean, I'm still Muslim, but me neither. I mean, yeah, the Muslims are overkill anyway. I'm going to be like Western everything. Like.
So, for one thing, Sneeko has absolutely no morals whatsoever. Everything he does is out of just a cynical, it's all a cynical ploy to get attention and money. So when one thing doesn't work, he just flip-flops, switches to another thing. Like, this is why he does this. I think as far as the Muslim thing, it's obviously not popular, especially now that Trump is of you know, all the cool conservatives, you know, that watch him, none of them have an interest in Islam. And on top of that, there were clearly some moments when he was hanging out with those Muslim dudes where they were talking about killing him. I can guarantee you, those dudes like Muslim Lantern and the people he hangs out with, they want to murder him. So if he steps out of line with any of that Islam shit, they genuinely want to kill him. So that might have made him go away from some of that Muslim shit a bit, but yeah, like everything, he has no moral values. Everything is just a cynical ploy to get attention money. Thanks for the donation, Nigar.
What about Einstein's jigaboo theory? Natalie Portman and Albert Niggerstein postulated that spooks and baboons interact with the Higgs boson jigaboo field to create life itself via the phagotron process known as gaze sex osmosis. Louis Batten is a nigger.
I think he might have just made that up. But thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
Do you sleep naked? Sleeping naked is the best.
No, I rarely ever sleep naked. If it's like really, really hot and my AC isn't working or something, then I'll do that, but otherwise I don't sleep naked. Thanks for the donation, Ali G.
Because you look like a sociopath and the doctor was happy to take you out of the gene pool. Just kidding, it's probably 'cause you look self-assured.
There are some people who can tell immediately when you talk to them if you have like antisocial personality disorder. That happened with my principal and vice principal. I think they knew I would have, like, if I could get away with it, I would have just burnt down the whole fucking school. I could tell they knew deep down that, yeah, I wanted to just burn down my whole school with everybody in it. But I'm pretty sure the doctor likely just figured that I knew what I wanted. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Maybe your doctor was a white supremacist eugenicist and didn't want you to have kids either. Well, I doubt it, because I recommended a couple friends of mine to go to that doctor for a vasectomy, and I think they were like Indian or Pakistani or something like that, you know, brown-skinned anyway. And he wouldn't let them do it, and I think they were only a year younger than me, but by the time they were doing it, they were the same age as when I got it done. So I don't think he was a eugenicist, white supremacist. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Let's see. Just random vids, donate $2. Oh! Oh my goodness. It's a little kangaroo baby.
Hey, buddy. All right, we're gonna come on in there and check on the inside of that pouch. Can we come in and see what's going on in there? Hey.
Wow.
Let's see. Oh wow, it's pretty stuffy in here, but you look cozy.
It's so cool how kangaroos have, like, built-in baby pouches. How come Australia has, like, some of the, like, fucking coolest animals? So this is a W for Xbox.
Xbox are happy to announce a brand new console releasing in 2027.
Well, whatever console it is, it's going to have mid-exclusives.
Oh, well, actually, PlayStation will have your exclusives.
Wait, what?
That's right. Soon we'll have God of War, Spider-Man, The Last of Us, and many more on Xbox.
That's impossible. I never gave you my exclusives. How do you have them?
Oh, I don't have them, but he does. Yo, what's up, PlayStation?
Steam? You're with Xbox now?
Yeah. See, PlayStation, you don't really understand. This new Xbox console isn't really a console. It's a gaming PC optimized for TVs. That means it'll have a Windows OS, access to Xbox Games Pass, Epic Games, and of course, Steam.
A gaming PC made for convenience with the console package?
Yes, our goal at Xbox is to end the console wars, but
They're doing this, by the way, because they can't make a game console. Like, it's as simple as that. The last two console generations, Xbox completely and utterly failed, especially this generation. Nobody was buying anything. Game Pass has still, to this day, been a failure. So, yeah, they're basically just... Even Sony is kind of struggling in some ways. They can't... There's kind of like a cap right now with how many of these stupid consoles they can sell. So the PS5 Pro isn't selling, and the PS5 hasn't even outsold the PlayStation 4. So that's why all these titles are becoming multi-platform or at least like being ported to PC. It's because they can't get the sales figures they need. So everything's kind of becoming multi-platform, and they're focusing on just game development and making money that way. I don't even know why consoles exist at this point. They're absolutely pointless, stupid, dumb as fuck. Yeah, let's buy a $500 console that can only play one single type of game that has no mod support. So once the game ages, like, that's it. It is forever going to run at the same resolution, same frame rate, have the same features, can't modify the game at all. When the next console comes out, it's not going to be backwards compatible. So the hundreds of dollars you spent on all those games before, you're going to have to keep this fucking annoying, intrusive brick in your house if you want to play those old games. So now you have to keep stacking consoles on top of each other on the same fucking desk drawer if you want to pay the games that you spent hundreds of dollars on before, and you have to keep switching back and forth between fucking consoles. And on top of that, you have to pay monthly just so you can use the online service. Like, they're just so stupid. Get a fucking PC, upgrade, periodically over time as needed. You always have your old game catalog, and you can mod the games so that they can be modernized or altered in some way so they're still fun. Like, it's so dumb. So, like, Xbox has kind of the right idea, but the only reason they're doing that is because they haven't been able to make a competitive console. Sony's just wiped the floor with them. But again, Sony's probably going to end up having to do this anyway. I think the Steam Deck has been very disruptive, which is why they're all kind of headed in the direction of just supporting the PC platform. And on top of that, like, it makes no business sense. There are more PC gamers than there's console gamers. PC, like, has a way bigger fucking market share than console. So why in the fuck wouldn't you just release everything for PC? It's like, hey, I've got this great idea. You know how there's this like big, huge open market we could sell to? Let's not sell to that big, huge open market and create this little tiny little market over here where we can limit our money and growth. Consoles are just dumb. Poor Stan Lee. Let me see.
Lee was terribly abused in new documentary that shows how he was forced to do things he didn't want to do at the end of his life by these people.
Thought I was finished, but apparently I'm not. You get your money's worth out of me, every single penny.
So in this clip, from a documentary coming out on Stan Lee's life, or at least the final part of his life, where it looks like he's being terribly abused by his handlers. Maybe even his family, I don't know. But like from this one clip,
I heard about that. That guy's very annoying, though. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
I work for a fashion reseller. The fakes they get are extremely convincing. The only shit that gives it away is BS like text size on the inside or weight of the hardware. You would not believe what people are willing to buy. They sell LV paint buckets lol.
Oh, yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I think there was like this handbag that was made recently that's like a few $1,000s, and it looks like a Lay's potato chip bag. Rich people are really stupid. It's kind of funny that, like, by the way, this has been mathematically proven. There's not a huge difference in intelligence gap generally between rich and poor. It's just that rich people are able to get away with making more stupid choices than poor people. Whereas poor people, every choice they make has to be a good choice. And if they make a bad choice, it's devastating for them. Whereas if you're rich, like, oh, I bought a dumb car, or, oh, you know, this stock, you know, didn't do too well, or, oh, this business I started didn't work out. Oh, well, good thing I have another, like, $10 million in the bank. So, it just has more to do with the amount of poor choices you can make and still get away with it. But, I mean, when you see rich people buying, like, this ridiculous, stupid fucking nonsense, like a Lay's potato chip handbag that costs $5,000, like, rich people are just fucking stupid. Like, you're just an actual idiot. Anyone who'd spend that kind of money on clothes is fundamentally dumb. Like, I understand, like, you can do it, but I have, like, self-respect, you know what I mean? Like, my money has value to me. So I don't know why the hell you'd throw away thousands of dollars, even if it's chump change to you. Why would you throw away thousands of dollars on something that only costs, like, $20 to make? It doesn't make sense. So, like, if you have any self-respect and sense, you're just not gonna spend money on that. So, yeah, rich people are dumb, too. Thanks for the donation, though, Garcia.
Sneeko and Tate are just spineless grifters. At least be consistent with your grift. One day Sneeko is secular, one day he is Muslim, hates Jews, Zionists, one day is a devout Christian, preaches for Jesus, and now he is Jewish. Lamau.
Yep. And I'm sure at some point his audience is gonna learn that this guy is just a retard, and they're all just gonna forget about him, and then he's gonna have to get a real job. Thanks for the donation, broski.
My god Richard, get a grip. Will you be playing Elden Ring Nitrain? It looks really fun to play with friends, reckon it will be a lot easier and more fast-paced than the other Soulsborne games. Also watch this.
I am planning on eventually playing Elden Ring with a friend of mine. I don't think I'm going to end up streaming it, though. I'm not a big fan of Elden Ring.
What followed was a war unseen, one that could never be put to song.
Elden Ring is not a very good-looking game. All of these edits people make, they, like, adjust the color values, contrast, and all the shit to actually make it look better than it really does, but Elden Ring is not a particularly good-looking game. Games like Ghost of Tsushima on PC are much better looking. Like, I'm pretty sure it's running on the same engine as, like, Dark Souls 3 or something, and that's, like, an old-ass game. So, I don't really like the combat so much in Elden Ring. I find it much more boring compared to something like Sekiro, and, I also just have no idea how to beat the game. Like, it's just one of those games where it's like, where the fuck do I go, itis? It's also pretty grindy, so, eh. Thanks for the donation, though, Late Lentil Jones.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, my vegan brother and I went to this Egyptian restaurant that had some vegan options like falafel, hummus, etc.
Why is this taking so long to load? Like, it doesn't look that great. Might taste a lot better than it looks, but it looks like food. That's all I can really say about it. But maybe it looks like it tastes better than it looks. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
How do you get adult circumcision? Do you need a medical reason? Is there a cost? Advise please.
I don't know if you necessarily need a medical reason, but I had phimosis, and because, like, in Canada we have social health care, so usually you don't have to pay anything for surgery, but if you do, it might be like a really small fee. I think I had to pay like $40, and it was like some kind of booking fee for the procedure. And that was horrifically, insanely, ridiculously painful. But yeah, I just got an appointment with my family doctor, and then he just put in an order, he set up an appointment with a urologist, and then the urologist had an appointment with me, and then we decided on the vasectomy for treatment, and then, or not the vasectomy, the circumcision for treatment, and then booked a surgery date, and then I just had to pay a $40 fee when I was at the surgeon's office, and then got it done. That's how it works in Ontario anyway. Thanks for the donation, Snippy the Tippy. Yi Lao Ma donated $2. Let me see.
Hi everyone, I'm Elon Musk. Thank you for supporting me. I love you. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Never, never give up. I love you. Wow. Hi.
I really wish Elon Musk was like this. You know, like a Chinese guy who barely speaks English but looks like he's white. That would be far more memey. But instead we just have a racist Nazi dipshit. I want, like, this Elon Musk in our timeline, not the actual Elon Musk we got. Thanks for the donation, though, Elo Ma.
I don't believe in the paranormal or religion, but how would you explain astral projection, Richard? I mean, some patients who are unconscious and see things that happen at different rooms of the hospital and tell the doctors later, and they are shocked they know.
There's probably just some aspect of human intuition that lets you make assumptions about things that you wouldn't really know about, but you end up making a very accurate guess or assumption. To this day, actually, the US military still uses remote viewing or astral projection when they're desperate. And there's actually, I think, I can't remember the figures, but there's actually a reliable rate of accurate predictions where it's still useful to use that technique when you lack intelligence. So there's been a few, like, US soldiers that have been kidnapped and taken by terrorists, and they had no idea where they were, and again, they used remote viewers. And there's an accurate, and they do accurately predict where some of these American soldiers have been, and they've been able to rescue them. So again, there's probably, like, something in our brain where we can make accurate predictions on things based on very little evidence, and you know, you can make just a accurate guess. It's probably something to do with that. Thanks for the donation, though, Claymore. Forgot my namification, donate $2. It makes more sense if you are popular on social media. For example, if I make a bunch of posts wearing something ridiculous and expensive on Instagram and make more money than I spend on the item than I win. Also, scalping novelty fashion is a business. Like, I mean, if you're the one involved in the racket, then yeah, no shit. If you can make money by, like, convincing idiots they should spend ridiculous amounts of money on some stupid clothes and you're profiting off of them, that makes sense. But, like again, if you're just a consumer, why the fuck would you ever buy that horse shit? People are just stupid. They're stupid chimps. We have these kind of, like, we have a pecking order, we value status and everything, and, you know, there's, like, a need to impress other people, and, oh, look how expensive this is, you know, if I'm wearing this type of clothes, I'm ballin'. And brands exploit that human, that kind of human desire to be higher on the social order, and then they make dumbass, you know, fashion brands that cater to those idiots, and then pocket a bunch of money from stupid people who don't know how to spend their money. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my notification. Banger donated $2. He lives. There's Gary. Sweet.
Happening, everybody? It's Gary Yorovsky, the new ambassador for Sasha Farm Animal Sanctuary. Let's go over and say hi to sweet Lenny. Look at this baby girl.
Oh my god, that's a big piggy.
Look at this belly. Everybody, we need some help at Sasha Farm. We don't have much money in our coffers. We are now transparent about everything. We only have about $100,000, but we still have to pay off the old owners. We still owe over $400,000, and we still have operating costs of about $250,000 a year for hay, for veterinary care, for the salaries for the animal care team run by Shara Jones, the best animal care manager in America. So everybody, please go to the SashaFarm.org website. Go to that donation button and help us out. Please do it as much as you can, maybe once a month, maybe once a week. Whatever you can give is definitely going to help us out. And look, for this baby, this is a 600-pound baby girl.
That's
Can you believe this?
Dude, pigs are fucking gigantic.
Belly! Everybody, please help Sasha Farm. Send money. We need it. Peace. I love you.
Holy crap, 600 pounds. Oh, that's a really nice piggy. Well, that's nice that he's still kind of involved. Thanks for the donation, Banger.
That's not what it feels like, though, in this whirlwind of President Trump's second term. And now some of his swing state supporters are expressing some buyer's remorse. They're sounding off in a focus group co-conducted by Axios. It's a group that consisted of 13 voters from battleground Michigan who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but then for Donald Trump last year.
Axios reported that most expressed frustration and worry using words like erratic, frightening, disruptive, and dictator to describe their concerns.
It's getting to the point where I'm almost scared to watch.
Okay, all these people are just outrageously stupid. Like, exactly what did you expect?
I've never wanted to have branded clothing, not once in my pecker-sucking life. Niggers be wearing Nike t-shirts and shit, don't they have slave labor? Silly cunts in it.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Like, as long as the clothes don't dissolve when I wash them, they feel comfortable to wear, and I don't look like an actual fucking retard wearing it. Like, I'm not gonna wear a potato sack, but, like, who the fuck cares? I haven't even bought most of my clothes. The only clothes that I've bought are, like, motorcycle clothes. For whatever reason, my mom and grandmother have just randomly given me fucking clothes. Like, the only reason I have these new shirts, the Under Armour shirts, is because my mom bought me these.
Hello.
That actually does happen, by the way. There are some based parents in the US who let their kids have access to their guns when they're not at home. And there being some like 10-year-old kids who shot and killed burglars and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Nipple Clamps. I was gonna fucking... Oh, yeah. These people are outrageously stupid. So they voted for Biden and then ended up voting for Trump. They, like, these are people who are not, like, they're not really, they're either not politically interested, and all they've done is see, like, they just maybe randomly see some like posts on Facebook about some of the candidates, or maybe they saw some like news interviews or something. But if they were actually politically aware and did any amount of research, they would have never voted for Trump. Like, I mean, look at Project 2025. That is just some insane, unhinged fucking shit. He had absolutely no economic plan. His tariffs and everything, every economic expert told everybody before the election that if Trump enacts these plans, we're probably going to go into a recession and prices are going to go up. And we all know he's an idiot. And all the shit that people, were blaming Biden on, oh, the economy, inflation, gas prices, that was all due to Trump. That was Trump-era policies that caused inflation, and Biden fixed it. So these people are just fucking stupid. Like, that's all there is to it. It kind of reminds me of, like, what happened in Rhodesia. So the, like, Rhodesians were, criticized, like, oh, why don't you allow black people to vote and all this shit? They were, like, they admitted, like, look, when we came here, like, you're literally talking about black people who, for the most part, were living in tribal societies. They had no education. Most of them are illiterate, and they were literally living in mud huts. Why would we ever let those people vote? Once they actually get an education, own land, become productive, then they can vote. But until then, why would we ever let the majority African population vote when they're completely uneducated? They're just going to vote for stupid nonsense. And then, sure enough, what the fuck happened? Oh, China and Russia ended up giving these fucking uneducated tribal dipshits fucking AK-47s to overrun the Rhodesian government. And because the fucking British and Western world were like, oh, that's racist, not letting fucking ignorant morons vote, they completely left them out to dry. This is what happens when you let uneducated morons vote. They vote for fucking Trump. Like, I'm sorry, but like the practical reality is there has never really been an issue in U.S. history up until now where there has just been a candidate that is so fucking unviable where it really matters if you have an uneducated population voting. Like, most candidates weren't going to literally destroy society. So, again, most, like, even Republican candidates, even if they're complete retarded scumbags, wanted to gut Social Security or something, lower taxes for the rich, they were at least somewhat competent. And there's also other checks and balances in the bureaucracy and political system that would prevent them from, like, gutting Social Security, like, massively lowering taxes for the rich, shit like that. But now you have fucking Trump. So, yeah, now we're faced with this issue where if we let retards vote, well, now we're, like, actually fucked. So, yeah, well, I don't know how to really handle... I don't know how to properly handle the situation. Eugenics, I guess.
Came home and eating now. Smile. Hi Richard, now I can watch fully. Here's large Dono D.
Alright, well thank you Sv3rige, really appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, man. What are you eating? I had a pizza and fries today, which took me 3 hours to finish, but... yeah, Thanks again, though, dude.
But how would intuition explain people flying kilometers away to a different location in their mind, seeing things, and after waking up getting confirmed that what they saw at that time is accurate? How could intuition predict something like that?
Well, I mean... if I were to tell you to imagine a place in Africa and, like, actually draw out what the city looks like, there's a relatively high likelihood that you're gonna draw like a bunch of shitty looking shacks, you know, on the outskirts of town. There's gonna be like a poor area or something, and then maybe there's gonna be some fancier government buildings, and then maybe some like richer neighborhoods, and then you can use Google Maps or something, and then end up zooming into like a city that matches that description in that area, and you're gonna be relatively accurate. So like most people are like somewhat cultured where, you know, they've been on the internet for a while, they've seen a number of, you know, places in many different countries, and you are going to be able to visualize these places that you've necessarily never been to and make an accurate guess as to what, you know, a city or town in a given area is going to look like. And again, like these remote viewers, they're given some information like, okay, we know this person was kidnapped from this area or something. And you know, your mind can just visualize things and then make some accurate guesses and assumptions based on some other things you've seen. I don't think it's really all that complicated. Like, look at all of these. Like, again, human imagination is pretty incredible. Like, look at all these crazy fantasy worlds that, you know, people make up in, you know, like science fiction or high fantasy and stuff. So I don't think it's all, like, all that deep. Thanks for the donation, though, Claymore. Nig R donated $2. Can react to this new Sv3rige video at normal speed. Definitely above average men's trust. Also, did you hear they're making a sequel to Happy Gilmore?
Hey, what's up?
I did not hear about that. Oh my god. He's making a video about Shizzy. Oh, cats. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is gonna be great. He's gonna talk about how the gym is gonna kill you and steroids, blah blah blah. And only losers work out. You know, winners like him just beg for money and watch child porn on that app that he uses, right? But we can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Nigar.
We're so happy to still see him on the old up and up lol. You know what's funny is that he's giving my brother and I the Master Roshi vibes. He's here to be a mentor for fellow vegan animal rights activists by giving us his wisdom and experience lol. So happy to see him.
I think he still lives in Detroit. At some point, I'll probably try to go visit him, maybe. Because it'd be... Like, he's the one who turned me vegan. So, I don't know if he'd be down, but it'd be cool to go visit him and just take him out for dinner or something. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dumb, low-standard bitch donated $2. Imagine being a second-class citizen as the second lady. Oh, yeah.
I think she's doing a great job as Second Lady of the United States, and I'm so proud to have her back by my side. And here's the thing, because
his wife is pretty.
The cameras are all on. Anything that I say, no matter how crazy, Usha has to smile and laugh. And
I have no idea why she'd end up getting with a fucking loser who, like, has sex with his couch. So weird, dude.
Celebrate it.
Where, like, did he meet her in India or something? It's such a weird relationship just because JD Vance is, like, so fucking stupid. The only way this makes sense to me is if he met her in India and, oh, like, rich, wealthy white guy. Or, like, again, she comes from a poor immigrant Indian family or something like that. Because, like, Yeah, why would she get with some like fat, ugly retard like JD Vance, you know? Like she's actually pretty. Like she could do better. Well, thanks for the donation, dumb low standard bitch.
Have you heard the rumors that Denzel is playing Magneto and Tom Cruise is playing Joe? I'm honestly pretty burnt out from superhero movies and movies in general. Everything nowadays all has the same visual overly cooked digital clean aesthetic.
How in the fuck could Denzel Washington be playing Magneto? Like at some point if they're going to have if they're going to keep making X-Men stories with some of these characters, they're going to have to make some adjustments with their background or history. Just because, like, again, like Magneto's tied to the Holocaust. So how are you going to have Magneto exist in a timeline, in a contemporary timeline, where it's like, you know, the year 2050, or, you know, or like 2100 or something, when the Holocaust happened so long ago? Like, you know, he's going to have to be like 200 years old. So at some point, these characters are going to have to change if they're going to exist in a contemporary state, like in the year we live in. So they're either going to have to like make some explanation for that, like because of Magneto's magnetism powers, he can like live forever, he doesn't really age or something, or he can reverse his aging. Or yeah, like at some point you're going to have to change the background for some of these characters. If they're doing like some alternate timeline version of Magneto, there's many different ways in which he could be black. Like, there's so many tribal genocides that occur in Africa. So, like, you know, Magneto could have maybe lived through the Rwandan genocide or something, and, like, that's his background. But, yeah, he obviously can't be fucking Jewish and in the Holocaust. It's a little weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Banger. These superhero movies are just horseshit. I can't watch them anymore.
Trump is so close to becoming this generation's Hitler.
I think Musk is closer to this generation's Hitler. Trump is more of a useful idiot, so he's more like, I don't know, Himmler or Goebbels or something. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. CDG donate $2, 2 large burritos, and a Italian pudding dessert. Lol, starving, and I'm bulking, so yeah. And that's pretty dope. I like burritos with avocado. Avocado burritos are dope. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
I tried to explain that to my friend, but he didn't get it. He said people voted for Trump because of the economy. I genuinely don't understand how anyone can fall for that BS. I get it if you are a xenophobe or whatever, but aside from that though?
Well, yeah. Again, the only way you could logically vote for Trump is if you're a xenophobic racist who hates darkies and Project 2025 appeals to you. Like, that would make logical sense. So if you're like a far right-wing Nazi or something, oh, well, Trump is going to push the United States into a white ethno-nationalist Christian state. He's going to get rid of all the darkies. He has isolationist policies, so no darkies can get in. But if you're somebody who voted for Biden in the past, and then you say, oh, Biden didn't do so well with the economy, I'll vote Trump. Like, you're a genuine fucktard. Like these people are too stupid to be allowed to vote. Because anybody with any sense would have been able to figure out Joe Biden fixed the economy that Trump fucking ruined. Trump's the one who handled COVID terribly. He didn't stop immigration soon enough. He didn't institute a lot of these policies that could have stopped the spread of COVID. And then when it was too late, he shut down a bunch of businesses. He also made negotiations with oil producers to reduce the supply, which massively increased gas prices. Then when Joe Biden took office, he was still dealing with all those problems. And then these idiots blamed Biden for that when it was Trump-era policies that fucking crashed the economy. And again, all these expert economists warned if Trump gets elected, we're probably going to see a recession. If you looked into any of Trump's economic policies that he's planning, like, these people are just too stupid to be allowed to vote. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
What, he watches child porn? How the fuck is he not in jail yet?
I can't confirm with 100% certainty that he watches child porn, but he's made video after video after video talking about how he's in support of child porn. He doesn't see any issue with child pornography. He's also promoted incest, where parents should have sex with their underage children. His ex-girlfriend Luna has also come out and spoken about how one of his idols is a known child predator. He also idolizes serial killers like Richard Ramirez, Night Stalker. And he uses an app that is well known for child porn, Telegram. So, in all likelihood, this guy is watching child porn on Telegram. I can't confirm that because I don't have access to his phone or anything, but in all likelihood, he watches child porn. And yeah, it's crazy that to this day, he still is a free man. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Trump's alright, he's just a silly cunt. I mean, do you really think he's gonna be a dictator for life? Wouldn't there be a civil war if he tried that? What in the rape is Project 2025 anyway?
He's probably going to try to run for a third term. The Supreme Court is going to stop him. There's no way the Supreme Court's going to allow it. So I don't think you'd have to worry about like a civil war. But there's enough people in government that don't like him enough that will just stop him from doing some of these things. And the idea that Americans would fight a civil war, like, worst case scenario, if Trump does end up getting elected for a third term, the Supreme Court allows it, you know, this and that, you would just see civil disobedience, not a civil war. So people just aren't going to listen to him and be like, go fuck yourself. So he he would just be a leader of nothing, and life would probably resume as normal soon after. But just look into Project 2025. It's basically a plan to create a white Christian ethno-nationalist state. That's the fundamental plan. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps.
Vance pisses me off.
Vance pisses just about everybody off because he's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps. Even Richard Spencer hates JD Vance.
Slash backslash 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 666 666 666 777 777 777.
Let me see. Yeah, that's 7 p.m. EST, right? I might have a debate with a full-fledged retard on Sunday. Let me see, Booty come.
Fuck, man. Optimus, what the fuck do you want now?
I'm sorry, Sam, but we have discovered something that could shatter the entire fabric of space-time. It's about Ash Ketchum. We think we have found who his father really is. The gentle smile, hair, and kind eyes. This explains why Ash's dad is never around, and why Ash doesn't age. It's evident that his father is none other than a Saiyan named Goku. This man could be a great ally.
You're full of shit, you know that, right?
It's gears, Sam. Full of gears.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. CDG donate $2. Racist people are retarded. I love all women. Every race is hot. Variety is the spice of life. There are some fine-ass white bitches, Asian bitches, African bitches, Indian bitches. There's fine-ass bitches all over the place. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donate $2. Sv3rige is a hypocrite because back in the day he was sort of muscular, obviously not like impressive or anything, but he obviously worked out for muscle gains, at least back then. Well, he stopped training because he wasn't particularly big and strong, while claiming his diet made him build more muscle and everything than vegans, but every vegan fitness YouTuber was bigger and stronger than him. So he was getting called out by his own audience for this. And then he just ended up coming up with a cope excuse. Oh, well, exercise is bad for you. I'm not exercising anymore. All these people who work out, they're all killing themselves, and it's fake muscle, and they're on steroids. So that's why he's doing this. It's just some like narcissistic ego thing where he couldn't handle being inferior to other people. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Okay, the fact that he promotes child porn and uses an APA that's known for that is proof enough he should be in jail.
Yeah, hopefully when he does eventually get arrested, they look through his phone and find child porn, and then he's just locked away for life. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Let's just hope that Project 2025 does not come, though.
We can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Watch the news.
A lot of his actions have just been disruptive and creating chaos.
I don't think anyone would have voted for him if they expected to see what we're seeing now.
I was voting for him based off of the economy the first time around, and I'm seeing a significant decline.
It's very scary.
Only one voter in that focus group, though, said that she would pick Kamala Harris if she were to do it all over again. Let's talk about this with veteran pollster and community.
Yeah, these people are just stupid. CDG Donate Tellers, remember his original video where he literally had raw rotting meat in a jar and ate it, and some were fermented for weeks or longer? No, he was eating rotten meat in a jar that was in there for months. I think he had like a piece of chicken that was in a jar for like a year and a half. That was the craziest shit I've ever seen, and he wouldn't just eat a tiny bite, he would eat mouthfuls of white slime. Yeah, I know. That guy is fucking unhinged. It's a miracle he's not
Comparing
dead.
Trump to Hitler is a bit much. Trump is just a silly cunt. I would have voted for him for the sake of Israel. Kamala hates Israel almost as much as Keir Starmer. Leftists always side with jihadists. Hitler loved the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem.
Well, Trump is, in all likelihood, a Russian spy. Again, his codename is Kreznov. And there's very good evidence to suggest that that former KGB, member is right about that. And he's not just bullshitting. So he's a spy for a fascist totalitarian regime. So, like, comparing him to Hitler is an apt comparison. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps, and thanks for the donation, CDG.
Communication strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, you said a moment ago as we were watching that soundbite that focus group was too small. They need a larger sample to get a range of opinions. I do wonder, from folks that you've heard from, are they expressing a similar remorse, folks that supported President Trump?
It's more like disappointment. And they love his agenda. And they really love his action. They want stuff to change here. And by the way, I know that you don't want me to use a four-letter word, so I'm going to be careful. But they are determined to see action. And so they appreciate that. But they don't like the language. They don't like the approach. The execution is what's failing him. And in the end, the public will respond to what they see as the actual change. But over the next few months, if his language continues to be off, and that of Elon Musk as well, it's going to hurt him in the polls.
When you say their language is off, what do you mean?
If you are taking down the size of government, you do so out of disappointment, out of regret, that it's not delivering the accountability, the responsibility. We're trying to make government more efficient, more effective. That's not the language he's using.
Cruelty is what we're hearing in some cases.
That's how the voters are responding to it. And it's because it looks like he's doing so out of glee, out of excitement, rather than out of a solemn sense that we have to do better. I want to emphasize, because I'm going to get this right, they support the agenda. They support the efforts. They don't like how it's being done.
I do wonder, there's a new CNN poll released today. It shows a majority, 59%, do not approve of how the president is handling U.S.-Russia relations. This was before Vladimir Putin's lukewarm response to the proposed ceasefire with Ukraine. This was also before he essentially rejected that plan altogether. When you break it down by party, Does it go as you expect with Republicans supporting the president? What does it tell you?
So again, it's all about nuance. The public support for military action in Ukraine, where the tax dollars are going towards it, has dropped considerably since Trump turned against Ukraine. That said, they still see Vladimir Putin as the enemy. They see him as the reason why this is happening. They don't want pressure put on Ukraine. They want to put on Putin. But they don't want American dollars being spent. And this is why this is such a hard administration to analyze.
Yes. Do you want government services? Yeah. Do you want to pay taxes for those government services? No. So you want lower taxes? Yes. So you want to reduce government services? No. This is just how Americans think. They're just stupid.
Because you can take both sides of the case. You can say that he's succeeding, you can say that he's failing, and you're going to be correct. But you have to do both sides. It's the only way that you're being honest with the American people.
That's why we have you here, because you can sort of parse that. I do want to talk about...
Yeah, Americans are just dumb.
Some of you guys have been asking me to review a video by this guy called Shizzy and Sam, or it's two guys maybe, I don't know this channel. The video is called 2 Days, the Life of a Bodybuilder. I guess that he meant 2 days in the life of a bodybuilder. I don't know.
He is drinking coffee. Coffee is poison and it damages brain cells. He's gonna say it.
Great news. VG Colombo University has expelled some pro-Palestine protesters. Also just look at the tweet from the gay moron literally right up of it.
Columbia University says it's expelled or suspended or revoked degrees from some students who seized a building during good. All of this, mind you, in service of an apartheid death machine. There are really no words. Make Columbia's reputation ever. Yeah, right. Who's this worthless dipshit? Oh, yes. Right. Of course. Yeah, it would be somebody like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Don't you ever wonder why Bernie Sanders loves Hamas? It's because he's a socialist like Hitler. I will never go vegan, you cannot get enough protein, watches Gary Yarovsky once. The Nazis couldn't possibly be socialist, watches Tick History once.
The Nazis weren't socialist, you fucking retard. Thanks for the donation.
Is that black toxic seed water or what? AKA coffee?
Yeah, there we go. He said it.
Tastes way better with cinnamon, you're right. It does taste better with cinnamon.
Yeah, caffeine used to give me hallucinations. I might have just had some like weird sensitivity to it years ago, but I don't have that anymore.
I'll say hi to YouTube. It's a day in the life. What? It's a day in the life of my life. So usually I wake up and we're both competing for who makes the coffee in the morning.
I'll give you the first cup. That is like...
Yeah. Yeah.
What is mom?
That is true.
I guess that he lives together with his mother. Nothing wrong with that. That's alright. That's better than how most people live today. Still, both, of course, slaves to the system drinking their seed water. He sounds...
Don't know if I played Dishonored 2. I tried playing one of the Dishonored games, and it was super boring. It might have been just the first one.
Exhausted already, just because of his voice alone, I can tell.
True. That's love.
It is.
Protein and princess.
What? Protein and princess? Is that what he calls the cats? No children? Probably because he's infertile from his lifestyle. Just 2 cats. Yeah, loser life.
Just casually chilling.
Yeah, exactly, they chill. Because that's what all animals do, except for brainwashed humans who go to the gym. It's a gym channel, as far as I could see.
Yes, because cats never run around and play and get exercise.
Good morning.
Oh my god, man. Can you be any slower and more lethargic? Good morning. Camera just against the couch and the ground. Come on. Fucking do something. Fuck.
This is coming from an unemployed jackass who spends all day watching porn.
Блядь, kurva. What is this, man?
Oh my god, those are really nice kitties. Oh, they're so pretty.
What the fuck is wrong with this video? Nobody fucking wants to see you scratching the heads of Protein and Princess. I mean, look at how the cat looks at him. They even think that there's...
CDG donate $2. Logic of Sv3rige. You drink coffee, you must be infertile, faggot, loser, deadbeat, idiot, piece of shit. Ironically, Sv3rige talks slowly most of the time with little emotion when he talks. Yeah. Sv3rige is a narcissist, so every accusation or criticism is a confession. So, yeah, basically everything he complains about, you know, other people of doing, he does himself. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
So, about a...
Is it gonna play the stupid thing?
BTW Target Guy has a YouTube channel.
Week ago, the official Twitter account for the State of Israel, @Israel, which, by the way, the fact that a country has its own social media platforms to speak on behalf of that country is bizarre to me. You know,
Not sure if you're aware of this, but every country has their own social media platforms, dumbass. CDG donate $2. He's the epitome of calling the kettle black, and he's also ironically eating the most toxic diet known to man. He eats rotten fermented raw meat. Yeah. He's not very smart. He, like his parents, should have been in a eugenics program. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. CDG donated $2. Also, he finds anything to criticize. What's wrong with showing cats in his vlog? And if he just woke up, maybe he's a little tired. What the fuck? I'd like to see Sv3rige when he wakes up, lol. He doesn't even do anything. Like, he gets money from rich crypto bros giving him tens of thousands of dollars. You can look at his crypto wallets. He's getting people donating like $50,000, $80,000, $100,000 to him in cryptocurrency. He does absolutely nothing all day, doesn't exercise, just sits at home, watches porn, and then he's like, oh my god, he's so boring, why don't you do something? Like, it's retarded. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
on the official Instagram account of the State of Israel, they have been going after specific celebrities who have stood in their...
This is so stupid. Every country does this. They all have social media platforms that they post on.
Support for Palestine over the last month, including a series of Instagram stories posted by @Israel about Gigi Hadid, which resulted in Gigi Hadid's phone number getting leaked and her getting like hundreds and hundreds of death threats, which she ended up sharing a while later. And I thought the whole thing is just so bizarre, because what does the social media manager of the State of Israel expect from Gigi Hadid, who is a Palestinian woman? But anyway, the official...
So we can expect Palestinians to want to kill Jews. That's what he's saying. Oh, what do you expect? Yeah, Palestinians want to kill Jews.
Twitter account for the State of Israel, @Israel, posted 2 photos earlier this week with the caption, "The first ever pride flag raised in Gaza." And I'm going to describe to you the 2 photos. So the first one is an IDF soldier. IDF is the Israeli Defense Force. It's the Israeli military. It's a male white IDF soldier standing in front of this huge tank.
How does he know this person's white? Like, you realize, like, most Israelis have some Arab ancestry, right? Like, I don't know what he means by white male. Like, there's so many Arabs, by the way, that have very light skin. Even though, again, they totally Arab background. Prophet Muhammad, there's no, like, photographs of when, like, there's no photographs of him, so nobody knows what he really looked like. But, he was well known for having very, very fair skin. People described him as, like, being almost white.
And holding what is both an Israeli flag and a pride flag. And then the other photo is this same soldier standing in what is presumably Gazan rubble after an airstrike that Israel administered onto Gaza, holding a rainbow pride flag that is written on in black marker and says, "In the name of love." These two images circulated the internet really quickly with an intense response. The kind of Zionist social media activist Eve Barlow posted them on her Instagram with the caption, "For the first time in history, pride flags flew in Gaza today. The IDF is bringing democracy to the Palestinian people. My condolences to all the queers for free Palestine. You're losing." Over the last month, like so many people, I've had a lot of really strong emotions about everything that's happening in Gaza. And the emotional reaction that these images of...
Yes, a white male that lives in the United States who's gay really cares about Gaza. Uh-huh. What an idiot. Yeah, buddy, why don't you go to Gaza? See how long you last. People there would fucking execute you for being gay. This person's just a fucking clown. CDG donate tellers, yeah, Jews are Middle Eastern, not European. Also, I doubt Jews or Palestinians like gays, lol. I'm sure they would discriminate. Gays, trans people, they have legal status in Israel where they have the same rights as any other citizen. So people from Palestine, both the West Bank and Gaza, can actually get refugee status in Israel if they're targeted for being gay. There was actually a guy who was from the West Bank, immigrated to Israel, got refugee status because people in the West Bank were trying to kill him for being gay. He lived in Israel for, I think, 10 years. And then because the dude's an idiot, he wanted to visit his family in the West Bank. I think it only took 3 days of him being in the West Bank to be murdered for being gay. So I don't know where you're getting that idea that Jews don't like gays. They have legal status. They're not murdered, in Israel. And gay Palestinians get refugee status in Israel because they're targeted for extermination. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Bro, you went to a pro-Palestinian protest and you commented how you were surprised that there were lots of communists. All I see is socialists hating Jews and Israel. You don't understand National Socialism, it's the biggest cover-up by the USSR.
Communism and socialism are two different things, and a lot of the big communist leaders, like Marx, Lenin, they were Jewish. So a lot of Nazis actually use that as justification to hate Jews, because Jews created communism, and they have this whole other conspiracy theory where Jews used communism to exterminate Christians. So it's a little weird that you'd have communists hate Jews, sort of. A lot of modern communists, though, they probably associate Jews with capitalism because a lot of Jews are like bankers and stuff. but like all these people are just insane retards. Thanks for the donation, Late Lentil Jones. CDG donated $2, sure, but I meant socially, I doubt they would be accepted. I know a Jewish girl, she's super anti-gay and racist. Okay, you can find racist, anti-gay people in any society. In Israel, there's gay, like they have gay pride there. They celebrate Gay Pride Month. So the idea that Israel is vehemently anti-gay and it's not socially acceptable, like why exactly do they have gay pride parades and marches? Why do they celebrate Gay Pride Month like in the US or Canada if they hate gays so much? So no, you're just wrong. That's just an anecdote. Obviously it's better that it's at least legal, because in Palestine it would be the death penalty. Well, you're just wrong. Like in Canada, there's plenty of fucking bigoted gay haters, but again, gays have legal status here. They're protected under the law. There's Gay Pride Month. Just because you can find some bigots, that doesn't mean society as a whole doesn't like gay people. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Ben Boy donated $2, not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but why does it seem like you're the only person who has life figured out? Everyone else seems to have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, especially in regards to existentialism and purpose of living. Well, everyone is living under a fucking delusion. And there's a weird, there's actually a study on this. It's really interesting. People, yeah, let me see. Religious people think God looks like them. Yeah. What does God look like? Look in the mirror. For the religious, looking to the heavens is much like looking in the mirror, according to a new study. Researchers have found that Americans imagine a God that resembles themselves, a visage that can vary dramatically depending on one's race and politics. In the first step of the study, 511 U.S. Christians each viewed 300 pairs of slightly different human faces and selected which one better represented God. Scientists then generated an average face for each participant demographic, as opposed to the old, wrathful deity of the Old Testament. The overall average face above left looked young and loving, as rated by a separate group of volunteers, than the average of the chosen faces above right, according to a paper. Political affiliation played a big role in which faces were judged most accurate. Conservatives tended to envisage God as more masculine, powerful, white, whereas liberals pictured more loving God with darker skin. People are also egocentric in their depictions. Volunteers who were older, more attractive, and black saw God as older, more attractive, more black, respectively, and male gods still seem to dominate the popular consciousness. Both men and women overwhelmingly viewed God as a man. So, there's this probably isn't a social phenomenon. This is very likely a biological phenomenon where, for whatever reason, there's like a survival advantage when it comes to like belief in God or a higher power, like some sort of deity watching over you, giving your life some sense of purpose. There's probably some kind of biological mechanism inside of us that is prone to thinking there's some kind of, I don't know, being or God watching over us, and like we're very important. So people are prone to thinking their actions matter, and that yeah, there's like some ultimate end to certain things. It may promote like some pro-social behaviors that give a survival advantage. It may promote like certain actions like reproduction that again give survival advantages. And there's also some interesting research on like severe diseases or like really serious accidents where believing you're going to survive gives you a higher rate of survival. So if you get shot, or let's say you're like engaged in tribal warfare, you get like stabbed with a spear or something and you're bleeding out, people who accept death and they're like, I'm going to die now, they're more likely to die compared to those, oh, I know the God of War is going to save me. I'm his chosen one. Or I know Jesus is going to save me. I'm going to pull through this. They're more likely to survive than those who just are like, well, I'm dead now. There was also a really interesting study on people who are in like really dire circumstances. So like people who were starving to death in the Holocaust, people who got really severe battle wounds or were POWs, where there's a lot of anecdotal reports of people saying, I can't go on anymore. Like, this is it. And they die shortly after. So there's probably some kind of survival advantage in some of these beliefs, and human beings are prone to these sort of delusional beliefs that there's like some ultimate purpose, I'm the chosen one, God's looking after me, there's some ultimate end to all of this. And human beings are kind of prone to that sort of delusion of, oh, there's going to be like an afterlife afterwards and all this crap. And I mean, when you bring the subject up to people that there's no meaning, life is a complete fucking joke, it makes no difference if we live or die. Either like you see one or two things happen, either like assuming they accept it, either they get insanely depressed and like kill themselves or something, or they say nothing matters, yay. So yeah, I think there's just some people who, I don't know, there's just some innate human need in a lot of people for their life to have meaning or something. And they need some of these stupid delusions where, oh, there's like some ultimate end where I'm gonna live in a happy place after. And there's like just a very small percentage of people who are like, yeah, nothing matters, and all we're doing is trying to find ways to entertain ourselves until we just fucking die. And no matter what we do, it's all pointless, whatever. But again, when you really think about it, a life with or without God, or a universe with or without God, it's equally meaningless. Like, what does it matter if you live forever in ultimate paradise? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, some circumstances may be more preferable to you, but again, it doesn't mean it matters. So, yeah, I think people are just prone to stupid delusional beliefs, and, like, that's all there really is to it. I think it's a genetic, like, biological thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. CDG donate $2. Okay, thanks for informing me. Alright, well, what was that in reference to? Okay, oh yeah, the Jewish thing. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
BTW, that gay guy is a Jew, he says so on his profile, so why the fuck does he support Hamas, an organization that wants to exterminate them?
There's a lot of self-hating Jews. There's also a lot of self-hating black people. Like, look at Jesse Lee Peterson. So a lot of ethnic minority groups, they end up being influenced by a lot of racist horseshit they end up seeing, and some of them deal with that in very weird ways by adopting those racist beliefs and trying to disown like their own heritage. Like, oh, I'm not one of those Jews. Oh, I'm not one of those black people. I'm actually against that. I'm one of the good ones. And he may be, who knows, he could just be entirely lying about being Jewish. I've seen that before, and they try to use that to promote anti-Jewish hatred. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Jasmine entitled Burgess donated $2. Let me see.
Go.
I wouldn't let a dog put their nuts on my face. I think she's getting something out of that. I don't want to see a monkey masturbating. Yeah, no thanks. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sv3rige donated $2. Let me see. Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Viktor E. Frankl. Well, there are ways of taking that away. You can only make a choice when you're aware of the choice, right? So all of these stupid-ass religions like Christianity, Islam, they do take away some of these choices. And you can be brainwashed into thinking, like, this is the way I have to feel about something. You know, this is the way I have to do things. So if you're not aware of a philosophy like Stoicism, where you do have control over your own thoughts, emotions, how you view things, then that choice can certainly be taken away. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
I just wish you would open your mind. I know it seems ridiculous. Where do you get your history from anyway? For me, the fact that the Nazis were socialist has never been more clear. Especially with the AI translated speeches available today. Ever debate?
Well, I don't just rely on one single stupid source. I know there's some idiot historians that may have an opinion on these things, but Hitler was not socialist. So the only reason the Nazi Party called themselves the Socialist Party is because it was an entirely cynical decision to appeal to what was seen as politically popular at the time. That's it. They made a lot of those decisions. Like, one of the reasons why Hitler said he was vegetarian when he wasn't was because, again, it was just a cynical decision to make himself seem more peace-loving, trustful, because he was a terrorist. He was arrested for fucking terrorism, and he was facing the death penalty at one point. So the Nazis just called themselves socialists for no other reason than because they thought it was a popular political position at the time that would make them more likely to get votes. Some of their policies were pseudo-socialist, kind of. So, you know, like making companies like Volkswagen price controlling certain things. It's like sort of pseudo-socialist, but they also eliminated all opposing political parties, including the Democratic Socialist Party. They didn't allow technically private ownership. They made it explicitly clear that the state owns all property. That is antithetical to socialism because, again, the idea behind socialism is that workers own the means to their production. Under Nazism, you don't have that. So the state technically owns everything, and any kind of private property that you own, it's kind of being lent to you on a privilege basis. They also got rid of workers' unions, which again seems antithetical to the idea of socialism because like, again, if workers are supposed to own the means to their production and they're using workers' unions to kind of give them that extra leverage over the means of their production, that seems antithetical to me. He also absolutely fucking hated communists, like, just vehemently. Communism is not quite the same thing as socialism, but he lumped in communists with Jews and everything. And again, if you look at the totality of his political beliefs, he was very clearly fucking right-wing. He just wanted to make a right-wing totalitarian regime where he was the unquestioned ruler of the world. He didn't really care about any socialist ideals. Some of their policies were adjacent to socialism because he knew it gave them political popularity, but he only really cared about just getting, like, him and his political party unquestioned power. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps. CDG donate $2. That guy was in the Holocaust, and he's referring to that. Oh, I see. Well, thanks for the donation, CDG. Ben Boy donated $2. I mostly agree, but to play devil's advocate, wouldn't believing in a religion also be a disadvantage for survival because you would be more likely to blow yourself up to get to paradise instead of embracing this life as the only one you're gonna get? Well, again, there are many religions that have come and gone. So there was that like death cult where they were planning on committing mass suicide when a meteor shower came because they thought that if they died at that time, their souls would be attached to that meteor shower and they'd go to some like happy paradise land. So there are certainly some religions that have a net survival disadvantage and they're all gone. But it's on net balance, right? So there may be disadvantages to certain things, but on the net, it may be overall advantageous. So if you're willing to convince like dumb, retarded, like 15 to 20-year-old men who are broke losers who can't get a wife, that if they sacrifice themselves in the name of Islam, they're going to get paradise in heaven, that might kill them, but they were never going to get a wife in the first place. They were never going to reproduce in the first place because they're dumb, idiot, ugly, broke losers. And you can use them to spread the faith, and once you spread the faith, that might actually prevent more violence in the long run because during this time period, everyone was living in a tribal society where only members of your tribe would be treated humanely. Islam expanded the tribal identity to not only members of your tribe, so people who are ethnically linked to you within a certain geographical region. Now it's anybody who's a member of Islam. So convincing a bunch of idiots to throw their lives away who probably wouldn't really be reproductively successful to begin with, to spread Islam, convert a bunch of people to Islam, which would later prevent larger tribal genocides later, that might end up being a survival advantage on the net, even though some members of that cult would have a survival disadvantage. But as a whole, it allows more people to survive. So it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to provide a, like, even a minor survival advantage, like, in order to propagate and survive. So that's how most evolutionary adaptations work. Any evolutionary, like almost any evolutionary adaptation, it comes with some disadvantages. Like peacocks, male peacocks having like really big feathers It makes them more likely to get captured by like predatory species like tigers, but for whatever reason, it seems to also confer a survival advantage. Thus, male peacocks have huge feathers. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Dodo donated $2. Does Gummy ever throw up? He has not ever thrown up. Not once. Does he smell bad after licking himself, and does his breath smell bad? No. He's a good-smelling cat, and he has not thrown up ever yet. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There's something wrong with him.
Damn, man, this coffee is strong.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what the slaves always do. Add some kind of milk or something else. Not? What is that? To the seed water because it's toxic. It tastes bad. The more you can taste it, the worse it is. Then don't drink that kind of stuff at all. What is this?
Well, it's like
Too strong. Come here, because you got the first name before the dog.
yeah, before it was all filtered through. Yeah.
You smell that?
The jet flax. Well, that's enough cream, dog.
I have water. Actually,
What's yours?
you probably take a sip of that one. That's too hot.
What? They microwave the coffee? What?
No, I don't think Shizzy is a lifetime natty. He's probably being on gear at some point.
What is going on here?
America pie. So this is what I got in the word this morning. It says, "For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. In a little wrath I hid my face from you for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on you, saith the Lord your Redeemer." I feel
Okay, so he's a retard.
this a lot because, I don't know, God just really brought me here. This is Isaiah 54,
Wow, he even reads the Bible or what? It's over, that's it.
7 and 8, but I definitely have feel like forsaken, forgotten.
Oh my god, it's all the seeds. He drinks seed water and then he eats seeds afterwards, some kind of American pie. That's why you're delusional. If you would start eating organs, you would start living in reality. Stop reading man-made symbols.
Sadie, N-word donated $2. Let me see. This is not yet our official position, and it is not an option we ever took into account, but history always unfolds in an unexpected manner, so perhaps we should seriously start to contemplate the possibility of Canada joining the European Union. How about no? Dude, Canada is already cucked enough as it is. Canada joining the European Union would be so bad socially. Like, we already have the Liberal Party trying to ban guns for absolutely no reason. The only reason they're doing it is because it's not for ideological reasons. It's because they think it will help them get votes. They're not actually ideologically opposed to firearms. They just think it will get them more votes. If we join the European Union, that's likely going to cause an effect where, oh yeah, a lot of these European countries, they have these stupid-ass firearms restrictions, and then, like, it's only going to become more of a political issue in Canada. Secondly, the EU's immigration policies are absolutely fucking retarded. And again, depending on what the terms of the agreement would be with us joining the European Union, my God, the amount of actual fucking terrorists that would be allowed to get into Canada. So if Canada is part of the European Union, that means there would be free travel. You don't even need a visa or a passport in order to get into Canada if you're in the European Union. So all of these crazy, insane, whack job fucking refugees coming from like Afghanistan, Syria, that are committing terror attacks in Europe and are trying to create these Muslim communities, trying to impose Sharia law and give money to terrorism and shit, they're all going to end up coming here. So yeah, no, fuck you. Don't join the European Union. It's fine if they're a trading partner. We can sell them oil and gas and they can give us their money and shit, but go fuck yourself. We don't want your stupid ass horse shit here. Literally any list of anything that is good in life always has these countries on top. Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Switzerland, Canada, Netherlands. Australia is a fucking shithole. New Zealand's pretty okay. Austria is becoming a shithole. Belgium is Germany's a shithole. UK is a shithole. Spain's a shithole. France is a shithole. Italy's all right. Japan, shithole. US, shithole. South Korea. They eat dogs there and they're kind of cucked. Chechnya. Or Czechia, no. UAE, no. Suck ass. Brazil, suck ass. Argentina, suck ass. Mexico, suck ass. Turkey, suck ass. China, suck ass. Australia is not the best country for raising kids. They're, like, the biggest issue Australia has right now is just insane, ridiculous corporate corruption, and prices, especially on housing, are getting out of control. The new generation of kids growing up in Australia are all going to be broke because they won't be able to afford anything. Easy European victory. Yeah. He is just eating up everything the Russians are telling him. No surprises there. A vain wannabe mob boss entertainer meets hardened KGB agents in diplomacy. Who do you expect is going to be played here? Yeah. Think the show's unequivocally that he's not reading his intelligence briefings. Well, he can't read. We know he can't read. We had very good and productive discussions with President Vladimir Putin of Russia yesterday, and there's a very good chance that this horrible bloody war can finally come to an end. But at this very moment, thousands of Ukrainian troops are completely surrounded by the Russian military in a very bad and vulnerable position. I have strongly requested to President Putin that their lives be spared. This would be a horrible massacre. Oh my God. The art of the deal. Yeah, right. Oh my God, this guy is just... I think the average across the whole war is 4-1 attritional losses for Russia. So for every Ukrainian they kill, they lose at least 4 Russians. And if you look at certain regions and certain assaults, some of those attritional losses are like 20-1. So, Ukraine is in such a vulnerable position. Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath. Like, yeah, he's not reading his intelligence briefings. Like, that is just so insane. How is this guy president? My God. Like again, only Americans could vote for a retard who can't fucking read. Doesn't read intelligence briefings. Like, by the way, the guy is clearly a Russian asset. America voted for a Russian spy president who can't fucking read, is selling out his own country to a fascist dictator, and is an absolute fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Ben Boy donated $2. How did you learn all this stuff without going to college? I just read in my spare time. College is mostly a fucking scam. You do not need to go to college to learn anything. Most college courses are a complete and utter waste of time, and they're designed to just make you spend money and get in debt. It's only STEM that's really worth doing. So get into like engineering, but yeah, everything else is just a waste of time. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Did you know that you can add your leftover coffee grounds to your cookie dough? One of the things I look forward to every day is that morning cup of freshly brewed coffee. But did you know that you don't have to waste the coffee grounds? Just mix them together with brown and golden sugar, olive oil, hazelnut milk, miso, and vanilla extract. Then make your cookie dough by combining flour, baking soda, and salt and folding in the coffee grounds mixture. Now just add some chopped dark chocolate and refrigerate the dough until you can shape it into balls like this. Place them on a tray and bake them until the edges are just crispy for chewy chocolate chip cookies with a subtle coffee flavor. There you go, homemade cookies made with leftover coffee ground.
That might be good. I don't really eat cookies anymore, though. Oh, you know what's funny, by the way? South Africa is becoming an absolute shithole. The government's entirely corrupt, and they're probably going to have a complete collapse. Especially since there's these racist fascist parties that are talking about killing all white people in South Africa. South African whites, the Afrikaners, they're making their own communities where they're basically making their own police force, their own education system, their own public utilities, and they have their own university. And guess what? There are no humanities courses at their university. It's only STEM. The only thing they're teaching is sciences, engineering, healthcare. That's it. So that should speak volumes to how useful these humanities courses are. They're completely and utterly worthless. Like at least in that context, like I'm not going to say history is, not worth learning about, but yeah, all this bullshit, psychology, women's studies, nonsense like that. The only thing you should go to school for is sciences, engineering. Otherwise, you can learn all this fucking shit on your spare time, and you're not making any money learning any of these humanities. Psychology, you're going to be broke. History, you're going to be broke. Communications, you're going to be broke. Like, all these courses are going to be broke. Only sciences and engineering are going to make you any money.
Today, I stole a bitch meat eater's cute vegan girlfriend. You proud of me, bro?
I am very proud of you. And also Gum Gum is very proud of you. Gum Gum would give you some kitty kisses if he could. He's also very proud of you. Mwah, aren't you, Gum Gum? So that's pretty fucking base, dude. Thanks for the donation, NK. What in the fuck is that? Is that like a bread sandwich? Those look dope. That looks pretty dope.
Did you know that these Turkish meatballs are nowadays traditionally vegan? Çiğ köfte. When I traveled to Istanbul, I learned all about one of Turkey's most popular street foods. Traditionally, çiğ köfte were made with a mix of bulgur and raw meat, but this changed when the Health Ministry of Turkey banned the use of raw meat in 2008. Since then, vendors started using bulgur and walnuts instead, creating a naturally vegan version that has turned into an iconic street food. Packed with a ton of spices, fine brown bulgur, and fragrant ingredients like Turkish pepper paste and pomegranate molasses, çiğ köfte is an explosive flavor bomb that will set your taste buds on fire. The authentic way to prepare them is labor intensive and involves kneading them for around 1 hour in a dedicated çiğ köfte tray to achieve a tender texture that looks like this. But at home, most people just use a food processor instead. The full recipe for both methods is on my website. Now give them their iconic shape, serve them on a large tray, and follow for more traditional plant-based dishes from around the world.
I have no idea what that actually tastes like.
People in a shop, if you play French music, you sell twice as much French wine. If you play German music, sales of German wine go up. And yet most of the people leaving the shop haven't even noticed the music consciously. We think that wheatgrass must be good for us.
I don't know if that's even remotely true.
Because it tastes so bad, don't we? It's not a great experience to drink, but we kind of think, well, it must be doing something, because otherwise...
I like wheatgrass. Has a nice floral taste to it. I think he's just fat and doesn't like vegetables.
Otherwise, why would people drink it? You can produce fly spray that kills flies and also smells lovely. It smells of lavender. And the interesting thing is you can make it, not difficult scientifically to do, you can't sell it because no one believes in it. If people want to believe that something has medicinal effects, it has to taste a bit rank. Fighting into a Nurofen, that's about as bad as it gets, isn't it, okay? If you think about it, coffee, tea, alcohol aren't all that nice to kids. There's something going on there that's kind of interesting and weird.
Well, coffee does taste good when you add sugar to it. And some people do like bitter flavors.
People in a shop, if you...
I don't really agree with what
Here are
he's
my
saying.
top 5 traditionally vegan dishes that I discovered in 2024. At number 5 is the Indian uttapam, a savory pancake made from a fermented batter of rice and lentils. They are fluffy, incredibly delicious, and one of India's healthiest breakfasts. Number 4 is Spanish potaje de garbanzos. Toasting bread in some garlic oil and blending it with cooked veg is now my favorite hack to turn a stew into a creamy bowl of comfort. At number 3 is Sicily's bianco mangiare, a perfectly white pudding that is made from freshly squeezed almond milk and flavored with the aroma of lemon and cinnamon. On place number 2 there's mrajeb. These Algerian flatbreads are packed with a spicy onion and harissa filling and are incredibly addictive thanks to the soft semolina based dough. And finally, at number 1 is kuru fasulye, Turkey's national dish that I learned to make in Istanbul. The beans are slow cooked in a tomato and pepper paste broth until you end up with a satisfying fiery sauce. Follow for more recipes.
Most of those look pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And believing man-made writings.
And his face is far from me, but his word is truth. And it says, with everlasting kindness will I have mercy. So, my God is good. My God is always sufficient for me and my needs, bro. And this is how I start my mornings. This is the mornings.
Yeah, you know, I've talked about this before. I think there's probably a reason so many people are stupid. There's probably a survival advantage to have a small proportion of the population be very smart, and most people are idiots. Like, the smart people tell all the idiots what to do, and because there's like an aspect of stupidity that makes people more likely to be subservient, complacent, you know, shit like that, they're more likely to do what they're commanded to do, so then you end up having like more overall productivity rather than having like a society of all geniuses kind of arguing with one another and a lot of people not willing to do certain things. And this is probably why you see so many religions like this pop up. Like, a lot of people just know they're fucking stupid. They kind of know that they're, like, weak and retarded. So, again, like, the idea, oh, there's a God watching over me. He's going to give me, like, the strength and everything to get through this. Like, rather than just knowing, I'm fucking smart, I'm strong, I can get through this. So I think a lot of people are aware of how pathetic and stupid and weak they are, and then they just turn to religion as like some fucking comfort blanket cope. Bend over, donate $2, let me see. Oh.
Yeah!
That duck is pretty hungry. Oh. Wow. My goodness. The duck's grooming the cat. What the hell's that duck doing? Keeps pecking the cat. My goodness, that's a nice duck. Wonder if Gum Gum would like a duck. I remember I took Prismo down to the park a few times, and he was afraid of the geese. He didn't like big birds. They should not let their cat do that. That duck was clearly not having fun. He started hissing at the cat. That's not nice. They should not be doing that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Of a champion. Coffee in the Bible.
Coffee and the Bible. Oh my god, coffee and the Bible. Oh my god. It's over.
And princess.
No, I don't usually make like green smoothies. I usually just eat broccoli.
He forgot to mention the pie. Coffee, pie, and the Bible. That's princess. Where's protein? Nice hair. Oh,
this is coming from a guy who's bald, by the way, and has a hair system. He's literally wearing a wig. So I guess at least the guy has hair, huh?
And the tattoo also. Oh my god, man. This is this a comedy channel? I can't tell. He put the face of a lion on one side of his breast.
Is he getting laser tattoo removal? Yeah, I think he's getting his tattoo removed.
He put the face of a lion on.
That is a really shitty tattoo, oh my god. This is also a really shitty tattoo. What the fuck was he thinking?
One side of his breast. And what? Is that Batman on his neck?
Very swollen.
This day in the leg video is not going to have me working out. We're going to do a leg video tomorrow, right, babe?
Yes, we are.
So we'll do that. We'll get that leg day for you guys. Because legs has actually been one of my favorite muscles to train.
Boo Boo's Revenge.
I will find this son of a bitch and make him pay with a ceramic cast replica of VG's 12-inch dildo with rusty nails dipped in spicy jalapenos sauce. Justice for Boo Boo. In a video game, of course. Winky face.
Let me take a look.
A man charged with animal cruelty accused of dumping a severely injured cat in Orange County facing a judge.
And now we've learned there is a connection between that man and the cat's owner. Our Michelle Gili spoke with the emotional owner about what happened.
It's okay, Boo. It's okay.
Oh, poor kitty.
Boo Boo, the abused Orange County cat, and her owner reunited at the vet's office after a horrible week of worrying and waiting for answers.
Wednesday morning is when we were really worried, started looking for her everywhere, no sign of her, and...
This guy should face the death penalty. Like, anybody who'd do that to a cat, they should just die. Why even allow them to live?
Then I saw the post on Facebook about what had happened, and that was basically the way that I found out.
The post contained video of a man pulling up to a dumpster in Laguna Hills and emptying a trash bag with a cat inside. Mission Viejo Animal Services asked the public to help identify the person who dumped the disoriented cat, who was discovered severely injured with a broken jaw and hemorrhaged eyes. Olivia Chapman recognized the cat as Boo Boo and the suspect as a family friend who is their renter. Authorities arrested 58-year-old Joseph Harrison Parker for suspicion of animal cruelty.
I have never felt feelings like that in my life, and it broke.
Yeah, shoot these fuckers. Just give them the firing squad treatment. What a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Boo Boo's Revenge. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Looks like the duck wants that food more than the cat. Yeah, those ducks really like pecking. Oh. That's some good quacking. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's also good quacking. Oh. What is this duck doing? Yeah, you shouldn't let these animals do this to each other. I don't like that. It's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donate $2. When are we getting Jasmine X Rayleigh collab?
Storm, we hate to put the temp.
Yeah, I've seen her upload that horseshit. I've already made a whole video about her dumbass promoting, like, meat for cats and dogs and shit. She's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I just feel like I've been smacked. It's killing me.
Yeah. It's always deadly.
There it is.
Ooh.
Yeah, if you cook your ground meat this much, over 90% of the nutrients will be gone. Micro and most of the macronutrients also, as in the protein and the fat. So you're getting almost nothing out of it.
No, never played Knights of the Old Republic. I don't know if I'm gonna play the remake.
It's basically even pointless to eat it.
Banana split.
Right. That's right, baby. Banana beef split.
Let's go.
Come on.
Banana and cooked ground beef? What the fuck?
Let's get a little hot sauce on there. Guys, put you guys on. Oh, let me show the ketchup too.
Yeah.
This is Dave's favorite. Off. This is also the little mini junior version, the hot sauce. Really good.
The best. It's your breakfast.
What?
Dude, when Sv3rige is telling you your food looks disgusting and retarded, that says something. Like, this guy eats rotten meat from a jar, and he's like, what the fuck? You're mixing ground beef and bananas with hot sauce.
What? Bananas, ground meat? Is that rice mixed in there, or what is that? And hot sauce? What? I've never seen something like this in my life.
Let me see, man. It's really a science, bro. I'm being so for real right now. It's really a science.
These guys thinking phase.
Okay, so look, baby, come here. I got some.
Okay.
All right, look at this water. This is the consistency that you want with your cream rice. Yes, it is very soupy. Give it 3 to 5 minutes.
Cream and rice? Wow, it looks super disgusting. Is it just apples with... What? With rice? Where's the rice? What is that? Sugar water with apples or something?
Trust. It's gonna turn into heaven, bro. Like, just trust.
Whatever it is, seeing as you cook it so much, you're essentially just eating caramelized sugar. What is this? Is this supposed to be a joke? He can hardly even move his legs. Or did he put on so much weight on the machine that he cannot move it up? Then use less weight. Well, ideally don't even use this at all. You look dumb as fuck anyway, but seeing as you can't even extend your legs, it just looks totally stupid. Man, you look like a joke. Like, what the why doesn't somebody tell him that? Somebody at the gym should go up to him and tell him.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Wow, that's a nice duck.
Not like us. They not like.
Wow. Ducks really eat quickly. That's a nice duck. Oh, look at them. Oh my goodness. Wow. They're like little white bread loaves just bouncing around. Oh my goodness. Look at them waddling around. They're so cute. I love ducks. Oh. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, this is my Gum Gum. Yeah, I love you, little baby. Yeah, it's a good sweetie pie. I love you. It's a good baby. You're a good boy. Oh, little baby duckies. Wow, look at them. Oh my goodness. Those are little babies. Baby ducks are so good. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
This is the worst music I've ever heard in a workout video.
Sv3rige, in a rare instance, is actually making sense right now. Oh, dude, this is unbearable. I'm gonna have to skip.
We need a couple more of those, remember? We're not fucking done. No, this is it. Up.
Is that his girlfriend? Wow. She looks good.
Oh my god.
Yes, sir. 20 more. Let's go. Legs are juicy, though.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh my god.
Trying to get like 8 to 12 or 10.
You know those people from Philadelphia? What's the place called? I don't know what the place is called. It's like Skid Row in LA, but in Philadelphia, where they do all the drugs. She looks like she's from there. I don't mean that to offend her. That's not why I'm saying that. She just looks like a junkie, and he's a junkie, right? He's on drugs, right? I think. I haven't really seen his physique, but let's just assume so. If he's really into this so-called lifestyle. Huh. Interesting couple. They do fit together, that's for sure.
12, like hard reps. So if this doesn't feel heavy enough, I'm just gonna stop and just put add some more weights. I really don't want to waste my time or my energy.
When you get to the gym, you have to promise yourself that you are not going to go home a loser.
But you are a loser if you go to the gym. You go to the gym, you're a loser. You're surrounded by losers, and then you go back as a loser. Because all that you do is reduce your lifespan, create wrinkles, age your body, destroy your joints. He's probably gonna need a chiropractor pretty soon. And then what? Then you adapt your body to lifting metal up and down or pushing it with your legs. Yeah, cool. Then you have wobbling legs. Can't even run. Can't jump. Can't do anything that a natural human can do. How are you not a loser if you can't run? If you can't even move, really?
And you will fight to the death to maintain your promise to yourself.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god, that duck has an afro. Oh my goodness. They're friends. Oh my god. Oh. Well, that's nice. Oh, they're friends. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh. Little rabbit and duck friend. Oh. That's so nice. Oh, you're nice too, Gum Gum. I love you. That's nice. Oh. My goodness, they have a little slide. Oh, that's so nice. Look at that. They love playing on their slide. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donate $2. You should replay Little Nightmares or something. Directive 8020 is coming out in October this year, or play the Little Nightmares DLC. There's 3 of them that you never played. I asked you a while back, but you refused because you were gay. Little Nightmares 3 coming this year. Well, I played 1 and 2. Are there DLCs for those games? Maybe at some point, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
I would rather die.
That's actually perfectly said. Yeah, to death. Exactly.
Then acknowledge to myself that I'm that loser. I do not ever want to go home from the gym going, I'm a loser, I could have done better. There is nothing that I won't do. There's nothing that I won't do to avoid being a loser. And if you think you could have done more, you're a loser. That's where winning is.
Look, this is wait, let's see his face expression. This is what fun looks like. You know how everybody who goes to the gym and exercises, how they always say that it's so much fun and brings them joy. I like going to the gym, it's fun. This is it. Yeah, it looks like fun, yeah? Totally. It doesn't at all look like the opposite of fun. No. You just keep believing that. If you repeat it enough times, you will believe it. Then it works, yeah. Because you're severely delusional. You're basically mentally ill if you believe that the gym is fun. This was fun. This is so good. I love it. I love not being able to walk. I love breathing heavily. I love having tumors instead of muscles. I love having such a girlfriend.
Doucette. W Games.
$21st Savage donated $2. Fat jazz man looked decent back then. Honestly, people made fun of her too much when she didn't even look bad. It was deserved later on, but back then, not so much.
Pokemon? Oh yeah, she's...
Yeah, she was pretty. She's lost weight recently, but yeah, she was pretty. You still a dumb N-word for getting married to that fat bitch. Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Ooh.
That was crazy. Yeah.
A lot of water in the muscles to get you adapted to lifting metal, or in this case, pushing metal with your legs. Ooh, wow. What a joke. Oh my god.
Yeah, man. Other than that, it's pretty much just eating and just supplements for the rest of the day.
Wow, it's a nice kitty.
Shit, right, bro? Right, bro? Want to tell him anything?
The song that was playing in the background, if you can even call it a song, somebody was talking. He said that it's all about not going back home or getting out of the gym as a loser. But then he goes back home and is petting a cat. How can you be a bigger loser than that? You're the ultimate loser. You have no children, you go back and touch a cat. That's it. That's it. It's
this is coming from the guy who tried to kill his ex-girlfriend and child, by the way.
It's already over.
Hungry?
I've struggled with depression since I was 9. Not wanting to trauma dump, but bro, I wouldn't be alive without the gym. It gives me something I can control, something I can be passionate about, something I can see progress in when nothing else will.
Well, yeah. I think Sv3rige probably enjoyed training. Again, he just stopped enjoying it because he's a retard and people were making fun of him for being small and weak and shit. But exercise appears to be even more efficacious for treatment of depression than standard antidepressant medications like SSRIs. So exercise is very important for mental health. Thanks for the donation though, Death of Rabbit. Appreciate it.
You're always hungry, man. Dude is always hungry. Well, I love you guys.
You don't even love yourself. How can you love anybody? That's not even possible biologically.
And we know we'll be.
Dodo, donate $2. Is Jasmine still a Burgess? She never changed her name. Is her last name still Burgess? She never changed her name. Did she make you go dumpster diving for meat to feed Lucy, or was that all entirely her? I remember you said you thought about it and didn't like that. I think right. I never dumpster dived to find meat for Lucy. She is the one who bought that fucking meat. I almost broke up with her because of that horse shit. And she ended up just feeding her like an enzyme supplement or something, and then got her back on the vegan diet. But yeah, we probably would have just broken up then if that dog kept eating meat. Because that was driving me absolutely fucking insane, and we were having screaming matches about it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Ben donated $2. Let me see. Those are very nice ducks. I love ducks. Well, apparently that is the duck's water. That looks fucking adorable. Oh my goodness. That's a nice duck. Oh. Oh, little ducky. He's falling asleep in his pocket. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice duck. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Doing more of these, so I'll be seeing you guys soon. And I hope you guys have a great day or night. Whenever
I hope you have a great day someday. Maybe if you stop.
time you guys are watching this. I'll see you guys next time.
Shizzy seems like a fucking retard. Like, this dude is a fucking troglodyte. Like, dude, when Sv3rige can dunk on you, like, what the fuck are you eating? Why are you training like a retard? It's bad.
And, yeah, man, just hopefully.
I also hope that we will see you next time, man, but your days may be numbered for channel. The whole channel seems to be like this. I only skipped over it quickly, but that's what it looks like. I still don't understand if the channel is about two guys or this one guy or what. Whatever. I don't think that anything really on this channel makes much sense, or in this video, or what the guy says. I don't think that he's even really mentally there. Considering that he wakes up eating a pie, drinking coffee, seed water, and reading the Bible, obviously calling him lost would be a compliment. He's way beyond. Speculate, who knows? Watching videos.
Skip through some of this tard's videos. Dodo Nightellers, what were you telling Jasmine when she wanted to feed Lucy meat? And what was she saying that it was necessary for her health, or that she didn't know what else to do? And did you know all along it was just an enzyme she needed? Jasmine was being stubborn. No, we found that out later. So for one thing, I never wanted to adopt that dog. and it was the stupidest fucking situation imaginable. She ended up having some friend who lived near Belgium. She might have been from Romania. And I thought the whole situation sounded really sketchy because it was like a purebred dog, but then she said, like the person we got her from, she said she kept giving like different answers as to where the dog came from. So I was saying, this is a dog breeder. Like, don't get this dog. And then Jasmine said, oh, well, she's not charging us, so she couldn't possibly be a dog breeder. And I said, yeah, but it's a purebred dog, and she keeps giving you, like, different answers where it fucking came from. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. So we ended up getting Lucy for free technically, but we had to pay for her to get flown out to us when we moved to Toronto. And that was really expensive. It was like $1,200 or something for the plane flight. So even though we didn't pay her any money for the dog, it was like $1,200 for the plane flight. I'm like, why in the fuck are we spending that kind of money for the dog? And then she's like, oh, but I always wanted a dog and da-da-da, and we're helping her, and she can't find another person to adopt. And then I was like, fine. So then we find out later that this woman was in fact a dog breeder, and the only reason she gave the dog away is because she had serious fucking health problems, and she was losing money dealing with that dog's health problems, so she just dumped it on us. So then we ended up having to spend thousands of dollars on fucking vet bills to keep the fucking dog alive, and again, because Jasmine doesn't work, oh, well, I guess you're gonna have to spend the money now, Richard, right? You throw all your fucking money away on some fucking dog you never wanted that I, like, fucking manipulated you into getting. And then on top of that, kept having health issues, diarrhea, vomiting, we didn't know why. And then Jasmine ended up ordering meat from some, it was like gizzards and like stomachs and shit. Like she didn't buy meat from a store, but it was from like it was like meat that you can't sell to humans, basically. And we had the whole entire freezer filled with meat, and I was so fucking pissed. I was like, so I was having screaming matches with her on a daily basis, like, why in the fuck did I ever get into a relationship with you when you're making me spend thousands of fucking dollars on a dog I never wanted, and I have like a freezer filled with fucking meat, like this fucking retarded, and then she ended up just doing some more research and finding out she probably had a disease called EPI where her pancreas couldn't create enough enzymes, and then we ended up giving her the enzyme supplement and putting her on a vegan diet, and then she was fine, but my god, that was so fucking insanely stressful, dude. Like, not only did I have to spend a lot of money to move from Belgium to Canada, and then like pay first and last month's rent. I had to pay like an additional fee for canceling the rent on the apartment in Belgium, and then the plane flight, and then moving fees. And then we spent like, I think it was around $4,000 or $5,000 on fucking vet bills for Lucy. And again, she was contributing nothing, put me into that situation for no fucking reason, just stressing me the fuck out like crazy. We almost broke up then and there because of that whole thing. Annoyed the ever-living fucking shit out of me. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Beefy Labia $20. Is there any particular purchase Jasmine made with your money that absolutely pissed you off once? Well, yeah, the meat thing. With Lucy. There's been a few. I would let her buy small things, like with my credit card or something. So, like, I don't know, if she needed, like, a new pair of underwear or something, like, yeah, sure, whatever, take my card, like, I don't care. But a few times, just randomly, I just check my bank statements, and I see, like, $800 is gone off my bank. And then I'm like, Jasmine, what the fuck is this? And then she's like, oh, I bought some new clothes. I'm like, $800 fucking dollars? And then she's like, yeah, I guess that's a little much. Yeah, cancel the fucking order. Like, I don't know where she like, it's just sometimes randomly, she'd get the idea to, like, charge $1,000 to my fucking card, thinking, like, oh, what's the issue? So, yeah, there being a few things like that, and then I'd make her just cancel the fucking order. Thanks for the donation, though, Beefy Labia. 21st Savage, donate $2. Be honest with me, nigga. Have you ever had more than 100K in savings while you were with Fat Jazzman? No. Don't give me some coat BS answer telling me that that's none of my business or some bullshit. It's not that personal answer. Yeah, no. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, she was a complete fucking leech, and I'm glad we're just done with all that. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. No matter what time you're watching this video, this is my chest day. I filmed an S&Q on accident, so it chopped up all the audio, but I was able to save. Here you see me starting to warm up myself.
Dodo donate $2. Did you feed the dog meat or Jasmine fed the dog? Jasmine did, obviously. I'm not touching that shit. Obviously, she bought it, but did you ever have an open up package, give it to the dog? No. Also, did she cook it? No. How pissed would you be if she cooked it in pots and pans you use for vegan food? Yes, I would be rather upset. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jesus, this is, yeah, this is, horrifically boring. Yeah, I'm not sure if this guy is natural. He very likely, he's got a Berserk tattoo. I'm surprised he could read something like Berserk and understand it, because the guy seems like a complete dumbass. But, yeah, very questionable if this guy is natural. Probably not. I know Greg thinks he's either on gear or has done it before.
It's framed it as a total failure, while others highlighted the valuable data it managed to collect before shutting down. It's interesting how the same event can be reported in such different ways depending on who's telling the story. That's why I use Ground News. I want an unbiased picture that focuses on the facts. Ground News is a website full picture. Ground News allows quantity, more than even length or mass, and atomic clocks are our best.
This woman's insanely boring. Random vids donate $2. Let me see. Wow. That's a good cat.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us.
Yes, it's a good processor.
How fast does someone need to go to lift a woman's skirt? These people are testing if a scene from a cartoon can work in real life. First, a track athlete gives it a try. He's way too slow to lift the skirt. Next, they try with a motorcycle. Even at 37 miles per hour, the motorcycle wasn't fast enough. So, finally, they attempt with a sports car. For safety, they replace the woman with a mannequin. In the end, the sports car traveling at 60 miles per hour succeeds in the challenge.
Now we know.
How fast does someone...
I still don't really want to switch to Linux.
Did you know that penguins actually think humans are one of them? Because penguins are the only animals in Antarctica that walk on two legs, they often mistake humans for one of their own when they spot us from a distance.
Oh my god. Why do penguins have to be in Antarctica? Like, why can't they just be at, you know, your park? Oh, I want them.
They'll approach, thinking we're a fellow
Look
penguin
at
who's
them.
lost, even if we're holding a camera or some other equipment.
Oh my goodness, I love penguins.
They won't be afraid or run away either. They just think we're another penguin. Penguins are super social animals and
Oh
usually
my
live in
God.
large colonies.
Look at them waddling.
They use unique calls to recognize each other.
The babies are so fuzzy.
And they have a pretty romantic way of courting. Some penguin species even exchange little stones as courtship gifts. If the female accepts the stone, she'll use it to start building a nest, kind of like how humans use rings to propose, full of commitment and love. Oh, and here's a fun fact. Studies have shown that penguins actually nap thousands of times
God.
in a single day, but each nap is only about 4
wow.
seconds long. Somehow, this fragmented sleep doesn't seem to hurt them at all. They are not only adorable animals, but their lifestyle, adaptability, and social behavior are also full.
I fucking love penguins, dude.
Did you know that
Owning a crow as a pet? Completely illegal across all states in the US. Even if you wanted to, there's no permit that allows private ownership. And before you ask, what about zoos? Well, technically, even they aren't supposed to have them. But authorities have bigger issues to handle, so it's not exactly their top priority. Now you might be wondering, why such a strict rule on crows? Here's the deal. These birds are incredibly intelligent, with problem-solving skills comparable to a 7-year-old child. That intelligence can be misused. There have been numerous cases where people have trained crows to steal cash just by offering food in return. Some even hang around ATMs, snatching bills
Well, I know what my next pet is gonna be.
right out of people's hands before flying back for their reward. And it doesn't stop there. There's a story from 2011 where inmates managed to teach a crow to smuggle contraband into prison, including a knife. They simply kept feeding it, and each time the bird brought back something sharper. Owning a crow is
Crows are fucking gangsters. Fuck, dude.
owning a
Yeah, that's pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, random vids. Dodo donate $2. If Gummy got sick and needed thousands of dollars in vet bills and medicine to get better, would you happily support him? Well, yeah, obviously. He was your son, right? Money is irrelevant because he is your son. Also, I will send you all the Little Nightmares DLCs in a minute. Can you please get them? I guess so. If you really want that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Pen donated $2. Let me see.
Hello, my name is...
The easiest way to do that, by the way, add me on Steam. And then you can just send me games as gifts on Steam. Just tell me ahead of time, because if you buy me some, like, stupid piece of shit, then, like, I'm probably not gonna play it, but if we can agree ahead of time, you know, That would probably be an easier way to set that up. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Penn donated $2.
Well, VG, there is a way to see penguins without going to Antarctica, and that's called going to the zoo.
Well, I don't support zoos, so that would be a problem. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Let me see.
Mala. In this screencast, we're going to show off some new StumpWim features, but also try to give new and prospective users an overview of the StumpWim experience. We'll start with the basics and move on to the exciting stuff at the end. You'll notice that as I type, the key sequence being entered is displayed in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. My prefix key is Control-E, the default is Control-T, so take that into consideration. StumpWim's default key bindings are inherited from GNU Screen and to a lesser extent Emacs. If you've used Screen before, then you should feel right at home. However, StumpWim's key maps are completely configurable, so you're free to remap them to anything you'd like. To display the key bindings for a key map, just type its prefix followed by a question mark. Let's try the where is command. As you can see, this command tells us to what key sequence a particular command is bound. Now let's bring up some windows. First an Xterm, and then a web browser. At this point we have 2 windows in one frame. We can cycle through them, or address them by number. We can split the frame horizontally, or vertically. We have groups, also resize.
I don't know why you wanted me to watch that. Thanks for the donation, though, Penn. Sick. Alright, new Napoleon blown apart vid.
In tonight's blown apart breakdown, it's been described as Sweet Valley High meets the last days of Sodom and...
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Shall not rest until we have rooted out Christianity. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, Christ is King, Heil Hitler. Oh my god. Yeah, these people are so stupid. Yeah, Himmler didn't like the idea of the German religion being Christianity because Jesus was a Jew, which obviously is a problem. But they also thought Christianity was too, like, peace-loving and passive and shit. CNN 2 minutes after this post.
How can you not support zoos when they have such precocious movements like this?
Oh, let me see. That is adorable, but it's because they treat animals as commodities. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. That is a very sweet snow leopard, though. Starlink now available in Niger. Starlink now available for... N-word? Elon Musk used a slur to boast about Starlink? Did they not... Is that a joke? Is it available in white too? Did he make a typo where he said the N-word and then change it later? Is that what happened? That's hard to believe they could make a mistake like that. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
And Gomorrah, but if you've seen the Netflix documentary series Cobra Kai, you'll have borne witness to the devastation that an unchecked karate-based problem can wreak upon a community. For over 6 years, what's become known as the All-Valley Dojo Wars have Kung Fu kicked their way out of the dojos and wrought terror on the streets of this once quiet community.
Okay, so Cobra Kai is obviously not a documentary. If the sheer amount of karate-related crimes in All Valley was a real-life statistic, then
why whenever you wear those sunglasses looks like you're about to spit a flow on the beat? Please answer, need to know why. Think you watch too much rap music.
rappers everywhere would be scrambling to find shit that rhymes with Cobra Kai because they just overtook the Crips as the most prolific gang in the United States. The reason Cobra Kai could only ever exist as a work of fiction is because karate absolutely fucking sucks. Karate isn't a martial art, it's a distraction mechanic for 5-year-olds so parents can get an hour's peace one day a week. If karate was a font, it would be Wingdings. If it was one of the Lost Boys, it would be Marco. Karate is the martial art you do when all other martial arts were busy that day. Karate is like Aikido if it had a humiliation fetish. There's no way karate could ever be responsible for dojo wars, murder, and million-dollar heists, right? Right?
Yeah. Dude, this guy, Count Dante, is fucking unhinged. This is gonna be great.
The deadliest man who ever lived. His murderous poison hand weapons.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Yes, that is Secrets of the Maw expansion. Okay. Depths expansion. Hideaway. Yes, the one issue is this does cost money, unfortunately. If you add me on Steam and gift me it, we can do that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Count 1, Raphael Dante.
Karate wasn't always a laughingstock, because at one point, no one in the West even knew what it was, so they hadn't yet had the opportunity to make fun of it. All of that changed thanks to a man named Robert Trias, who would come to be known as the godfather of American karate. Trias was a machinist's mate in the US Navy, and was stationed in the Solomon Islands during World War II. In what sounds like a discarded origin story for Johnny Cage, Trias, who was a trained boxer.
ETC Radio wants you to come on his panel, not to debate, but to question you on vegan ethics. I don't know if I trust you.
I don't need no help, put a nigga on a shelf.
You've lied before, so I don't know if I trust you.
together, but try my fucking. Let me out.
Well, I'm not playing that game. Ben Boy, $22. What are your thoughts on people who are NEET, not in employment, education, or training? For example, the lying flat movement in China. Do you think this phenomena will get worse? And also, do you think it's more common with men than women? The reason it's so common in China is because everyone knows as soon as they make any kind of wealth, the Chinese government is just going to steal it. So anytime you have a population of people, especially men, realize that there's not really any chance in upward movement, what's the point in trying? So that could very well happen here with like ridiculous costs and like rent and housing and shit, where people realize that, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to kind of expand my wealth like crazy because I'm not, you know, particularly skilled or gifted at anything. Like, I can't become a doctor or a lawyer, and even if I could, the amount of like debt I'd have to go in to even get that, and then with all the other costs that you have to deal with, like, it's just not going to be worth it. You may see that happen here, but yeah, that's just a result of like terrible economic decisions by the Chinese government. They're just basically stealing the wealth from everybody to keep the economy from completely crashing. So that's what that is. And I would expect it to be more common with men than women, but you're going to see that regardless in both sexes. Because what's the point in working, right, if the Chinese government's just going to take your money and prevent you from getting any kind of career? Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Those are all the Little Nightmares DLCs. Yes, You already sent me this. I am aware. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And Little Nightmares 2 DLC. Yes, okay. That is the Little Nightmares 2 DLC. They don't have good reviews. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. I don't have Steam. How much do I donate for you to play the DLCs and can get a song request too if I donate 15 plus 2 for 1 special? I don't know if that was the American, Did we play 3? I think we played 3. What does the deluxe edition have? Why doesn't it have a separate DLC list? There. That's weird. I think there's sales tax. If you give me $35, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I stand behind this message.
Let me see.
Oh, hi. Yeah, so Emacs or VI Vim? That's a great question. You know, I've been a professional programmer for over 40 years and have shipped products both nationally and internationally. And I believe the answer to this question is more straightforward than most people make it out to be. And that answer is, of course, Emacs! 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 So why don't you just go back to your pathetic open office and your infantilizing IDE and write some more web jerk-off crap in whatever goofily named framework your boss has a stick up his ass about this month? And you better enjoy it, because the coming techlash is going to eat your arrogant young ass alive, you tool. Now get out of here!
I have no idea what that's about. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. I'm not joining that guy's stream. Fuck off.
VG, please understand, not all zoos treat their animals as quote commodities. There are plenty of zoos such as the Detroit Zoo, the Auckland Zoo and the North Carolina Zoo prioritize animal welfare and even work with animal welfare organizations.
Yeah, I still don't really care. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, Anon, I'm not joining that guy's stream. Stop asking me about that.
Noticed a mysterious Asian man would watch him from the shadows whenever he was training. The mysterious, possibly magical Asian man would mimic Trius's footwork and punches, before allegedly turning into a crane and flying away. The mysterious Asian man turned out to be a missionary named Tungi Singh, and eventually Trias agreed to a sparring match with him. Trias said, "I asked him if he wanted to spar with gloves, and he said it really didn't matter." Well, before you know it, he was...
Donald Trump made fun of Biden's physical capability. Is Trump or Biden physically stronger? Well, Trump is an overweight fat ass. He's probably going to die soon, and he can't even drive a car, so I don't think any of that really matters. Sadie, donate $2. Let me see. I wonder how many people shoot their foot off doing that. Tuscan Raider, Sand People, Space Muslims.
For example, there is no way in hell you can convince me that this guy treats his animals as commodities.
Damian Aspinall likes to play tug of war with tigers and pet rhinos on his very own wildlife refuge in England. But gorillas are his best buddies, and wrestling with them is his favorite pastime.
Now the tricky thing is getting out.
But Damian is controversial because of his efforts to move his zoo-born gorillas to the wilds of Africa, a project conservationists warned us might not go well.
That doesn't sound like a zoo. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ethics holding back scientific innovation and progress. He Zhangqi served a 3-year prison sentence in China for carrying out unauthorized medical experiments on human babies. Yeah. I'm assuming Elon Musk supports that. Oh. Well, that's just a sweet cat loaf. Look how beautiful. Oh, so orange. I love kitties. Kitties are the best. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
He was giving me the biggest thrashing of my life, and I was really embarrassed. Oh, this man lost a fight? No way. He kept on pointing out how easily he could kill me if he wanted to, which honestly sounds like a complete dick move to pull in sparring, but I guess it was a different era. After receiving a hiding from Singh, Trias begged the man to teach him the ways of...
Thoughts on peak contractions and shortened partials? Is it a good variation other than lengthened? If I get a good sum of money, should I invest in a coach to help me get big? Or keep doing me?
Coaches aren't really going to be as much of a help, generally speaking, for somebody who... If you're already pretty good with your training and you're making good progress, it's not really worth it hiring a coach. If you're completely stuck and you're pretty advanced, it might be worth it getting a coach, but if you're making progress, like, who cares? It's not like you're going to make any more gains if you're already progressing pretty quickly.
I was natural for like 6 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when I was natural, like I was killing it really. Like I was 16, benching like 315 for like 6. And then by the time I was 18,
Wait, how old were you?
16. And then when I was 18, I benched like 440 naturally. And then when I was 19, I was like, I can't be doing this natty, but I'm just gonna.
What made you think that though?
Oh, because I just wanted to see where my physique could go and like where my strength could go.
But with that being said, bro, you didn't even take a lot of
That's the thing, because you haven't seen your potential. Because like the cycle he told me he did, I was like, are you retarded? Like that's nothing.
What is the cycle?
He did like an Alex Eubank cycle. He took like a little bit of Rad 140.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, that guy's definitely genetically gifted. As far as short and partials, I don't think they're really good for much. It's really the lengthened portion of a lift that matters. Like, maybe there's some exceptions. I think for calf training, there might be something to that. Like again, anecdotally, I know, what's his name? Not Lee Priest. Tom Platz. I know he liked doing some short and partials for calf training, and he said that was beneficial. I do a similar thing where in a shortened position, like not lengthened, but it's like in a shorter position, I do like shorter pulses for my calves. That seems to have helped them grow. And also on the like elliptical machine I do deliberately try to push off with my calves. And my calves have grown quite a bit from doing that. But like most everything else, no, I don't really see a benefit with like just doing short and partials. Thanks for the donation though, Death of Rabbit.
Here you go, but also Little Nightmares 3 isn't out yet, so you haven't played that yet for obvious reasons. Also, if this includes a song request, then let's get you singing some gay TikTok music. If not, it's fien, give Gummy a kiss for me.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. All right, there we are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, and dance until the break of dawn, get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn, get up on the floor, dancing. All the time, baby, you on my mind, and I don't know why, yeah, but the feeling is fine. Can't you see, honey, you are there for me, oh, we were meant to be. Dancing in the moonlight, gazing at the stars so bright, holding you until the sunrise. Sleeping until the midnight. Get up on the floor, dancing all night long. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dancing. Dancing is what to do, dancing's when I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing's what I do, dancing's when I think of you. Dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Every time when I look in your eyes, I smile with pride, happy that you're mine. Joy and love, your love is true, I know. You are the best thing that has happened to me. Get up on the dance floor, dancing all night long. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dancing. Dancing's what to do, dancing's when I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing what makes me whole. Dancing's what to do, dancing's when I think of you, dancing what clears my soul, dancing makes me whole. Get up on the floor, dancing all night long, get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dancing. Get up on the floor, dancing all night long. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dance until the break of dawn. Get up on the floor, dancing. Dancing's what to do, dancing's when I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing's what to do, dancing's when I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing's what I do, dancing's when I think of you, dancing's what clears my soul, dancing's what makes me whole. Dancing's what to do. Okay, that was terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey VG, I'm going to get high and go watch the Looney Tunes movie with my siblings in a bit. Did you watch the Invincible season finale? It was straight fire, so cool.
No, haven't seen that yet. I'm gonna watch that the next time I do cardio. Thanks for the donation, Mark Grayson. Have fun watching the Looney Tunes movie.
Karate. After an entire year of training with Singh, Trias earned his first degree black belt, and I can practically hear the screaming laughter of jiu-jitsu fighters all over the world with that one, but let's just keep that to ourselves, shall we? Anyway,
what do you mean, anyway?
Upon returning to the US, Trias began teaching karate out of his backyard, and eventually became the first Caucasian American to open.
Your cover of this song is making me so hard right now. I just put on my cock ring for you. Gonna bust when you finish the song.
Okay, well, I'm flattered. Thanks for the donation, Nightblade.
Open a karate school in the United States when he opened his dojo in Phoenix, Arizona in 1945. One of Trias' students was a man named John Gregory. One day in 1961, Gregory got a phone call from a childhood friend of his back home in Chicago. His friend was asking how his move to Phoenix was working out and if there were any karate dojos out there. Gregory told his friend all about Robert Trias and his dojo, and almost as soon as the conversation ended, his friend was making plans to move from Chicago to Phoenix with one desire: to train karate. His friend's name was John Timothy Keehan, the man who would one day come to be known as Count Dante.
Oh, this sounds great.
Before we continue, it's important to remember one thing. Dante was a prolific liar. The very fact that this video contains the man's own words means that by default, this video is riddled with lies. All who met him spoke of his natural charisma and the aura of a man who, when he spoke, made you believe that anything, even stories of death matches and dim max, was possible.
I gotta go take a piss, and I'm just gonna make a quick thing of coffee, too. Oh, gum. Oh, I hate moving my gum. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at this sweet baby. Oh, I wish I didn't have to move you when I get up. Look at him. Oh, he has such a good cat smell. Oh, he smells so good. Yeah, you have a really good kitty smell. You know I love you? Hmm? You're so beautiful. Yeah, you're so handsome. I clipped his nails today. His nails aren't overly long anymore. Isn't that right, Gum? Oh. Mwah. He has the nicest kitty paws. I love you, Gum Gum. I love you. You're a good baby. Yeah, you're good. You're a good little baby, and I love you. Love you so much, you little silly boy. You're so goddamn silly. Okay. Oh. I'll be right back. The coffee should only take 2 seconds. The water boils really quick. I'll be, just like 2 minutes. All right. Yeah. I have returned.
Dante was the blueprint for every martial arts fraud since then. His was a template that would be copied over and over by people like Frank Dukes and Ishida Kim. Copies of copies of copies, the human equivalent of recursive degeneration. Some of Dante's lies may be obvious, some more subtle, but as we proceed, keep in mind, the devil doesn't make for a reliable narrator. John Timothy Keehan was born on the 4th of February 1939 on the south side of Chicago. His family was of Irish-American descent and relatively well-to-do, with his father Jack Keehan working as an OB-GYN and later as president of Ashland State Bank. In time, Keehan would reject this version of his origin story, and later claimed that his parents, Jack and Dorothy, were in fact Spanish nobility who had fled the Civil War and moved first to Canada and then Chicago. This is one of Keehan's more easily debunked stories, however, because just look at this man's head. This is a 100% pure Mullingar head on this man. Here we see Dante inquiring if you need your driveway tarmacked. A head like this has its origins not in the Andalusian foothills, but firmly rooted in the rain-soaked mire of an Irish peat bog. As with almost everything in his life, there are differing accounts surrounding the origin story of Keehan's introduction to martial arts, or as he called them, the fistic arts. One story recounts the young Keehan being sent to martial arts training after being beaten up by a home invader, but the more reliable story comes from Keehan's childhood friend, John Gregory. One day in 1947, Gregory, who would have been 10 or 11 at the time, came across Keehan as he was being beaten up by two older boys. Gregory joined in to even the odds. I joined him and we turned the tables. We beat the shit out of those guys, and John and I became friends. The two Johns would become lifelong friends. They did everything together, from dating to joyriding, including one time Keehan nearly killed them both after stealing and subsequently crashing his father's car. But the beating he took the day they met was something that stuck with Keehan his entire adolescence. It was always important for John to be strong. I don't think he ever forgot that beating when I met him. He never wanted it to happen again. Keehan began training the fistic arts aged 13. Most martial arts frauds have dubious backgrounds in various esoteric-sounding martial arts, and Keehan was somewhat of a trendsetter in that regard. While tribalism in martial arts in those days meant that people tended to pick one martial art and make it their entire life, the list of martial arts Keehan claimed to have trained was longer than the controversy section on John Jones' Wikipedia. Keehan claimed to have trained in, but was not limited to, karate, aikido, judo, jujitsu, jutei, hapkido, tangsudo, mudok kwan, taekwondo, Thai boxing, Chinese boxing, Western boxing, unboxing videos, kibo, bokibo. He just making this shit up. Despite Keehan's claims to have trained in basically every martial art, both real and conceptual, it is reliably confirmed that he did indeed train boxing at Johnny Coolan's gym on East 63rd Street in Chicago. Unlike the secluded ninja village atop the magical mountain of misbelief where Frank Dukes trained, Johnny Coolan's gym was and still is a real place. The gym is still standing today, but under the name of Clarence Griffin's Windy City Boxing Club. Keehan also joined his high school wrestling team at Mount Carmel High, all of which at least puts him levels above other fake martial arts masters by proving that Keehan did actually train in some legitimate fighting styles, not just the ancient mystical art of dim macking the punani or waving his hands around like he's conducting an invisible orchestra.
You know, in those days in Chicago, it was pretty hard to stay out of trouble. Everyone was always getting into fights, you know. I was always very interested in bodybuilding, weightlifting, boxing, wrestling, judo, and things like this.
However, even the legitimate claims are subject to typical Dante exaggeration, as it wasn't good enough that he simply trained boxing and wrestling, he had to claim to be the heavyweight boxing and wrestling champion of high school. Claims that are completely unverified and also somewhat ludicrous, as I'm not aware of any high school boxing championship outside of anime high schools. For 2.5 years after high school, from 1956 to 58, Keehan attended Northern Illinois University and then the University of Miami. He was described as an average student, but academia was never going to be the pursuit of a man with a mind full of fistic mayhem like Keehan. In April of 1957, he was arrested for trying to sell a firearm, and by 1958, he had dropped out of college completely and embarked upon the next stage of his path to becoming the world's deadliest man, by learning the ancient mystical art of industrialized slaughter for fun and profit with the US military. Keehan would practically dim-mack himself in an orgiastic frenzy while telling Black Belt magazine about his murderous militaristic exploits, up to and including being responsible for literal war crimes.
If you've ever been in the military, they don't play games, and we don't take prisoners very often. We're no different than the Japanese and the Germans. Like, I've blown away a lot of people that were supposed to be prisoners, just wasted them. That's part of war.
Kian was apparently the MVP of Army and scored at least 25 kills on a rampage that spanned from Vietnam to Korea, and that's not including the other 25 kills he racked up in illegal death matches, but we'll get to those later. A common thread with martial arts frauds is that they tend to have more stolen valor than a public torrent for Band of Brothers. The most famous example of this being Frank Dukes, the man who has fought in so many wars you can probably find him everywhere from the Siege of Khe Sanh to the ice planet of Hoth. National security gave him a pass to brag about his achievements in books and on TV, but he can't show you any actual proof of this because that would be a threat to national security.
If you're a spy, what are you doing on TV telling everyone you're a spy? The idea of being a spy is that your life is secret and nobody knows about it. So what is this?
Frank's actual verifiable military...
Hell, that zoo owner is against the idea zoos himself and wants to close them all down, including his own, and eventually releases his animals back to the wild.
Before it's too late, the John Aspinall Foundation is asking for your help in its efforts to save the western lowland gorilla from extinction.
Mother was caught in a snare and either chewed or amputated her.
Lives during their imprisonment is key, which is why we always want to be their friend as opposed to be their jailer. I mean, if you think he came directly from the forests of the Congo, saw 13 members of his family hacked to death, and his son will be going back to Africa.
Well, sounds like he's trying to do something good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's up, Richard? Check this shit out.
Let me take a look.
My friend Attilio, and he has fermented water buffalo meat from Amos Miller, the Amish farmer. It's about a year old, and I'm gonna drink some of the liquid. If you come close, you can see that there's like dead maggots in there. Can you see them? I'm just gonna taste a little bit really quick.
Those may not be maggots, those might actually be parasitic worms.
Buon appetito. Your intuition?
Kind of taste the way it smells. It is kind of...
Oh, whoa. Oh, slurped up a maggot. Look, I'm gonna get straight the maggots in this one.
You'll notice all these people who do this retarded shit, none of them are in good shape, fit individuals. Like, they're all the same. They're all lazy, do nothing, don't exercise. They're either very frail and skinny or a bit overweight. Like, these people are just, like, clowns. Yeah, hopefully they just die of parasites or infection or something. That is just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Saxby. Dodo Donatillers, I started watching this, and it's good. I'm halfway through. You might be interested in it, but I'm not sure.
It's the mid-90s. Kids all over Europe are thrilled. They finally have their own Disneyland, here in Paris. These two kids have come all the way from Switzerland. They have been begging their family to take them here.
I'll probably react to that later. I want to watch this Dante thing, because it's pretty minty. But I'm assuming this is some Chinese spy shit. Oh, North Korea. Okay. Yeah, we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Military service is essentially that of a reservist who never saw any combat or overseas deployment and whose biggest achievement was losing a fight with a stationary truck. In this respect, Dukes copied Kian's homework almost word for word, as he too saw less combat than a Zen meditation retreat, and despite what he told Black Belt, Kian had the worst military record since in the Navy, so when it comes to his tales of killing more Asians than the Cultural Revolution, his exploits should be taken about as seriously as those of his greatest imitator, Frank Dukes. For researching this video, I risked putting myself on a watch list by contacting the FBI and asking for a copy of their Dante files, which also helpfully included a lot of information about his military service. Despite his tales of being a one-man genocide, his FBI file kinda dim-maxed the myth of Dante the War Master. Keehan was in the Marine Corps Reserves, and that much is true. He obtained a rank of Private First Class, and his role was listed as a mortarman and light weapons infantryman.
Yeah, I'm watching Invincible.
But there is no record of him being deployed overseas, and he received an honourable discharge in 1959 after 1 year of service. In 1960, he was inducted into the US Army, and within 10 months, he had been court-martialed and dishonourably discharged. The reason for...
Wait, let me see that.
Coach Greg, in today's video, the guy gets kicked out of the gym literally for being too strong. He's about 285 pounds. He's about 6 feet or 180 centimeters. And so clearly a very big dude. Very, very strong, lifting very heavy weights in the gym. And so he's been training 7 or 8 years. The guy loves to lift heavy. He enjoys squats, deadlifts, and so on. And so he has 440.
Is this in China?
40 pounds. Squat, not all that much, about 272 kilograms or around 600 pounds. And deadlift, very good, 300 kilograms, 660 pounds. Now, although great numbers, they're not mind-blowing. Certainly, I could lift these numbers and more when I was in my prime, and I never got kicked out of the gym for being that strong. And so, why would they kick him out for being strong? Is he intimidating? He certainly looks respectful. He doesn't look like he's wearing stringers, wearing no clothing, flexing, acting crazy. And so why would they kick him out of the gym? And so what he has is a contract. He prepaid a 2-year contract in advance. He paid upfront 2 years. He loves the gym. He loves training. And so why not save himself a bit of money? But the manager said, hey, we don't want you in the gym anymore. We're going to refund you the remaining 6 months of the contract. And so here's the reason. The gym owners are planning on buying new equipment, and they don't want him ruining the bars, the equipment, and so on. The guy likes to lift very heavy, but he's thinking, well, I paid for a 2-year membership, and so I should be able to use the weights as I see fit. But here's the problem. Since this man in particular,
China,
joined the gym, he lifts the heaviest weights in the entire gym, and he's caused several of these bars to bend.
Yeah, China. Chinese garbage.
For his court-martial? Well, Keehan had gone AWOL for a month and a half in order to satiate his lust for that most addictive and insidious of narcotics, marijuana.
Tell the readers of Black Belt that I share with the late Bruce Lee a certain taste for cannabis.
Smoke weed every day. I'm not making this up. His FBI file states in black and white that he dipped on the army to go buy some weed for a month and a half. When Pablo Armbar was caught, he was in possession of 2 whole marijuana cigarettes with a street value of a whopping 0.5 grams. Smoke weed. His service records were also pretty damning in their appraisal of Private First Class John Timothy Keehan, and also give us a pretty raw insight into his mental state at the time, thanks to an excerpt from a psychiatric report.
He has always had migraine headaches and been nervous. The prisoner is an unreliable informant, and many discrepancies and inconsistencies were noted in the history. Information received from the previous psychiatric reports indicates that he is subject to violent and antisocial behavior, has had many auto accidents, destroyed property, shot up a friend's car with a pistol. Also was described a dramatic suicidal attempt, taking an overdose of narcotics, hitting himself in the head with a pistol, and trying to run in front of a car.
The FBI came to a similar conclusion, one of their reports ending with a stark warning, its faded ink still screaming off the page in all caps and underlined.
Keehan should be considered dangerous because he is reportedly subject to a violent and antisocial behavior pattern and has suicidal tendencies.
Despite his abysmal military career, it was however a pivotal moment for Keehan. While in the service, he learned some hand-to-hand combat, which reignited his passion for martial arts and fighting. So after being dishonorably discharged, he made that fateful call to his old friend and current student of Robert Trias, John Gregory. The vast majority of the interviews we have with Dante, we have thanks to a writer named Masad Ayub and the publication he worked for, Black Belt magazine. The interviews Dante gave to Black Belt are some of the best resources for information about the Count that we have, and as such, I don't think any discussion of the Count is really complete without a brief sojourn into the fantastical, fanciful, whimsical world of Black Belt magazine. Black Belt is the world's longest running martial arts magazine. The first issue karate chopped its way onto shelves in 1961, and for almost 3 decades until the advent of UFC 1, it was a lost city of refuge for mail-order assassins who routinely nunchucked their own testicles. It's 50% National Geographic, 50% National Enquirer, and its target demographic appears to be middle-aged mall ninjas who are struggling to accept that magic isn't real. Black Belt is also possibly the greatest repository of knowledge on that most deadly of all martial techniques, what some call the poison finger, vibrating palm strike, or to give it its street name, the dim mak. As recently as the early 2000s, Black Belt was still running advertisements for dim mak instructional tapes. In fact, in an issue that has none other than Tito Ortiz on the cover, you could still find people trying to sell you the deadly secrets of the dim mak in the back pages. Although somewhat surprisingly, even with 5 decades worth of articles on the science behind the dim mak, the best answer Black Belt can come up with for whether it is or isn't real is maybe? And when it comes to ninjas, Black Belt was like the Typhoid Mary of the 1980s ninja craze. A super spreader for the word of ninja infiltration techniques, ninja climbing techniques, ninja invisibility, ninja children. Basically, if you can think of a thing, Black Belt added the word ninja to it and wrote a 5-page article about it. Black Belt essentially existed off the fumes of Bruce Lee and the ninja craze right up until the mid-90s, when they were grudgingly forced to accept that, without so much as a spin kick or vibrating palm strike, jiu-jitsu had beaten almost every other martial art in legitimate, verified competition. The absolute refusal to accept the reality of the situation was emblematic of a publication that had spent 3 decades wondering why the police aren't armed with nunchucks and throwing stars. But it's somewhat surprising, given that they had been reporting on judo and even sambo tournaments since the 60s, yet they were left in a state of catatonic shock at the efficacy of grappling in real fights. You can practically taste the resentment as the 90s rolled on, and Black Belt published article after article positing the question of what would be the martial art to defeat what they called the Gracie tackle. Like an old soldier hiding in the hills of Iwo Jima, unaware that the war had ended decades ago, Black Belt clung to fantasy-based martial arts for as long as possible. Even old George Dillman gave his opinion on how best to defeat this smothering menace, and unsurprisingly, his answer was to pressure point KO someone as soon as they tried a takedown. But by the early 2000s, Black Belt finally embraced MMA as a martial art of its own, and were routinely featuring MMA stars like Tito Ortiz or Victor Belfort on the cover, and doing scandalously sexy photo shoots with Joe Rogan. But the absolute best part of Black Belt are the advertisements. Do you urgently need to kill someone at your office with a roundhouse kick, but you're worried your slacks might not accommodate that level of violence? Then you need the Chuck Norris action pants, for when you want to kick someone in the face and comply with a business casual dress code. How about Chemo Leopoldo's Fierce Fighting on VHS, which threatens to teach you attacks so painful there is virtually no attacker you cannot defeat? Maybe you want to look like you're wearing a DLC outfit for Tekken when you train, or whatever the fuck this Halloween turnip-looking monstrosity is. How about some cool patches to show your love for karate, or judo, or fucking Nazism?
What the fuck?
Black Belt is a window into a world of martial arts that is so far removed from the one we live in currently that it's like peering into an alternate reality. It's a glimpse into an era where people really, seriously wondered if Bruce Lee had been killed by a dim mak, and genuinely believed ninjas were the end boss of fighting. It's no wonder a man like Dante was able to captivate both writers and readers with his tales of death matches and dim maks. But I would urge anyone to have a dig through Black Belt's back catalogue. Their entire library from 1961 to 2004 has been uploaded to Google Books for free and is absolutely worth reading today. Not just for the incredibly quaint, almost naive charm of the whole thing, but if only to see just how martial arts discussion seemed to have stagnated for literal decades around the endless cyclic bitching of whether karate is better than judo or hapkido or fucking Tang Soo Do, until suddenly the UFC threw a live hand grenade into the discussion, and the magazine and its readers were forced to reckon with an entirely new era of reality-based combat. After reconnecting with John Gregory, Kean headed straight for Phoenix to begin training at Trias' dojo. His obsession with karate had gone full-blown, and he would spend months at a time living and training in Phoenix before returning to Chicago to teach classes. 2 years after joining Trias, he had earned his black belt and had opened his own dojo in Chicago, the impossibly cool-sounding Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts.
International Karate Championships are being held in Chicago this Sunday, and the people here in the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts are getting ready for it. Mr. Kean, what's karate all about anyway?
Well, karate is an oriental means of self-defense, which is now used as a sport.
Is it very popular in the United States?
Well, it's very popular, especially here in Chicago, which is about the strongest concentration of karate in this country.
This was probably the peak of Kean's love for karate. Within a few years of opening the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts, he would ultimately dismiss karate as being weak and ineffective. What? No way. Even going so far as penning a 4-page essay about everything wrong with karate, but in the early 60s, Kean was still simping for karate like me on Valentina's Instagram. Oh, hold on a second, I just got a text message here, hang on.
She has what?
What's up, guys? It's your boy, Napoleon Bonaparte here, and I'm going to tell you all about Count Dante. Here are the top 10 facts about Count Dante. Number 1. Count Dante was not actually his real name. Number 2. Jeff Fuffmonson. Bob Sepp, Valentina's love. Something Steven Seagal. Insert analogy and or metaphor. Here. Someone please wake me from this nightmare. I can no longer recall the sound of my mother's voice. Am I a man who dreamed he was a machine, or a machine that dreamed it was a man? Fucking AI. Anyway,
Anyway, what do you mean anyway?
Keehan wasn't satisfied with just owning a local dojo. His eyes were set on a much larger prize.
Complete global saturation.
John Keehan was many things, not all of them good, but stupid certainly wasn't one of them. Even as children, John Gregory had been in awe of Keehan's way of looking at the world. Gregory said, he was just so damn smart. He could do anything. He was always calculating angles and seeing if there was any way he could come out even higher on top. With him, there was always an easier and a better way than what other people were doing. Keehan applied this way of thinking to his newfound passion for karate and identified a clear gap in the market. Karate existed in tiny, isolated pockets across America. Each dojo was unconnected, unfocused, and making less return on investment than Hawk to a coin. The interest was there, but the organization wasn't. America was ripe for seeding with karate, and Keehan would be the one to spread that seed. He began working on grand ideas of spreading karate nationally, not just a handful of dojos scattered across the continent, but thousands under one organization with the ultimate goal of making karate as popular and lucrative as boxing. Trias also saw potential in the young Keehan, and together, the two would found the first governing body for karate in the US, the United States Karate Association, or USKA. Trias would use the USKA to spread the word about karate on the West Coast, with Keehan taking over operations in the Midwest. But simply founding a governing body for karate wasn't enough. Keehan wanted something big, a true spectacle, a Roman Colosseum of karate hijinks to show off what this new craze was all about, and make money in the process. The 1963 World Karate Tournament was born. This was the first tournament of its kind. Karate had never been seen on such a large stage before. Jesus, I wonder why. The tournament was held on July 28, 1963 at the Chicago University Fieldhouse and attracted the luminaries of the 1960s martial arts scene. In attendance were Sv3rige, the man who would later attempt to teach Muhammad Ali his patented acupunch in preparation for his fight with Antonio Inoki, and was also responsible for the worst jingle since the sound of an approaching Krampus.
When you take Sv3rige self-defense, then you too can say, nobody bothers me, nobody bothers me, nobody bothers me, nobody bothers me.
Ed Parker, one of the biggest names in karate and star of the single greatest movie fight scene of all time, was also in attendance.
What the hell do you want? You, Mr. Lee. We'll see about that.
And at the head table, none other than the biggest martial arts star possibly of all time, Bruce Lee. The 63 tournament was a huge success, with around 300 karate practitioners from all across America competing in fights where every punch and kick was pulled harder than a parachute ripcord. But despite this distinct lack of contact, the 1963 tournament felt like a sea change for karate in the US. A fellow Chicagoan karate instructor, Jimmy Jones, said of the tournament, "This was really the start of karate in the United States." In anticipation for the second World Karate Tournament, Black Belt ran an article about Trias and Keehan, their founding of the USKA, and how the two men were more or less responsible for the rapid growth of karate in the US. Keehan was described as one of the country's top instructors, and photographed here exploding a brick with what is possibly some kind of brick-based dim mak technique. 1963 cemented itself as a vintage year for Keehan when he fought in one of his only ever recorded competitive matches. He faced off against Gary Alexander at the North American Championships at Madison Square Garden, and in a prelude for what would become Count Dante's signature style, he was disqualified for punching Alexander in the dick. There's a weather-beaten old phrase that goes, "Money and fame don't change people, it just reveals who they were all along." After the 63 tournament, Keehan's dojos were filling up, and he found himself with a lot more money and considerably more fame. At least, fame amongst the readers of Black Belt magazine, which is probably the fame equivalent of winning Best in Show at a brony convention. But regardless, as his wealth and fame grew, the first tendrils of his alter ego, Count Dante, began to encroach at the margins of his sanity. The first person to notice a change in Keehan was, unsurprisingly, his oldest friend, John Gregory. Gregory was living and sleeping at the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts dojo, and visited Keehan's apartment one day. There, he was shocked to find it was filled with tens of thousands of dollars worth of brand new clothes. Some of these clothes even became part of Dante lore. Keehan worked as a bouncer in bars on the south side of Chicago, and while working the doors, would wear the most flamboyant outfits he could find. Leotards, a purple cape, a beret, all in the hopes that his prince-esque getup would provoke patrons into a fight. I think it would be wrong to try and paint Keehan as a dedicated martial artist who just lost his way under the malign influence of riches and fame. By all accounts, from an early age he was charming, charismatic, and always looking for an angle, a new way to make money, a way to game the system, but with a violent streak, as evidenced by an arrest for assault and battery in 1960, and the reports of him shooting up a friend's car, all of this long before the spectre of Count Juan Rafael Dante began to chip away at his psyche. And with his newfound celebrity, Keehan once again began to work those angles. He opened businesses all over Chicago. By the late 60s, he was running 2 dojos, a gift shop, a jewelry store, a painting and decorating business with John Gregory, working as a bouncer, and would routinely rent out his dojo to a fencing group and modeling school. But most famously and bizarrely of all, Keehan entered the hairdressing business. Proving the duality of man, his employment status is listed variously within the FBI files as construction worker, martial artist, and hairdresser. He worked at a salon called The Powder Box and opened his own beauty parlor and hairdressers, an establishment with a title almost as cool as the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts, the House of Dante. Keehan's businesses were booming, and his star was on the rise. Karate was slowly but surely becoming the national craze he envisioned it could be. His second national tournament was held in 1964 and was another huge success, but by the end of '64, he would find himself ousted from the organization he helped found, at war with Robert Trias, and slowly ceding control to his shadow self, Count Dante. Recently, I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube about Irish history, and I would honestly recommend all of these videos if you want to know a little more about the turbulent history of the rain-lashed rock that I happen to live on. But I'd be lying if I said that the part of me who spent years sitting through interminable, excruciating Irish history classes doesn't get slightly irked whenever they might make a mistake, or even just display a fundamental misunderstanding of what is an incredibly complex and delicate subject matter, the kind of misunderstanding a person who has grown up immersed in this history would never make. I bring this up because I need to apologize profusely to all Chicagoans and African Americans, because I'm about to do the exact same thing to you guys that these videos did to me, because I need to discuss. Chicago has a long and particularly brutal history of racism. Even if we narrow the scope to only looking at incidents that took place during Keehan's era, it still paints a depressingly bleak picture of a city at war with itself. Chicago was essentially segregated for a large part of the 1900s, thanks to violent attacks on black Americans who attempted to move into white neighborhoods. These attacks were little more than terror tactics designed to funnel black families into specific districts, as far away from white families as possible. In 1947, the year that John Keehan and John Gregory met for the first time, the Chicago Housing Authority moved 8 black families into an all-white district called Fernwood Homes. The residents' response to this was 3 nights of rioting that took more than 1,000 police officers to end. In 1951, as Keehan was becoming the boxing champion of high school, an even worse riot took place. A mob of 4,000 protested a black World War II veteran named Harvey Clark Jr. moving his family into the all-white neighborhood of Cicero. The riot that followed saw the Clark's home destroyed by the mob, the Clark family run out of Cicero, and the apartment building itself set fire to, which ironically destroyed both the Clarks and the white residents' homes. The only people to suffer any consequences for the riots were Clark's attorney, George Layton, who was accused of starting the riots by advising Clark that he had the legal right to live wherever he wanted, and the owner of the building itself, whose crime was renting an apartment to a black family. In 1966, while Keehan was teaching students at his Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts, not far from his dojo's door, Martin Luther King was leading a civil rights march and being pelted with bricks and bottles. King would say of Chicago, "I have never seen, even in Mississippi and Alabama, mobs as hostile and as hate-filled as I've seen here in Chicago." And now I'd like you to take a look at this picture of Keehan and his students and tell me if anything sticks out to you. John Keehan was the first instructor in America to teach black students, and the first instructor to promote black students to black belt. Keehan had grown up in a city filled to breaking point with racial violence, but from his time in Johnny Coolin's boxing gym, which opened its doors to all races, to the clubs he frequented, which were primarily black clubs, he had been immersed in black culture and surrounded by black training partners. Robert C. Brown was a kid looking to train karate in the 60s, but because of his skin color, was refused entry to every dojo in Chicago. The only gym that would take him in was the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts. Brown said of Keehan, "He didn't care what color I was. He readily accepted me and was glad to have me." During the Nigerian Civil War in 1967, Nigeria fought a war against a secessionist state called the Republic of Biafra. And I can already tell you're wondering where the fuck this is headed, but believe it or not, there is a weird link between the Nigerian Civil War and Chicago and karate. Karate and judo were being taught to native Biafrans living in Chicago in the hopes that it would help them survive on the battlefield when they returned to Biafra. But good luck using this shit in a war zone. It's unclear just how much of a hand Keehan had in training the Biafrans, but he was involved enough to be featured in an article in the Chicago Times titled "Handful of Biafrans Learned the Art of Killing."
That is so fucking weird, dude. What the hell?
The article claimed 5 local instructors were teaching Biafran students how to fight back, and though Dante wasn't named, he was photographed in the article holding a letter he had sent to the Biafran Defense Ministry, so it's probably safe to say he was one of the 5 instructors and that at least one combatant in the Nigerian Civil War was killed with a dim back. The article goes on to quote an instructor named Andrew Wilson, who stated that the rest of his students were African Americans who were learning karate because they were, quote, fed up with this racist society. It's not a stretch to say that the judo and karate that was taught at places like the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts was important and empowering to the young black men and women simply trying to survive in a city that was at the time still playing host to unofficial segregation and race riots. In a day when people like Robert Brown were being turned away from dojos simply for being black, and civil rights marches were being brutally attacked for having the temerity to demand equal rights, Keehan's willingness to teach anyone regardless of colour was genuinely admirable. There are reports that Keehan himself was threatened with eviction for his acceptance of black students, but nonetheless refused to stop teaching them. And just as a brief aside, it's also worth mentioning the oversized influence that 1970s kung fu movies would have on black culture. It isn't hard to see why the stories resonated with young African Americans, as they routinely featured non-white actors like Bruce Lee fighting back against brutal oppressors, be they Japanese karate thugs or Chuck Norris's chest hair. They also gave starring roles to black actors like Jim Kelly and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, at a time when Hollywood was filled with more vanilla than a Daily Wire branded porn site. Its influence can still be felt today in media like Afro Samurai, Ghost Dog, or everything Wu-Tang has ever done, to modern-day blaxploitation parodies like Black Dynamite. And while Dante wasn't responsible for this phenomenon, without people like him pushing karate like it was ketamine throughout the 60s and 70s, there may not have been as big an audience for Shaw Brothers or Golden Harvest's kung fu movies when they finally released them in the US. While it is tempting to celebrate him for his progressive views, it would be unwise to try and venerate Dante as some paragon of inclusivity. One thing that will become clear by the end of this story is that for every one positive step forward Dante took, he does an ass-over-tits tumble backwards into an abyss of utter wrong-headedness. While his acceptance of African American students, in a time when doing so could have led to your dojo being burned down, was admirable, Dante would drop the hammer of dawn on all that goodwill when, in one of his last ever interviews, he referred to the Japanese American owner of Black Belt magazine, Mitoshi Uehara, as, quote, a slant-eyed bastard. And while it is unconfirmed, he had allegedly told an Asian karateka called Paul Kwan that, quote, all Orientals should be put into ovens. This was despite only a few years earlier claiming to be very much against any kind of discrimination against both black and Asian students. One person who was not impressed by Keehan's inclusivity was his former sensei and expert-level window washer, Robert Trias. While it may be shocking to learn that a man whose crew cut has the precision of a targeted drone strike could possibly be a racist, apparently awarding black people with black belts was introducing a little too much colour to the USKA for his liking. He allegedly demanded Keehan stop promoting them to black belt, and when Keehan refused the order, Trias booted him out of the USKA. In December of 1964, Trias issued a formal notice barring Keehan from the USKA, the organisation he himself had helped found.
Please be advised that Mr. John Keehan has been expelled from the organization for various violations against the Constitution of the USKA and under Article 11-5, and for conduct unbecoming the true spirit of Karate Do. Let us not at any time support those who seek to weaken and undermine the true karate way. Oh yeah, P.S. Fuck Mr. Rourke and Tattoo, aka Jerry and Easy. Sincerely yours, these motherfucking nuts. I don't love Easy, I don't love Jerry, I don't love Ruthless Records. Frankly, I don't love nothing they gotta do with...
Oh, the fucking AI's hallucinating again. Anyway,
what do you mean?
It's worth mentioning, however, that Robert Trias is very much dead, having ascended to that great arm-flailing kata in the sky in 1989, and isn't here to defend himself. He did refute the claims of being a racist, and stated that Keehan was kicked out of the USKA for being a bit too much of a loose cannon who played by his own rules. And also he was a habitual liar, and was telling people he was a guerrilla fighter in the Cuban Revolution, and that Trias had once fought and defeated a live bear, all of which honestly sounds very on brand for Keehan.
What happened was, he was given too much power too young and too fast. He had a lot of good ideas about promoting tournaments and other karate activities, but some of his ideas were so fantastically out of reason. Ideas that would include doing or saying anything, whether it was true or false. John wasn't a bad fellow. Apparently he just listened to the wrong people and got a little power hungry.
But far from hampering his plans, Keehan's banishment from the USKA just meant that he was now under even less scrutiny and was free to create his own karate organization. An organization where the martial artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would... Oh shit, that's the Bioshock monologue again, sorry. My mistake. Keehan founded the World Karate Federation and came one step closer to his dream of ascending past the restrictive and archaic rules of 1960s karate competitions and staging no-holds-barred, full-contact death matches. By the mid-60s, the man known as John Timothy Keehan was being buried alive in the coffin of Count Dante. The unhinged tendencies of the Count were now burrowing into Keehan's daily life. He took to wearing his extravagant outfits not just while bouncing, but in his day-to-day life. His leotard, cape and beret were now paired with a cane tipped with a 24-carat golden lion head, and his red hair now dyed jet black, making him look like a glam rock Count Chocula as he strolled the streets of Chicago. He also purchased that most essential of dojo necessities, a lion cub. The cub was purchased from a zoo in southern Illinois and was christened Aurelia by Dante. And shout out to the super responsible men and women of that zoo who saw Dante looking like Satan's own birthday clown and thought, yeah, this is a man who seems responsible enough to own a fucking lion. Aurelia first lived at Dante's apartment, but as she grew, he was forced to move her into the Imperial Academy of Fighting Arts. A corner of the gym was sectioned off and filled with sand to act as a litter tray, because who doesn't love training next to an open-air box of dust-rolled animal shit? Aurelia can even be seen lounging around the gym in this video, and Dante and Aurelia became a well-known sight on the streets of Chicago, because it's not easy to miss what looks to be a musical theater superhero taking his pet lion for a walk. As Aurelia grew, and the cost of feeding her frozen horse meat spiraled, Dante rented her out for photo ops, one of which took place at a Lions Club event in Quincy, Illinois. There she made headlines for biting the mayor of Quincy, and realizing that maybe owning an aggressive wild animal without so much as a cage to put it into wasn't the Titanic-brained idea he once thought it was, Dante sold her to a businessman named Robert Geese. Aurelia promptly bit the shit out of Geese, leading him to make a panicked call to Dante, demanding he take her back. Dante hung up on him, presumably while laughing maniacally. Around this time, Dante was trying to rebuild his own brand after the split with Trius. He had lost a lot of black belts such as Jimmy Jones after the split, as some had decided to stick with the USKA despite Dante's allegations of racism against Trius. But Dante still had well-regarded black belts of his own, such as Jim Konsovic, Woodrow Edgell, and Douglas Dwyer, students who were fiercely loyal to their sensei. But in the summer of 1965, Dante would begin to test the limits of his students' devotion.
Here we have Douglas Dwyer. He's one of my head instructors here, and he's going to demonstrate the breaking of hard objects, which happens to be, common house space brick.
Is there a trick to this, Doug?
No, there's no real trick to the art itself. It's developed through speed, form, and power.
On the 23rd of July 1965, Dante and Douglas Dwyer were doing some moderate to heavy drinking when discussion turned to what they should do in regards to unpaid wages they were owed by the Chicago Judo and Karate Center, a dojo on South Archer Avenue that both men had previously been instructors for. Dante had a box containing 14 dynamite blasting caps which he had used to blow up cactus plants while living in Phoenix. Alcohol, dynamite, and debts do not make for the most level-headed of decision-making. By around 2 AM, Dwyer and Dante were well and truly fucking flutered, yet somehow managed to drive to the Judo and Karate Center to enact a flawless, foolproof plan to recoup their lost wages. What they'd do was, they'd use the dynamite to blow the place up. Dante taped 2 blasting caps to the windows of the dojo and attached a 40-inch long fuse, while Dwyer sat in the car ready to make a messy, drunken getaway. Dante attempted to light the fuse, but due to his inebriated state, the simple act of striking a match had the same difficulty level as navigating the average streaming website without contracting a fatal dose of malware. Dante burned through the entire book of matches and spent so long fucking around that he attracted the attention of the Chicago PD. As the cops approached, Dante and Dwyer took off at high speed, tossing the box of blasting caps out the window as they went. Being the animaniac's ass villain that he was, Dante was apprehended fairly quickly and gave a perfectly cromulent explanation for the whole debacle.
Keehan stated that both he and Dwyer only wanted to break the window of the establishment in order to get rid of a little steam.
I don't know about you, but whenever I want to let my hair down...
Oh, that's hilarious. Son Goku $20, facts or cap? Let me see. 200 pounds, solid 14% body fat, current goal, grow my legs much bigger. He's probably not at 14%. He's probably a little bit higher, but yeah, you know, it's not a bad physique. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Oh wait, should I read this? Injury. Lat muscle doing a pull-up contest. That's a very strange injury. But yeah, his body fat's probably a bit higher than that. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
I too reach for the Semtex. Unfortunately for Dante, he couldn't have picked a worse time to indulge in his dynamite-fueled shenanigans. Chicago had played host to a series of bombing incidents in recent years, with the Chicago Tribune reporting that there had been 74 bomb and arson attacks since January 1st, 1963, most of which were believed to be mob-related. The FBI were taking this shit seriously, and Dante's little stunt had just landed him squarely on the Fed's radar. Both Dante and Dwyer were given 2 years probation, and while the FBI eventually cleared them of any links to the Chicago bombings, Dante remained under FBI surveillance for a further 8 years, the case only being closed in 1973. But attempted bombing, or as Dante would later call it, malicious mischief, wasn't even the most creative way in which Dante would test his students. Woodrow Edgell was a black belt who had recently been promoted to second dan, but some of Dante's other black belts didn't think he was quite ready for this responsibility. In order to test his readiness for second dan, the men had a rational, well-thought-out discussion on the pros and cons of a belt-based martial art as opposed to a non-rank focused martial art.
See, fact check Indians donate $2. Can you fact check these stupid Indian hoes?
Facts that you might not know about indigenous peoples. There are no trees from our communities, and we can't grow vegetables.
The closest vegetable you can get is ice cube.
I'm assuming they're Inuit from like Nunavut or something. Maybe, depends on how far north they are.
Indigenous people protect more than 80% of our Earth's biodiversity.
That is absolute horseshit. Native Americans are well known for causing the extinction of the buffalo, so that's not true. They're not. Native people do not protect biodiversity.
So if you're protecting indigenous peoples, you're protecting our animals and our land.
Nope. Native Americans have caused extinctions before.
Pay more taxes than the rest of Canada.
They do not. That is not true. They do not pay a higher marginal tax rate. Thanks for the donation, fact check, Indians. Appreciate it.
Art like wrestling. No, I'm just kidding. Dante took Edgel for drinks and hired a random guy to assault him at the bar. This guy must have weighed 300 pounds, and he wasn't fat. He grabbed me around my chest and threw me across the room. I landed on a table, which luckily broke my fall. Edgel passed the test by defending himself in the most karate-ass way imaginable. I grabbed him by the throat and jabbed both of his eyeballs, and he started screaming. According to Edgel, he wasn't the only person to have undergone this test, with Dante seemingly favouring bar assaults as a means of pressure testing his black belts. Another of Dante's students to have their loyalty tested was Art Rapkin. Rapkin's life would turn out almost as interesting as the Count's himself. He was a karate instructor turned Bob Dylan impersonator turned cocaine smuggler who by the age of 27 would wind up being beaten and tortured in a Mexican prison. But in 1965,
Jesus.
He was a teenage runaway who was living and training karate at Dante's dojo. One day, while chatting with Dante, Rapkin spoke of his desire to open his own dojo, but lamented the fact that he was only 16 and wasn't a black belt. Dante let him in on a little secret. The public at large don't know the difference between a real and fake black belt, and if this shit is black belt level, then anyone can be a black belt. Sure enough, by the age of 18, Rapkin owned his own dojo in Milwaukee, and Dante would attempt his wildest stunt yet, with his young protege Rapkin center stage. In an attempt to promote his latest karate tournament, Dante took Rapkin aside and told him, "I'm granting you the opportunity to do something amazing and special." That amazing and special opportunity was to risk a potentially fatal maiming by attempting to execute a live bull with one karate chop. Rapkin would perform this amazing and special feat of animal cruelty at Dante's latest karate hijinks, the 1967 World Karate Federation tournament. While karate-based bull murder might sound absolutely fucking ludicrous, that's because it is. But bizarrely, there is a precedent in karate for this kind of bovine brutality. If you scour the pages of Black Belt, you may come across an advert like this for a man named Mas Oyama's Karate Secrets of Bovine Execution. According to the advert, Oyama, a Japanese karateka, was practically a one-man abattoir and responsible for more animal cruelty than DeviantArt's Sonic the Hedgehog category. He held a record of 3 bulls killed instantly with one karate chop and chopped the horns off 42 other bulls using his bare hands. Highly impressive statistics, or at least they would be if even a fraction of these claims had so much as a finger in the ass of reality. I don't believe a word of this, and you shouldn't either, because it is quite literally bullshit. A human being could no more one-shot a bull than they could eat a 1997 Subaru Impreza, which is the coolest car to ever have existed, but highly inedible. Having said all that, there is real video evidence of Oyama wrestling a bull, and while it is initially impressive, it becomes less impressive when you find out that it was a young, domesticated bull that was roped up, and Oyama blatantly, hilariously attempts to fake a scene of him karate chopping its horn off using what my parents' generation would have called trick photography. Seamless. Back in 1967, Art Rapkin was preparing for his own Oyama-esque feat of cattle decapitation. Dante rented a flatbed truck and strapped a 2,000-pound bull and the considerably smaller Rapkin in the back and drove up and down State Street shouting through a megaphone that fans of animal cruelty should come to the Medina Temple that Saturday night to watch this teenager become the inspiration for One Punch Man. It's a testament to Dante's charisma and the sway he held over his students that at no point did Rapkin attempt to extricate himself from a situation that had spiraled hilariously beyond all logic and reason. Even while stuck in the back of a truck, with the eyes of his bovine aggressor locked firmly upon him, Rapkin believed he could do it, simply because Dante told him he could do it. Thanks to Dante's influence, Rapkin had the kind of unearned self-belief of a prime Jaden Smith, self-belief which propelled him to Chicago's Medina Temple that Saturday night. But as he warmed up for his feat of Taurian theatrics, the police entered the arena and shut the whole thing down. At the 11th hour, Rapkin was saved from the most embarrassing way to die any martial artist not named David Carradine could endure, thanks to protesters who had gotten the event shut down due to its overt animal cruelty. Little did they know, the animal wouldn't have been the one suffering the cruelty, but their complaint was upheld anyway. Luckily for Rapkin, he escaped the whole debacle without being gored to death, and luckily for Dante, there were no refunds. Rapkin's confidence never wavered. Even after the cancellation of the event, he was reported as saying he would, quote, kill it in the truck on State Street, if necessary. Despite the promise of a human versus bovine deathmatch, Dante's latest stunt hadn't exactly smashed box office records.
These people
Ticket
are
sales were low,
unhinged.
with only $8,600 in total sold, and fearing the cost of his overheads would outstrip the ticket sales, Dante concocted a flawless, foolproof plan to recoup any loss of income. He would steal the ticket sales, and that was it. Dante instructed Rapkin to take the money and then call the police with a bogus report saying the money had been stolen from him. Rapkin couldn't disobey his sensei, so did exactly that. The Chicago Tribune reported the theft, but seemed more amused that the supposed karate badasses couldn't protect themselves from being robbed than angry about the thousands of people who had been ripped off by Dante's catastrophic karate tournament.
Oh my god.
By the end of 1967, Keehan's transformation into Count Dante was complete. He had fully adopted the trappings of his alter ego. The flamboyant clothes were a permanent fixture. He drove a car with the Dante family crest emblazoned on its doors, and officially changed his name to Count Juan Rafael Dante, a name that goes harder than a batch loaf that's been left out overnight. And put it this way, if some asshole had named me, whatever the fuck this is, as soon as I turn 18, I'm changing my name to Count Juan Rafael Dante and hitting both my parents with a double dim Mac. Dante had also fallen out of love with karate by this time, whether this was down to his expulsion from the USKA, the poor reception to his public abattoir/karate tournament that year, or just a growing disillusionment with a martial art that required more air punching than the chorus of Shout at the Devil is unknown. But that year, Dante wrote a 4-page diss track titled Karate is for Sissies. The title was deliberately inflammatory because this essay was Dante going scorched earth on the craze he had helped create. Such was Dante's reputation in the world of martial arts at this point, and so outrageous was the article, that the editors had to put a disclaimer on it stating that they neither agreed nor disagreed with Dante, but felt he should be heard out. Dante is often lumped into the category of fake martial artist, alongside no-touch knockout masters like George Dillman. But Dante doesn't belong anywhere near such genuine frauds as Dillman, and this article is proof positive of that. At one point in time, Dillman himself was a respected karate instructor who even taught karate to Muhammad Ali, and rather hilariously attempted to demonstrate pressure point knockouts on Dan Severn, a man who prefers to suplex his opponents into unconsciousness. But eventually, Dillman realized that conning people is easier than training, and embarked upon a new path of trying to convince people that karate had given him magical powers. Dante was a complete inversion of this. As he saw karate becoming less and less effective over time, he railed against the styles that placed more focus on kata than real sparring. He argued for practical effectiveness over pomp and ceremony, and called for karate to implement full contact sparring. The article ends with Dante describing what he considers the perfect fighting system, and here, he was 100% prescient, as what he describes is an almost perfect description of UFC 1, decades before that event would change the world of martial arts forever.
No one art is an answer within itself. I believe in a combined art of which there are no rules, restricted striking areas, or outlawed techniques.
As Dante was falling in and out of love with karate, he looked to broaden his martial horizons. He started training with an alleged Shaolin monk named James Lee. Woodrow Edgell confirmed this story, as he too trained with Dante and Lee, but this was the late 60s, a time when people were probably still selling bridges to immigrants, so I'd say the chances that a Shaolin monk just happened to be living in Chicago were fairly slim. Regardless of whether or not he held legitimate monk status, Lee is pivotal to Dante's story, as he was apparently the man who taught Dante that most feared of all martial arts moves, the dreaded dim mak. The dim mak, also known as the death touch or poison hand, is like when an enemy casts doom in a Final Fantasy game. It's an attack that leaves no bruises or bleeding, but starts a countdown, at the end of which death is guaranteed.
Come on, touch of death, touch of death, touch of death.
The time between successful application of a dim mak and one's expiration varies. Some say hours, some say days. George Dillman, another dim mak expert, claims that he had seen dim maks that had a death clock of up to a couple of weeks.
People keep cleaning that only 20% indigenous people protect 80% biodiversity on Earth or made up shit. How do you do the math on that? Makes no sense. I don't think it's just people know how to do math, lol.
I don't know if they're talking about indigenous reserves and how you can't do like logging or oil development in those areas. I have no fucking clue. I I don't even know why the fuck you'd necessarily care about protecting biodiversity. Okay, there's a bunch of animals in the wolves tearing each other apart and torturing each other to death. Yeah, we gotta make sure that that's protected. Oh, there's a unique flower growing in a certain area, like you give a shit. It's just kind of stupid. We should just be making sensible decisions on what kind of wildlife we need and whether or not it's good to get rid of it on a basis of reducing rights violations in natural habitats, you know, like wolves ripping deer apart, and how much benefit we can actually create with human habitation. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Weeks before killing its victim, the time of death may vary, but the outcome is immutable.
Soon you will be at peace.
Hey, quit it, Bart. Quit it. Hey, quit it, Mom! Bart, don't use a touch of death on your sister.
Dante would make the deadly art of dim mak his main selling point towards the end of his life, and as such, I wanted to try and get to know the secrets behind the dim mak, in an effort to try and understand Dante himself a little bit better. There are endless books and articles on the application of the dim mak, and to try and approach this subject with an open mind, I read as many as was legal before my very existence becomes some kind of Geneva Code violation. For a secret technique that, according to Black Belt, is only taught to the most upstanding and righteous students, there are so many books on practical dim mak usage that anyone who can read can learn the deadly art of the death touch, and those of you who can't read can just learn from the pictures.
Don't even let them know where the point is with the one knuckle punch.
But the dim mak isn't just about murder, like a Swiss Army knife of fingertip fuckery. There's a whole host of nifty tricks that the dim mak can do. If you want to make someone feel nauseous or anxious, there's a dim mak for that. If you want to make someone feel a little tired and need a lie down, there's a dim mak for that too. Could come in handy the next time your kid starts trying to talk to you about Roblox. This one guy found a loophole in Death Touch application where he used what looks to be a Colt 1911 to perform a dim mak. There's even a dim mak that causes instant, uncontrollable diarrhea, and I swear to God I'm not making this up, it's all in these books. The majority of dim mak manuals border on being unreadable. They're filled with reams of poorly drawn acupuncture charts that are so minute you'd need a fucking electron microscope to try and decipher them. They're also filled with page after page of incomprehensible instructions on how to strike anatomical locations that I'm not convinced any human even has. Let's take pericardium meridian PC1 Tianchi for example, which is located 1 kun lateral to the nipple in the 4th intercostal space. Thanks for clearing that up, because I was confused there for a second. The best you can hope for from the average dim mak manual are low-res black and white photos of how to attack death point mind-killing strike points, such as Triple Warmer 17B.
Bring both hands down on either side of Triple Warmer 23.
Several of these turgid ninja nonsense tutorials were written by none other than the clown prince of ninjutsu himself, Ishida Kim. One such book, Poison Hand, spends most of its read time jerking off Count Dante like he was a cross between Sephiroth and a Sith Lord, and then attempts to illustrate all 77 Poison Hand techniques of the Dante fighting system, which seems to involve landing 77 consecutive blows on minute, pinpoint sections of the anatomy, a feat that would be like trying to hit 77 bullseyes in a row with hands made of wet cement. I've only mastered 76 of the 77 hit combo, but thankfully Ishida Kim was on deck to show us how it's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness without doubt the most savage and terrifying self-defense form known to man. It's composed of 27 of the deadliest poison hand techniques ever devised, each one of which is guaranteed to kill, cripple, or maim any attacker. It's not for the squeamish, nor the weak heart.
Don't laugh, that man died. The definitive treatise on fingertip murder wasn't written by Ishida Kim or some middle-aged man with a ponytail, but by Count Dante himself. In 1968, Dante released this, The World's Deadliest Fighting Secrets. The booklet was his very own papal bullshit, which he firmly nailed upon the door of martial arts. It would become the most enduring part of his legacy, thanks in part to the adverts for this manual of mayhem, which ran in the back of Marvel Comics. In the years since, Dante's comic book advertisements have become iconic. In stark colours, the Count looms large over the page in full poison hand pose, his fingers twisted into slashing, rending, murdering claws, as the headline below him screams that this is the deadliest man alive. Purchase of the world's deadliest fighting secrets also comes with free membership to a secret fisting club called the Black Dragon Fighting Society, and you can guarantee that I have never wanted to be a part of any society more than this, so I hope that membership is transferable because I bought an original 1968 copy on eBay for research purposes.
Yes, this is the deadliest and most terrifying fighting art known to man, and without equal. Its maiming, mutilating, disfiguring, paralyzing, and crippling techniques are known by only a few people in the world. An expert at dim mat could easily kill many judo, karate, kung fu, aikido, and gung fu experts at one time with only fingertip pressure, using his murderous poison hand weapons. Instructing you step by step through each move in this manual is none other than Count Dante, the deadliest man who ever lived.
The World's Deadliest Fighting Secrets is, without hyperbole, the greatest book I've ever read in my entire life, and I've read the novelization of Ghostbusters. The book begins with an introduction to Count Dante. Count Dante, an immediate descendant of European nobility and holder of an 8th degree black belt, is somewhat of a legend in the karate world today. If it wasn't obvious that he wrote this about himself, it will be after this sentence. The strikingly handsome director of the World Karate Federation looks more like a movie star than a karate master, and then descends into typical Dante madness by claiming, on September 1st, 1967, the Directive Committee of the World Federation of Fighting Arts declared Count Dante the world's deadliest fighting master, in recognition of his having defeated the world's foremost fist-stick and grappling masters in no-holds-barred combat. The introduction to Dante ends with this rather cheerful sentence informing us that Count Dante is a world-famous hairstylist and beauty consultant, and an avid devotee of classical singing. But if you thought Dante's introduction went harder than Havel the Rock, then just wait till you hear about the Black Dragon Fighting Society. The Black Dragon Fighting Society is a world...
Elias Stoney Tellers, I need an opossum. Yeah, I know. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, look how handsome. Oh my god, opossums are the best. Unfortunately, they only live for about 2 years. They don't live long. They're not like a cat or a dog. They literally only live for like 2 years. It's really sad. They're such sweet, weird little animals. Oh. Look at that little guy. Oh. They're so beautiful. So fuzzy. Oh, look at them. Oh, look at those tails. They're really good. Oh, so nice. They're so nice. Oh. Oh, look at them. Look at their fingers. They're almost like hands. Oh, they're so good. Such sweet little babies.
This fast? In a really long time. Like, oh, she's shaking. Are you cold? Yeah. You're a little bit cold.
Oh, look at him.
You should probably get an animal like this. Like, I've always known I love them.
Yeah, opossums are great. This is funny as hell. Let me see.
For people to live until they can hopefully someday go back to their homes.
This is boring! We're bored. Tell some jokes. This is something. Entertain us. Hey, easy guys.
For people to live until they can hopefully someday go back to their homes.
This is boring! We're bored. Tell some jokes. This is something. Entertain us. Hey, easy.
Is that actually Trump there? I'm sure he was very triggered. True question mark.
Eating a banana and putting a banana in a blender is two different things. I did not know that. When you blend a banana, it's 8 points.
What?
When you eat a banana, it's Goatis.
What? It's 0.
No, the amount of calories you get from a banana from eating it versus blending it and then eating it is virtually identical.
That for you, because when you eat fruit and when you drink fruit, it's two different things. That's why all these fat people, when you see them going, I don't eat breakfast, I drink a smoothie. You're killing yourself.
Yes, let's listen to an overweight, retarded drug addict on nutrition. Yeah, no, that's just nonsense. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Renowned fighting arts organization, the secret society teaches the most savage, deadly, and terrifying fighting arts known to man. Many famous world champions have failed to gain entrance into the forbidden society that is sworn to the art of death. The exact membership and training are closely guarded secrets of the membership who are sworn to secrecy and joined together through their initiation ceremony of blood. Sadly, 7 pages in is kind of where 98% of the awesome shit in Dante's booklet ends. What follows is roughly 150 individual pictures of Doug Dwyer getting eye poked, eye gouged, fish hooked, and got your nosed. There's also a dim Mac timetable as if the deadly hands of Dante were a fucking city bus, but this does inform us that apparently the dim Mac is more or less effective at certain times and on certain body parts, leading to the revelation that between 8 to 10 PM, an anal dim Mac is at its most potent. I can't say that the world's deadliest fighting secrets made me a better fighter, but one thing I do know is that if I ever have to fight Douglas Dwyer, he is fucked. Sadly for ninjas everywhere, based on the evidence and on my research, the dim Mac is not real. While I can confirm that if someone punches you with a pointed knuckle in a pressure point area, that shit is painful, but it's not going to make an attacker volcanically shit himself, need a lie down, or drop dead. And even if it could, dim Mac falls into the same trap as something like Krav Maga, or any martial arts that promises to teach you moves too deadly for the octagon. If your entire martial art is based on eye gouging, maiming, or...
I'm back, what did I miss? Oh, we're just watching bullshito martial arts nonsense.
Killing your opponent, how the fuck are you...
Kid Boot Tillers need to watch Solo Leveling.
Do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can, yes, increase GDP, of course.
Is GDP wealth? If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier? If the housing costs more, if CPI goes up because there's more people...
No, I understand. Inflation is under control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but the welfare state makes us all poorer. Yes, it does. And you can see it across history.
If you compare...
People want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts, we want opportunity. That's why, as an immigrant, that's why my family...
Yeah, and if you don't tax the rich, they end up stealing all wealth, and then everyone else is poor. So that's why, like, one of the reasons why taxes are so important.
When I came here, we left the socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want economic opportunity.
Taxing people does not equal socialism.
How come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty?
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community?
What do you mean, what program? How much money is enough? When is it enough? You have the richest country in the world.
We offered $300.
The way you guys think. It's just...
He's not even letting him talk, and he's just rambling about nonsense.
Insane to me. If you enjoy...
Yeah, okay, so that was a stupid video. I might watch Solo Leveling, I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
You even able to practice it without turning your dojo into a funeral home for incontinent blind people. Dante didn't invent the concept of the death touch, but he was the first to package it and market it to gullible comic book readers, and ultimately spawned an entire cottage industry of death touch conmen. Reading Dante's Manual of Murder won't make you a better fighter. In fact, it might actively make you worse. But as I stared at that price tag, and realized that when it's adjusted for inflation, this book cost almost $100 in 1968, I did gain a deeper understanding of the man himself, because to quote Johnny Rotten,
"Ever get the feeling you've been cheated? Good night."
What's up guys, it's your boy, AI Napoleon. Did you know that every year thousands of children are born without a triple warmer 17B? This debilitating illness causes overuse of metaphors and similes, and a terminal attraction to Valentina Shevchenko. For the price of one medium-sized grows up. People will buy any old garbage, which explains the enduring popularity of the Strokes. Yeah, that's right, Strokes fan. Thought I forgot about you, did you? But it also explains why the world's deadliest fighting secrets made Dante a millionaire. Despite having less quality control than a Temu sweatshop, mail-order ninjas all across America had purchased a copy of Dante's murderous ramblings, and Dante, seeing yet another angle, had kept his overheads low by having a local nunnery take care of all the shipping. The end result was that deadliest fighting secrets had done more for Dante's fortunes than any karate class or tournament ever had. While this booklet seems almost quaint in an era where you can probably fire up TikTok and explore the beheading hashtag, the American karate establishment was so enraged by the mere anarchy that Dante had loosed upon the world that, they could have landed a punch in anger. Black Belt refused to cover any more of Dante's tournaments, and the heads of American karate were calling for Dante and anyone who trained with him to be barred from taking part in any tournament in the United States. Ed Parker even threatened to expel his own students if they so much as set foot in one of Dante's dojos. His last tournament in 1967 had been advertised as a knockout tournament that featured no-holds-barred, full-contact fights. The very notion of actually landing punches at a karate competition was so controversial that almost every single person...
Kid Boot Tillers, would you say this guy is vegan? Let me see.
You're not convinced you can get enough nutrients on a plant-based diet? Where am I getting my nutrition? I don't know how to eat food. Someone please teach me how to eat. Truly, god, Alex is vegan. Oh my god, he's eating broccoli. Natural, this is quite embarrassing, blah blah blah, humbling. You're not. Yeah, I'd say that guy's probably vegan. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. How do you imagine life at 50? Well, who the fuck knows? Maybe by then our AI overlords will take over. Who the fuck knows, dude? Oh, I just do what I want to do.
Involved in American karate, treated Dante like he'd just been sexting a minor on Discord. In the April 1967 issue of Black Belt, everyone from June Rhee to that bitch-ass Robert Trias took the opportunity.
How much volume for non-specialized muscle groups, like 4 sets per muscle group, question mark. Most people are going to get the majority of muscle growth from just doing 2 separate exercises, 3 sets per exercise for a given muscle group. So that's where like 90% or more of your muscle growth is going to come from. So it's just going to be 3 sets, 2 exercises. You may or may not get a benefit from doing more than that. It really depends, but yeah, like 90% of your growth, if not more, is just going to come from doing 2 exercises for a given muscle group, 3 sets. I personally find that back and shoulders probably require more, but most other body parts, yeah, it's about that. Back and shoulders, it's probably closer to 3 to 4 exercises, and 3 to 4 sets per exercise. I think most people benefit from more volume for back and shoulders, but other than that, it's pretty much the rule.
To express their absolute disgust at the notion of people actually landing punches and kicks.
I can only say what disgraceful attitudes the promoters of such a tournament must have towards Karate Do.
Yeah, per workout. So if you train each body part twice per week, again, roughly 2 exercises for a muscle group, 3 sets, you're gonna like either max out or nearly max out growth potential. You really don't need that much volume, like, period, to stimulate growth at all. Even like 1 or 2 sets per week, you're probably going to be able to make progress on that alone. But yeah, at least for natural lifters, you don't really get a benefit from doing much higher volume, generally speaking. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Hey, what's up, Chart? I was gonna ask you, you think that Israel should displace the Palestinians from Palestine to Egypt and Jordan?
It's a tough question. I will say this, guys. I'm happy to do the whole afternoon on Israel, but let's try to get at other questions. But
that's what I'm. That's
I'm
what
not
I'm
blaming you. I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
to the audience.
Yeah.
It's a difficult question. I don't
Sure.
know what the solution is. I don't.
So you think it's right for them to ethnically
I'm not saying it's
cleanse
right.
them?
I'm saying the solution is very difficult because the people of Gaza have shown that they are incapable of self-government.
Sure.
Incapable. That when they are given self-government, it becomes a terrorist hotbed, and it becomes a nightmare for the Jewish people, and war ensues. So I don't know what the...
Right, but my question here is, do you think it's ethnic cleansing to forcibly tell them to get out of Gaza?
Well, the issue is, who cares what you call it? Ethnic cleansing, getting retards out of a certain area, like tard wrangling, like you can call it whatever you want. The question is whether or not it's the best choice. Like, use whatever buzzword you want, like ethnic cleansing, tard wrangling. Oh, gum. Oh, this kitty is so beautiful. Look at him. Oh my goodness. gummy. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. You're my gummy. Yeah, you're my gummy. Yeah, a lot of these lefty tards, they like to kind of trap you in some kind of buzzword. Oh, ethnic cleansing? Like, they just try to identify something that has a bad connotation to it with whatever you're trying to promote, rather than actually arguing whether or not it's a good idea.
Again, I'm not even saying I support it.
Because this is what Trump said.
I know what Trump said. I'm not even saying that I think that's a good idea. I do want someone to tell me what the solution is, though. Because that's an idea.
Yes, Egypt actually offered the solution, but Trump actually was against it.
What would you say the solution is?
The solution is to have an Arab state to govern them, basically, and for Hamas not to be in control. That's all I'm saying.
Right, so we had something close to that, though.
Like, it's... The issue is Arabs are extraordinarily corrupt. They just are. Go to any Arab country, if you think like the US government or something is corrupt, you're in a completely different fucking world. Like, it's possible that you could find an Arab nation like the UAE that is a little more secular to govern them, but whether or not they can actually, like, whether or not there's going to be some sort of, it's just a weird situation. So just because you, like, it has to be more than one leader, right? Like, you have to have an entire government structure. Are they all going to be made up of members from the UAE? Are they going to be interested in governing over a country like that for little benefit? Like, what money are they getting from governing these people? And you have no idea if they're actually going to be able to control the populace and prevent, like, terrorism or some other terrorist group from popping up. Like, chances are, best case scenario, either Israel ends up taking over, and then you have a secular government put in place, and they aren't, at least for the foreseeable future, allowed to have democratic elections. They're basically just a weird puppet state of Israel. Or you just bring people, like, you just take Palestinians and disperse them over a wide area across, like, Egypt or Jordan or something, so that these people can't form some, like, weird fucking terrorist organization and then try to take over the government again?
For years, where Gaza was controlled by Hamas, and Gaza democratically elected Hamas.
In 2006, that's correct.
Yeah,
but they weren't able to democratically elect again after 2006.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Because the people liked it.
It's not because people liked it. It's because they didn't have any other choice but to
We
do
don't
it.
know. You might be right. I might be right. I think I'm right. Let me tell you why.
Okay, why?
Because when the
Hamas had majority support in Gaza for a long time. The only thing that they didn't like about Hamas was how they managed civil society. So people didn't like how they did policing. They didn't like how they managed, like, water, electricity, sewer systems, roads, building infrastructure. That's what they didn't like, but they actually fundamentally aligned with the political ideology of Hamas.
terrorists went and killed a bunch of Jews on October 7th.
Yes, I know that a lot of people were happy to see. Yes, and why? Why is that? Why is that? Because it didn't start on October 7th. It didn't start on October 7th.
Yeah, but this is where we're going to disagree.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, they've always wanted to kill Jews. That's right. It didn't start on October 7th. Since the 1930s, they wanted to kill Jews.
Look at things in the term of right and wrong, and just and unjust, not oppressor or oppressed. A different worldview that could be on the left, not saying you are, would say, hey, the people of Gaza...
Yeah, I voted for Trump, by the way.
No, I'm not saying for sure, great. We just might not agree on this issue. The people of Gaza, some people would say, hey, it's been a bubbling up problem. We're going to justify what's happening on October 7th. We look at that, and we say it's never acceptable to go and kidnap and to go cut throats, unprovoked, unprompted.
Sure, it's against international law, and I believe that Israel as well, like where they did a lot of things that were against international law as well.
Well, I don't quite know what that would mean, but yeah, I mean...
War crimes.
Such as
mass people.
Yeah, man, it's just, again, I don't want to keep going in circles, but it's like, I can't see a single instance of Israel going out of its way to kill civilians.
You don't see a single instance of what?
Israel going out of its way to kill civilians. I see Israel going out of its way.
So you don't believe what they've done is genocide?
No, of course not. Because let's get our terms. Let's just go. What is genocide?
A genocide basically mass a certain group because of their ethnicity, race, or culture or religion.
So was October 7th a genocide?
It wasn't a genocide, no.
By your own definition.
Yeah, let me tell you why. Because the ICJ now is investigating Israel. They're not investigating Hamas for genocide, if you know that.
Who?
The ICJ?
Yeah, the ICJ is anti-Israel, has been for a while.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, they are. Why do you say that?
Well, because
The ICJ has had remarkably insane bias against Israel forever. There was a terror attack against Israel where terrorists kidnapped hostages. I think they flew to Uganda because the Ugandan dictator at the time didn't like Israel. So they were able to go to Uganda. Israel conducted an operation to kill the terrorists and take back the hostages. And then it was either the UN or the ICJ that condemned Israel and claimed they committed piracy.
Because they're funded largely by Arab
They're funded by who? Funded by who? Hamas?
Well, like by Qatar and Saudi Arabia and by very wealthy Gulf dictatorships. Hold on. You're trying to say that Hamas was not investigated for what happened on October 7th?
Hamas is not being investigated by the ICJ of doing a genocide. Yes,
have you watched the videos?
I have watched the videos. Yeah, I feel like
you saw. Did you see the one where the? And when they were laughing, you saw that one?
Sure. I think Hamas, what they've done was barbarism. I think they're
How is it not a
group.
war crime then?
I think Hamas is a terrorist group. I really think they are. But that doesn't justify what Israel has done so far. That's all I'm saying.
Well, again,
yeah, it does.
There's two separate things, but everything Israel did was.
As of October 7th, you believe that the Mossad, for example, is one of the biggest agencies in the world. It might be even better than the CIA, right?
Yes and no. I don't think they're nearly as effective as people think they are. And I can prove it to you. But
let me just prove my point, please. So what I'm trying to say here is that basically the Mossad knew about the attack from Hamas because they only had like Chinese bicycles, bikes and stuff like that to go in. So what I think is that basically the Mossad.
Oh my God!
Basically, they knew about this attack because Hamas basically is Israel's biggest asset. If Hamas wasn't there, they would have not killed anybody. So I think
I just want to make sure I understand your argument. There's one part of the argument is asking, did Israel know? And was there a stand down order? I asked that question, never gotten an answer. You're going a step further.
We don't have proof.
And hypothesizing that the Mossad, which is their CIA, wanted it to happen.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's insane.
Why do you think it's insane?
So you think that Mossad, which are Jews, wanted 1,300 Jews to...
There's no way to conduct an operation like that with thousands of individuals being responsible and that information not getting leaked. So that's just an insane anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Die.
They didn't know that 1,300 people would die, but they wanted to see something so that they can be able to actually attack Palestine.
Got it. So we're just not going to agree because you have a much lower view of Jewish people than I do.
No, I believe Israel's right to exist too.
No, I know, but what you're saying is that the Jewish leadership of Mossad wanted the Hamas.
What he should ask at this point is whether or not this guy's a 9/11 truther, because this dude's just insane.
To attack.
Yes, because what I'm trying to tell you is that they had homemade drones too. Hamas had homemade drones that they use. Okay, so how were they not able to see all of that happening? Is all I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, first of all, part of it is a legitimate question, but getting to as far as saying that must be the case, it's a big leap. It was a holy day,
sure,
right, which is very important. It was Shabbat, which is 90% of IDF troops aren't there. But let me just kind of close on a moral question. Point, then a question. Number one, Hamas did not go after military targets.
Yes,
they went after civilian targets.
That's correct.
Inexcusable. Number two, though.
That's what they were able to put their hands on.
Let me ask you a question. Who do you think there's a good guy or a bad guy in the equation of Israel versus Hamas?
As of who?
I'm asking, which one do you think is good, bad, better, or worse?
I think Hamas is bad. I think what the Israel government is doing is bad as well. That's why we don't have an agreement.
So let me ask you just a hypothetical, and I don't mean to be interruptive.
Sure.
What should Israel have done in response to 1,300 people in the most horrendous way?
To target Hamas members in a better way, to not mass
What is a better
people.
way? Explain what that looks like.
Well, there's a reason why they have special forces.
There we go, Special Forces, Call of Duty. Oh, I played Call of Duty, and there's a mission in Call of Duty where you had to take out all the Russian, terrorists, and then there's like this, in the mission, you take out the you snipe from a really long distance, and then you kill all the terrorists, and then you, switch to, this plane in the sky, and then the plane shoots the terrorists and has thermal vision so you can see them at night and who's a terrorist and who's not. There's a red square over all of them so it shows you who the bad guys are. Why can't they do that like in Call of Duty? Oh my God! Yeah, this guy watches Young Turks, guaranteed.
There was a reason why they have the best military. There's a reason why they have the best military equipment in the world so that they'll be able to target Hamas members.
Yeah, but they did all of that, and so I never get a concrete answer. So what I just want is I'm not going to defend everything that every IDF soldier ever did, but I find it so interesting that everything that Israel does gets so hyper-examined through this lens that no other country ever gets held to the standard of, ever.
Nobody does anything like Israel.
With Palestine, yeah? You believe that no other country does what Israel does?
With Palestine, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, who else? Tell me.
You think that, no, I want you to just pause. You think that from the African...
Buddy, like, have you ever heard of Syria? Like,
Civil wars.
Has anybody done anything worse?
Like Yemen? There have been so many more deaths in Syria and Yemen. Like, it's insane. And then this guy thinks Israel's the only country that's ever. Oh my God.
To the Palestinians more than the Israel?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have, actually. Like the internment camps throughout China for the Uyghur Muslims, or the North Korean open-air concentration camps.
Well, basically, they didn't commit genocide. They didn't want ethnic cleansing.
Let me just close with this.
Right.
This is not your...
Yeah, what China's doing is a genocide.
What's your name?
Yusuf.
Yusuf, this is not your fault. But it is an intentional provocation, and I find it to be repulsive, not you, but generally. The overuse of the word genocide. Because when you keep on using genocide, you're basically trying to cheapen actual genocides that have happened the last 100 years.
Why would I have to cheapen it? I still believe that there are other genocides that happen too.
So you think...
So you think if I say that
I just want to make sure I understand this. You think that Israel's intentionally trying to kill as many people of Gaza as possible?
Yes.
Well, they're not doing a great job of it because the population keeps on going up.
Well, yeah,
there's a lot of talk about what's happening.
Well, yeah, they 50,000 so far.
No, not even.
Since October 7th?
Maybe 20,000.
No.
But again,
how did you get your information? What, 20,000? What?
Well, it's again.
You want to fact
again,
check me? You want to fact check me?
You're getting too combative. I don't trust any of the numbers of the international community.
Okay, sure.
But if it was really their goal to kill as many people of Gaza as possible, why doesn't Israel just bomb and kill them all right now?
Because basically all the world is going to be totally against it, which they are, but it gets to a point. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, how you want to say that? Why wouldn't they just nuke Gaza? Is what you're trying to say?
Because they actually have tried. They have done their best. So here's some facts. They drop leaflets before they bomb. They do medical emergency surgeries for people of Gaza every single day, all throughout Israel. They are saving people's lives of Gaza every day.
They bomb churches too. You know that?
Yeah, and I actually spoke out against it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. One time you've said that the Jews have never been ruled peacefully under the Arab rule.
Well, I asked for an example of that.
Yes,
yeah.
there are a couple.
Okay, I think the Jews in this audience wouldn't trust Muslims to govern them.
I'm saying in the Ottoman Empire.
You trust Muslims to govern you?
I'm saying in the Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire was mostly secular.
Andalus Empire from the...
I would not point to the Ottoman Empire as being a beacon of peace.
Please. I'm saying that Andalus from the 8th to the 12th centuries, they say 4 centuries. They say 4 centuries in peace. It was actually called the Golden Age of the Jews. Did you know that, Charlie?
Well, actually, the Jews were in exile during that time, weren't they? Weren't they in Babylonia, and that's when the Babylonian Talmud was written?
When Andalus took control, they basically welcomed the Jews for 4 centuries. You can look it up.
Yeah, but they were not in Israel, were they?
Not in Israel, but
so how could it be the Golden Age of the Jews?
The Ottoman Empire was highly secular, so that makes no sense what he's saying.
Jews if they weren't in Israel.
That's what they called it. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what the Muslims called it.
No, listen. Because what you said is basically that they never lived in peace under the Arab rule.
I asked a question. I said, can you point to an example?
I just pointed it out to you right now.
I find it to be completely... Or the Arab world would, right?
The Arab world wouldn't.
All of it. Just the idea.
Okay, well, this guy's a retard. Rare Charlie Kirk W. Lie Stony Tellers, the guy talks about black empowerment while dissing his own daughter on the internet. LMAO.
My biological father is Dr. Umar. I tried to contact him about, getting to know my sister. I asked him if he knows her or if he has her number. He ignored me and never responded. I'm 22 years old now. My dad has never been to anything important, no graduation, no birthday parties, nothing. He has not been in my life. Forget the relationship. I really don't care too much about that at this point. I just wanted a conversation out of you and you shut me down. You ignored me. And I'm not bashing you.
Really?
I just don't understand why you're ignoring me. I'm 22 years old and you have yet to be in my life.
Y'all know me too well. Y'all know my love for children is too strong. For anybody to be coming out the woodworks telling you they've been trying to reach me when my number has been public for 20 years. Listen, brothers and sisters. I want y'all to listen. My phone number has been...
Okay, so this guy's a deadbeat dad. So he's just had a bunch of baby mamas. He's a degenerate retard. Love this trend. Let me see.
It's crazy how Candace Owens' fan base is now attacking her the way she has attacked other people.
Oh my god. This is what she looked like as a kid and she's claiming other people are trans when they're not?
Calling her trans?
Dude.
The same way she tried to attack Michelle Obama. Chef's kiss. And now...
Get fucked. Oh my god, what a retard.
Hey nigga, I hope you're feeling my flow. If not, bitch, you'd make me late for my show. I'm a real G. Cause I don't give a fuck. You poor motherfucker, if you don't like me, suck my cock. Go and don't stop. Stop.
Swedish American Idol seems pretty dope.
With 17-year-old a chance to beat the champions of 2015. Carl Edmund to start off.
Ladies and gentlemen, cancel match, Great Britain. 6-3, 6-4, 2-1, default.
What happened there? I'm kind of confused. Did he get pissed off at the guy for not properly scoring or something?
4-2-1, default.
Well, thanks for the donation, Elias. Buzz donate $2. Go to Destiny's community tab and take the surveys doing about his channel and what's most effective. I'm not going to bother. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuzz.
I have no sympathy for any Zionist settler that we're taken POW. That's what you get when you set up a rave next to a concentration camp. It's like spitting into the faces of all the suffering starved children in the world while they trip on drugs. FAFO.
So, first of all, they're not prisoners of war, they're hostages. Secondly, the music festival was about creating peace with Palestine, so for them to attack that music festival is, like, outrageously retarded, and there's no excuse for it. You're a retard. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
7,777,777.
Let me take a look. Oh my god, that's Joey. Oh, look at his little paws. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my god, look at his eyes. He's so sentient. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whoa. That is an amazing cat. Thanks for the donation, even though.
This will for certain affect the growth of karate in this country. It may be the beginning of the end for the science some of us have dedicated our lives to in promoting brotherhood, sportsmanship, competition, and tournament.
By 1969, Dante's name was so toxic that Black Belt had stopped covering any tournament in Chicago, not just his. The situation had gotten so bad that by April of that year, Black Belt staged a mafioso-style sit-down with Dante and all the big names in karate to try and stem Dante's dismal tide. The whole meeting was reported on in a Black Belt article called The Trial of Count Dante. Dante's trial was basically a whole bunch of karate dorks whinging about the danger of not pulling your punches. It seemed like the instructors of the day genuinely believed karate was so powerful that allowing punches and kicks to land was essentially playing Russian roulette with a fucking Death Star. A karate practitioner named Walt Bartowski said of Dante's tournaments, "If you're going for contact, you will have one winner and 35 dead contestants." But while all the established heads of karate seemed to have their knives out for him, there was one
I have no idea why TikTok makes me do those captchas. It's really annoying.
person present at the trial of Count Dante who was resolutely in his corner. Described by Black Belt as a voluptuous young girl with a tight-fitting white dress and the long
So, the IOF only targets kids. BC. There is so little rest for the wicked that a part of them knows their insanity will continue to breed the strongest resistance warriors in history, but instead of seeing their shadow they would rather murder innocent children.
So first of all, the IDF doesn't target kids. That's just fucking retarded. Secondly, the idea that these are the strongest resistance warriors in history. So is there a reason why when they attacked during October 7th, they were only able to kill innocent people that were completely unarmed? And anytime they actually went up against IDF forces, they were just massacred. Is that why they ran back to their shitty little fucking sewers in Gaza and hid under the fucking, like, in their little subterranean sewer layers in their tunnels? Is that why their main strategy is mostly just martyrdom? Just kill yourself, strap a bomb to your chest, and blow yourself up? You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Contemporary hairstyle one might find at the Playboy Club was Dante's then girlfriend, who, for the sake of privacy, I am going to refer to as Jill Valentine from Resident Evil. Valentine and Dante went back as far as high school. He was originally supposed to be her prom date, but stood her up to go do karate in the garage instead. After seeing modelling photos of her a few years later, Dante realised maybe he'd fucked up, and so got back in touch with her in a completely unsubtle, I wouldn't have stood you up if I'd realised you'd turn out this hot kind of way. Valentine worked as a bunny at Chicago's Playboy Club, hence her long contemporary hairstyle, but once her and Dante began dating, she quit the club, and Dante put her at the front and centre of his operation. She worked the reception desk at the Imperial Academy, he featured her in his hairstylist photo shoots, and began teaching her karate. Valentine was given a black belt, and Dante would christen her the Dragon Lady. Such was the couple's reputation in Chicago, they even made appearances on a local TV show called The Chicago Show, where the Playboy bunny with the black belt, as she was known, broke boards with her bare hands. But Valentine was working behind the scenes too, helping to promote Dante's tournaments. She gave an interview with the Chicago Tribune where, once they were done objectifying her, up to and including publishing her fucking measurements, she was allowed to tell them about her plan to march on Muhammad Ali's house and challenge him to fight Dante at his no-holds-barred tournament.
We've issued a personal challenge to Cassius Clay. We're going to march on his house just for fun. We really think he might want to participate.
And while it might have seemed ridiculous at the time, less than a decade later, Ali would take part in a matchup with pro wrestler Antonio Inoki, so really, Dante and...
Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that the genocidal IOF also trains murderous US cops to be genocidal as well in the Cope cities being built here? Surely you're against that, or at least I hope so. Oh right, you're a Zeo. Fuck Cope City, fuck the IOF and fuck Israel.
Oh, I see. So that's why there's so few fatal police shootings, and it's mostly black people killing black people and not cops killing black people. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The number of fatal police shootings each year is remarkably low. Fatal police shootings US per year. Let's see. Fuck. Can I reject? Yeah, 1,173. And it's been under, yeah. And if you go back, like, years before, it didn't even reach 1,000. So, the Israeli military is training police to execute black people, but police shootings haven't really increased by that much. They only started increasing again after the pandemic. So, yeah, that makes sense. And there's more white people that are killed by cops than black people, too. So, you're dumb. Thanks for the donation, abolitionist.
And the Dragon Lady were just a few years too early. For a time, Dante and Valentine really were a power couple of karate. But after the attempted bombing of the Chicago Judo and Karate Center and his publishing of the world's deadliest fighting secrets, Dante was a pariah in the karate world. The farcical sit-down with black belt had changed nothing, despite Valentine's own protestations that day.
I object most vehemently to your obvious disdain of Count Dante. You very effectively omitted many of the good points regarding Mr. Dante's efforts to spread karate throughout the Midwest area, and deleted none of the shenanigans.
Despite her best efforts, he was still persona non grata, and the failure of his 1967 bullfighting tournament had done nothing to help his mood. Dante had always seen himself as a winner, and none of this looked like winning to him. Feeling attacked from all sides, he began the inevitable, predictable decline into drugs, starting with amphetamines, and encouraged Valentine to do likewise. He grew paranoid and jealous. Valentine had so impressed the staff at the Chicago show that she'd been offered a recurring spot, a spot that Dante felt by rights should have been his. He became emotionally abusive. After revealing to Valentine his theft of the gate receipts for the 1967 tournament, he pulled a gun on her and told her, "If you tell anyone what goes on here, you're dead," and as is depressingly predictable, he ultimately became physically abusive. Valentine's black belt was all for show. Despite telling the Tribune of an incident where she had broken the nose of a guy who tried to grab her on the subway, she was no black belt. The board she had karate chopped in the Chicago show had been pre-cut. Physically, she was no match for Dante. But strength isn't found in coloured belts and kung fu kicks, and as the abuse began to escalate, she found a strength all of her own to fight back with. One morning while making him breakfast, something snapped inside the one-time dragon lady. She hurled a pan of boiling grease at Dante and attempted to flee.
He knew I wasn't going to take it anymore. It was at that point he realized he didn't have any control over me.
He tried to grab her, but she slashed his arm with a kitchen knife and freed herself from his own personal descent to hell.
After that, I pretty much just saw him in my nightmares.
Drug addicted, increasingly paranoid, and now utterly alone, whatever good had resided within John Timothy Keehan was gone, and only Count Dante remained. The point of no return is a phrase that originated in the aviation world. It's shorthand for the point at which you have burned too much fuel to return to your starting point. You can only forge ahead into the howling dark. There is no turning back. Dante's point of no return was April 23rd, 1970. That evening, Dante made a phone call to a rival dojo called the Green Dragon Society. He told them, "A bunch of guys are on their way to bust your joint up." The exact reason as to why Dante picked a fight with the Green Dragons is still unknown. Maybe only he and Jim Koncevic will ever really know. Dante's lawyer, Bob Cooley, claimed that the dojo war started after the leader of the Green Dragons called Dante a pussy. Russell Berkman, owner of the Green Dragon dojo, would later tell police that this was simply a business rivalry gone wrong. He said, "Koncevic students preferred our school and came here." Or maybe as Dante's relevance and reach in the Chicago martial arts scene faded, this was a misguided attempt to assert dominance, to remind everyone just who the fuck he really was. Whatever the reason, by that evening, the wheels of Dante's plan were irrevocably in motion. At around 10:30 p.m, Dante, backed up by Jim Koncevic and other members of the Black Dragon Fighting Society, arrived at the Green Dragons dojo. Koncevic was the owner of a dojo called the Tai Jutsu School of Judo and Karate, and had brought several of his students with him, and another Black Dragon instructor named Michael Felkoff. Dante, brandishing a fake police badge, hammered on the door of the dojo and shouted, "We're from the Sheriff's Police, you're all under arrest." When the Green Dragons opened the door, they were invaded by what they later described as a gang of thugs, led by Dante. They swarmed the hall and faced off with around a dozen Green Dragons. But the Green Dragons weren't just a karate school. They practiced with weapons like spears and swords, and it was even reported that one man who took part in the brawl was armed with a fucking mace. As such, the room was littered with so many usable weapons it looked like a Streets of Rage level. Dante and his crew had brought nothing but karate to a sword fight. Much like the reason for the invasion, the exact details of who started the brawl are unclear. Some reports said Dante and the Green Dragon owners were in a back room when the melee broke out. Others said Dante missed the entire brawl by hiding underneath a desk. The only constant between variations of the story is that as the brawl kicked off, Jim Koncevic grabbed one of the Green Dragons and hit him with a judo throw called an Osoto Gari, and after that, mere anarchy was loosed upon the Green Dragons dojo. According to one witness, Dante took a hit early on and, quote, went down like a 10-pin. But to hear Dante's version, he used his poison hand to pluck out the eyeball of a Green Dragon named Jose Gonzalez. Koncevic was the largest of the Black Dragons, at 6'1" and 250 pounds, and as such, he tanked the brunt of the assault. He had been slashed multiple times by the Green Dragon blades, but was still fighting. He grabbed a Green Dragon named Jerome Greenwald and began laying into him with punches. Greenwald fought back by plunging a 10-inch blade into Koncevic's abdomen. Things had spiraled hopelessly, fatally out of control, and the Black Dragon's morale was crumbling. Realizing just how dire his situation was, Koncevic shouted, "Let's get the fuck out of here," and staggered towards the door, only to find it locked. As the Black Dragons attempted to burst through the door, from the rear of the hall, the same man who had been thrown by Koncevic at the beginning of the brawl picked up a spear and hurled it towards the fleeing dragons. Jim Koncevic had sustained 36 slash and stab wounds, enough to kill any man, but fate would deal him one final, fatal blow. Whether the outcome of good aim or bad luck is a matter for debate, but as he attempted to flee, the spear thrown from the back of the hall found its mark and pierced Koncevic's neck. Dante's oldest student, and one of his closest friends, was bled white. With what strength he had left, he fled from the dojo, and collapsed and died on a cold and dirty sidewalk. The police arrived just as the Black Dragons were scattering into the bitter Chicago night. The brief, brutal dojo war of 1970 was over. In the wake of the dojo war, Jim Koncevic was dead, and the Green Dragon named Jose Gonzalez was in hospital, where doctors were trying to save the eye that Dante had claimed to have plucked out with an eyeball-based dim mak. Both Black and Green Dragon alike had been arrested, and Dante was charged with aggravated battery. But Chicago's accountability statute held that, as the instigator of the brawl, he was potentially responsible for Koncevic's death, and as such, he was also staring down the far more serious prospect of a murder charge. This wasn't some marijuana cigarettes, smoke weed, malicious mischief, or a drunken prank. Dante was looking at serious time, and needed a lawyer, but not just any lawyer. Realizing the depth and breadth of the shit that he was currently mired in, he needed a Saul Goodman-esque, crooked-ass lawyer that was willing to break the law to get him acquitted. Enter Bob Cooley. Cooley was a beat cop who had only just taken the bar exam and had yet to find out whether or not he'd even passed. But despite this, he appealed to the Count's sensibilities as he routinely hung around with high-ranking Chicago mobsters.
I was out in the street patrolling and I get a call to come into the station. So, and as I walk in there, I see this strange-looking character. I see this guy, but he's wearing a cape and he's wearing a mesh see-through outfit. Where you can see his whole body basically. I just see him standing there at the desk, and I look at him. This guy looks like some kind of a freak. He's dressed like a Superman or whatever. And I walk behind the desk, and the sergeant says, "Here, Bob, somebody wants to talk to you." And I look up and I walk over, and he goes, he says, "I'm Count Dante." He said, "I'd like to talk to you."
Cooley would pass the bar exam and go on to become a lawyer for the mob. By the 1980s, he would turn FBI informant and help put most of the Chicago outfit in jail. But in April of 1970, when he met Count Dante, he was still just a beat cop who had yet to pass the bar exam. Dante was convinced Cooley would rig the outcome of the trial, though Cooley, till this day, swears that the ruling was reached legitimately. In hindsight, Dante probably shouldn't have worried quite so much, as this was the 1970s, an era where Jimmy Savile himself couldn't get arrested, so nobody would bat an asshole if a little thing like aggravated battery and murder was tossed out of court. The Count walked free after the judge shouted, "You're each as guilty as each other. I've never seen such a pack of lunatics in my life. What were you doing with weapons like a mace? What were you doing tearing somebody's eye out? These aren't medieval times. You're both wrong, and I don't see a finding of guilty either way." Dante had confessed to Cooley that he wouldn't survive in prison due to his intense claustrophobia, and after being found not guilty, he felt he owed his lawyer not only his gratitude, but his life. The pair became friends, but their friendship had a short shelf life. Cooley had spent years surrounded by unstable mobsters and recognized a time bomb when he saw it. Post-Dojo War and the death of Jim Koncevic, Dante was never the same. He'd always been reckless, but now he was set on a path of self-destruction and seemingly uncaring of who was destroyed alongside him. Chaos attracts chaos, and by the early 70s, the Count had managed to pull into his orbit a purely chaotic roster consisting of a mobbed-up crooked lawyer and one of America's first cocaine smugglers. If he was an exile in the karate world pre-Dojo War, then post-Dojo War, his name was practically radioactive. As such, he spent less time at his dojo and more time partying at the Playboy Mansion with Bob Cooley. He had also taken to hanging out with a psychic called the Great Alfonso. According to the FBI files, by 1971, even his Imperial Academy dojo had gone bust and was now a beauty shop. Dante even attempted to crack Hollywood, but made the rookie mistake of mentioning in his bio that he had killed more people than are in the average K-pop band, which probably wasn't the best way to make friends in the movie biz. Bob Cooley recounted a story that perfectly summed up Dante's deteriorating mental state at the time.
And I'm on the couch sitting next to my girlfriend, and John is sitting across the way, and I had gotten him a glass of wine, and we're sitting down, and the Count said, "Bob, tell her how tough you are." And I just said, "That's okay." And he said, "No, I said, tell her how tough you are." And a second time, I just, brushed him off. He came walking over towards me, and with his left hand, he made a motion, and I thought he broke my jaw. He hit my jaw with his fingers, and I thought he broke my jaw. And and I'm like in a state of shock. And suddenly he grabs his hand and he says, "I should cut off this hand. You saved my life." And he said, "You're the closest person in the world to me." And and he's crying. And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? And then he goes over and he goes against the wall. He stands up there against the windows. He says, "Get out your gun." He said, "Bob, point it at me and say now before you pull the trigger, and I'll stop the bullet." And I look at him. I'm thinking to myself, this guy is off the deep, going straight off the deep end. He had been acting a little strange over the last maybe week or two or three, and I suspected now maybe he's doing some drugs a little bit rather than just from drinking. That was the end of my running around with the Count after that. I basically wanted to try to, in fact, when he would call and let's get together, I avoided him and I stopped running around with him. I'm worried that this guy is just, losing it.
Thanks to Art Rapkin's Colombian vacations, Dante had unlocked a life hack for unlimited free cocaine and was using as much as Rapkin could supply him with. But Dante wanted in on the business as a distributor, not just a consumer. But Rapkin wasn't stupid and realized just how much of a liability Dante was at this point. Involving him in a drug smuggling plot would have been like asking Crash Bandicoot to perform Princess Diana's eulogy. Rapkin refused to bring him into his operation and eventually cut all ties with his former sensei. But Dante was desperate to join the gabagool-infused world of professional crimery, or deep dish pizza, whatever the fuck it is mob guys eat in Chicago, and he was badgering Bob Cooley to make introductions on his behalf to the Chicago mob. Cooley, like Rapkin, wisely refused, after realizing that introducing someone as bereft of hinges as Dante to the mob was a worse idea than introducing Kurt Cobain to short-barreled shotguns. But Dante was not to be deterred, and if organized crime wouldn't come to him, then he himself would organize the crime. He took over a used car dealership, which in the 70s was like wearing a billboard that says, "I do crime." He also expanded his empire into the pointy-breasted world of 1970s porn. But Dante didn't expand in the "I'd like to buy you out" kind of way. His expansion was a far more Russia-Ukraine kind of expansion, in that he just walked into a sex shop, kicked the rightful owner out, and claimed, "This is mine now." If Dante wanted an introduction to the mob, he was about to get one, in much the same way as the dinosaurs were formally introduced to an asteroid.
And Joey calls me, and he said, "Bob," he said, "you got to come over here. Some guys came over here. They're going to kill the Count."
The guy whose shop he had annexed was paying protection money to the mob, and had never missed a payment of his street tax, as the crime fellows called it. Soon after Dante's special shopping operation, 2 guys armed with shotguns turned up at his car dealership with a simple order: kill Count Dante on sight. The 2 men who came to kill him were Pete Gucci and Sammy Anarino, who in turn worked for Jimmy the Bomber Couture, who himself had worked directly for Al fucking Capone. These were not unserious people, and Dante had just pissed all over their loafers. Dante had made one of his former students, Joey Casello, a partner in the car dealership. Casello was on site the day that Gucci and Anarino stopped by, and he put in a panicked call to Bob Cooley telling him the Count's life was in imminent danger. Cooley intervened on the Count's behalf and arranged to sit down between Dante and the mob to straighten things out and maybe save the Count's life. But even under the threat of being turned into a chalk outline on a Chicago sidewalk, the Count still couldn't help but be the Count.
Anyhow, I get a hold of the Count, and for the first time in his life, I saw the Count was nervous. You know, he was real nervous. And so I take him over there, and when I get to the table, Sammy Anarino is sitting there, and he's got his thumb over a fork, and he's putting his thumb over the fork, and he's telling me, and he says, and I pull out eyes with this. And the Count says to him, and I pull out eyes with my hands, and he's making that gesture he made in that book, The Black Hand. And I said, what the fuck is going on? Come on, enough of this bullshit.
Cooley arranged for Dante to pay the mob $25,000, and for that, he would get to keep both the sex shop and his life. He probably overpaid for both, but there was a part of the bargain Cooley hadn't negotiated, because despite his best efforts to keep them separate, Dante had finally been granted his introduction to the Chicago mob. Realizing that Dante was a pointy-bearded powder keg, Cooley tried to distance himself from the Count. Until one evening in early October of 1974, when Dante turned up uninvited to his office. According to Cooley, Dante looked worse for wear. He was out of shape. Cooley described him as looking like Elvis in his last days. He was no longer wearing his extravagant outfits, and he had a manic energy about him, but he had come to Cooley with news of a once-in-a-lifetime deal that he was ready to cut him in on. Dante said,
"You're one of the best friends I have in the world, so I want to cut you in on something I have going. You could pick up $1 million in cash for your ends, but if I tell you what it is, you can't back out. This is going to be the biggest thing in history."
It would take a special kind of idiot to jump at an opportunity to earn an easy $1 million offered to you by a cokehead, and thankfully, Cooley was not that idiot. He wisely told the Count, "John, I don't want to know anything about it. I don't want to be involved. Besides, in my own experience, $1 million shouldn't come easy. Take my advice and forget whatever it is you've got planned." A few weeks later, on October 21st, 1974, news broke of the biggest heist in American history. $4.3 million was stolen from the Purolator vault in Chicago. Cooley had absolutely no doubt in his mind that this was the once-in-a-lifetime plan Dante had tried to bring him in on. His suspicions were further aroused when it turned out the masked gang that pulled off the heist contained multiple members of the Chicago mob, including Pete Gucci, one of the guys who had been sent to kill Dante in his dealership. The Count was never charged with anything relating to the heist, though his potential involvement was mentioned in the papers, but not in a particularly flattering manner. Others to be heard from in the quiz reportedly include James the Bomber Couture and a former hairdresser who wears a cloak and calls himself Count Dante.
This guy's fucking unhinged.
Dante wisely skipped town anyway. He left Chicago and headed for Fall River, Massachusetts. The Chicago karate scene may have been done with him, but he wasn't done with karate. He would start afresh, somewhere his name was less poisonous. The Count had one last show left in him, but not just any show, because Dante was about to stage the Taunton death matches. After the dojo war, a lot of Dante's students had realized that he was slightly clinically insane and cut ties with him. Even Douglas Dwyer, a man who had stood beside him through dynamite plots and enough eye pokes to blind the average Bloodborne boss, had distanced himself from Dante. The Count's move to Fall River, Massachusetts had been one of necessity. His days as the biggest name in karate in Chicago were over. He would never be accepted there again. But in a pre-internet era, simply moving a few states away from whatever chaos you would cause was like driving through a pay and spray in Grand Theft Auto. With a little distance between him and Chicago, Dante was able to relaunch his Black Dragon Fighting Society. He established a dojo in Fall River and found a replacement for Jim Koncevic in a man named Bill Aguirre Jr. The dojo in Fall River was a perfect representation of the Dante brand of karate, as it was equipped with a fully working bar, at which the Black Dragons would train the best ways to defend yourself in a bar fight and also get drunk. It was in his time at Fall River that he conceived the Taunton death matches. Dante was no stranger to the concept of the death match. He had claimed to have killed 25 men in a secretive Southeast Asian death match, an idea which would be co-opted by a young Frank Dukes and converted into the story for Bloodsport. It's unknown if this was a different death match to the one mentioned on his Hollywood headshot, where he claimed to have killed 13 people, and shouldn't be confused with the 25 people he killed when he was definitely in Vietnam, but I'm sure once your body count goes past double digits, it's easy to lose track of these things.
I would say I've killed over 50. That included the military, on the street, and in competition. I've also maimed about 25 people. Either blinded them, took one eye out, two eyes, or either completely taken the testicles off with a groin slap and twist and tear.
Held in March of 1975, the Taunton Death Matches were essentially just another full-contact tournament, but with a sexed-up title. Advertised with the manic coke dad energy one might come to expect from Dante, the flyers screamed of kung fu death matches, full contact, no holds barred, submission or knockout-only bloodbaths. Dante also called out all New England dojos in a show up or shut up challenge. Surprisingly, none of them showed up, and instead a large part of the show was dedicated to judo demonstrations, sword fighting demonstrations, and some guy broke boards with his head and ate glass like a circus sideshow. So far, the Taunton Death Matches seem like a classic Dante bait and switch. But this is a genuinely important, yet almost completely forgotten part of martial arts history, as once all the glass eating and board breaking was out of the way, the event essentially became UFC 1, but in 1975. Boxers fought wrestlers, karatekas fought street fighters, there were no weight classes, no rules, hair pulling and even dick punching were legal. One fight was almost stopped due to excessive testicle pounding, and by the end of the night, the canvas was painted with blood and populated with tumbleweeds of human hair. Big fought small, trained fought untrained, and one man fought 2 matches back to back. He lost both of them, but it was still impressive for the time. The description of some of these fights genuinely sounds like proto-MMA. One fight ended after a fighter took down his opponent, gained top control, and rained down shots until the fight was called off. The reaction to the death matches was one of universal disgust. The issue of Official Karate magazine, which reported on the event, likened the contestants to animals and called them whores, saying they were prostituting themselves and the martial arts. The people in attendance, however, loved it. The Taunton Death Matches would be the last event Dante ever staged, and as an epitaph, it would serve as a perfect summation of Dante himself. Extreme in its conception, reviled by the establishment, and almost completely ignored by the world at large. After the death matches, Dante made one final trip back to Chicago, but this wasn't the same man who had once staged the biggest karate tournament in the world and harbored grand plans to make karate bigger than boxing. The Count Dante of 1975 was gripped by a vicious cycle of paranoia fueled by his cocaine usage. He would call black belt writer Massad Ayoob at 2 or 3 in the morning, racked with fear. He was convinced the mob were coming for him, thanks to his supposed involvement in the Purelator heist. During one such late-night call, Dante confessed, "I think they're going to kill me. If I stay here, I haven't got 6 months left." But Dante was wrong about that, because 6 months was an overestimation. On the 24th of May 1975, Dante called up Bob Cooley and invited him over. When Cooley arrived, Dante grabbed him by the arm and said, "I want to show you something." That something was a cardboard box overflowing with money. Cooley, who had been around enough mobsters to know big money when he saw it, estimated it to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. He also couldn't help but notice that Dante was clearly under the influence of more than just alcohol. Cooley told Dante, "Count, I'm glad for you. I hope you enjoy it. Just don't tell me how you got it." Cooley made his excuses and left. It would be the last time he ever saw Dante alive. The next day, he received a call from Dante's wife, Krista. She was hysterical and begging Cooley to come help. When he arrived, he found Dante in the bathroom, slumped against the toilet. He was unresponsive, and blood was streaming from his nose. Krista said some men had come to see him earlier, but wouldn't say who they were. All she would say was that this must have been their doing. John Timothy Keehan, also known as Count Juan Rafael Dante, was dead. He was only 36 years old. No autopsy was performed on Dante. His body was cremated before one could be performed, and the official verdict for his death was ruled as internal hemorrhaging caused by a bleeding ulcer. In his book, When Corruption Was King, Bob Cooley alludes to it having been a mob-related fatality, but the most accepted line is that this was simply a case of natural causes. Massad Ayoob reported that in his last months, Dante had been losing weight and looked sickly. At the Taunton death matches, he only sat at a judge's table watching the event. He did no demonstrations and ignored multiple challenges that were thrown at him. Unusual behaviour for a man who would routinely fight people for making fun of his hat. It's also worth mentioning that, shortly before his own death, Dante came into a sizable inheritance due to the death of his father. And knowing his love for theatrics, it's not beyond the realm of possibility to suggest that maybe the Count knew he was sick, knew his days were numbered, but rather than have the world think that someone as deadly as he would be taken out by something as mundane as cancer, he concocted one last flight of fancy, conveniently telling reporters and friends about how he was on the run from the mob, and he was the most wanted man in Chicago. And when he felt his hour was at hand, he called up his friend and showed him a box full of money, legally bequeathed to him by his father, under the pretense that this was the spoils of the biggest heist in American history. Whatever the truth is, Dante left this life as he lived it, under weird fucking circumstances. In the wake of his death, the Black Dragon Fighting Society and the Dante fighting system were bequeathed to his disciple in Fall River, Bill Aguirre Jr. The Black Dragons are still a thing, as this hilarious footage can attest to, but despite Dante's insistence on realistic fighting methods, I wouldn't expect to see the Dante fighting system take over as the new MMA metagame anytime soon, because it's too fucking deadly for the octagon. Aguirre Jr. died in 2005, and since then, his son, Bill Aguirre III, has been locked in a room-temperature battle for ownership of the BDFS name with none other than Ishida Kim. The beef between Kim and Aguirre is as cripplingly stupid as it is funny. Some of the lowlights include the time Ishida Kim tried to franchise the rights to the BDFS name to Aguirre by selling him a certificate that has "Go fuck yourself" hidden in the text. He also has an entire page of his website dedicated to shit-talking Aguirre. Here's a picture of Aguirre III, his daughter, and a buddy. Does this really live up to the standard of martial arts excellence we aspire to? I think not. Does anyone actually think that this fat pig is capable or worthy of leading a martial arts fellowship? Ishida Kim could not be contacted for comment, because he's invisible. Dante was a visionary to some degree, attempting to steer karate away from no-contact, glorified dance recitals into a more realistic form of combat. He pioneered cross-training and believed that only by mixing martial arts could you make something truly effective. If you change the name of the Taunton Death Matches to the more grounded Taunton Mixed Fighting Styles Tournament, there's a good chance we'd be talking about it as the real birth of MMA. It's also not a coincidence that full-contact tournaments took off in popularity and mainstream acceptance only after Dante did it first. He was hated for it at the time, but there's a direct line that can be drawn from Dante and his full-contact tournaments of the 60s and 70s to the popularity of kickboxing in the 80s and 90s. At the time of his death, it probably seemed like Dante would leave no real legacy to speak of. He was most famous for a failed bombing attempt and reckless endangerment causing the death of a student. But while the establishment at the time saw his ideas for full-contact fights and mixing styles as some kind of disgusting aberration, some corruption of the sanctity of martial arts, it's only with the benefit of hindsight that we can really see how oversized his influence would be. But Dante was not a good person. He was an abuser, a criminal, and seemed to possess a naked racism for Asians. It was only through pure dumb luck that the dynamite plot and the dojo war only ended up causing the death of one person. In his private life, John Keehan was truly a monster. If any woman ever utters the sentence, "After that I only saw him in my nightmares about you," you may be beyond redemption. The great irony of this story is that his public persona, Count Dante, world's deadliest man, killer of over 25 men in secret death matches, was more likable and less monster than John Timothy Keehan. French filmmaker Francois Truffaut said, "There's no such thing as an anti-war movie." His point was that whether intentional or not, all war films end up glorifying war to some extent due to the nature of cinema. I didn't intend to glorify any of Dante's actions, but I'm also painfully aware that it's probably not possible to make a 2-hour-long video about the man without doing it to some extent, intentional or not. The FBI wrapped up their investigation into Dante in late 1973. After 8 years of shadowing him, they had amassed hundreds of pages worth of notes, newspaper clippings, interviews, and surveillance reports. But the final entry in the FBI files, to me, sums up Dante perfectly. Subject was arrested and sentenced to 2 years probation on October 28, 1965, for attempted arson by explosives in Chicago, Illinois. Subject also arrested on 24th of April 1970 for aggravated battery by the Chicago Police Department. Subject has stated that he is the most deadly man in the world.
What a wacky fucking guy.
Here forever. Now they're finally here. And it's better than they imagined. It really is the happiest place on Earth. The park is buzzing with life. The daily parade rolls down Main Street. It's like they're in a Disney movie. And behind them, towering above it all, is the park's centerpiece, Sleeping Beauty's castle, its golden spires gleaming under the French sun. At first glance, they look like any other family. Perhaps they are diplomats from East Asia, enjoying a day off in Europe. The siblings watch the parade, but their eyes keep drifting back to the castle, almost like they're imagining themselves inside it, maybe as part of a royal family. The thing is, they are royalty. But their life is no fairy tale. When the boy grows up, he'll have his own empire. When the girl grows up, she'll become one of the most dangerous women in the world.
Press officials see Kim Yo-jong as one of the key regime insiders.
It's been distributing anti-North Korean propaganda leaflets. It was most likely sent by South Korea, another act in the decades-long war between the two formerly united countries. The regime issues an official statement, warning that South Korea can expect the worst if they dare to escalate military tensions again. The worst meaning nuclear retaliation. The border is armed at full wartime strength, on standby to open fire. Nuclear threats coming out of North Korea are nothing new. Kim Jong-un has long threatened to annihilate his neighbor and regularly flaunts the regime's growing nuclear arsenal. What is new is that this threat isn't coming from him. It's coming from her. Kim Jong-un's younger sister, Kim Yo-jong. The world has seen this woman before. In February 2018, at the Winter Olympic Games in South Korea, for the first time in decades, a direct member of the Kim family sets foot on South Korean soil. For 3 days, Kim Yo-jong captivates the media, attending meetings, having lunch with South Korea's president, Moon Jae-in, shaking hands. Unlike her brother, she is not intimidating. She is not shouting threats. She is charming, soft-spoken, and diplomatic. For a brief moment, it feels like North Korea
She looks like a psychopath.
might be changing course. Maybe this is the start of a new era, a path to peace. But the Yo-jung people see in South Korea is just one side of her. Soon, the world will see the other. North Korea is a country built on control. Every piece of information is carefully managed by the regime. Outside the DPRK, we like to think that we're in control of our own information. But just as you're watching this, data brokers might be collecting and selling your personal data, your home address, phone number, online searches, and even financial information. This data doesn't just fuel spam calls and scam attempts. It could even affect your insurance rates and future job applications. That's where Incogni comes in to fight back for you. The service stories matter. The Kims aren't just rulers. They are chosen by fate. Their power is divine. Every policy, every decision, every act of the regime serves a single purpose: ensuring the Kim dynasty's survival. Kim Yo-jung was born in 1987, or maybe in 1989. It's hard to verify. In 2011, Kim Jong-il dies unexpectedly. His youngest son, Kim Jong-un, is declared his successor. At his father's funeral, a young woman stands behind him, dressed in black, head tilted to the side, gaze lowered. She weeps like the others, but unlike her brother, nobody knows her name. Kim Yo-jung has spent her entire life in the shadows. Even inside North Korea, her existence is a secret. No photos, no official mention, no trace of her in state media. But that changes in the chaos of succession. At first, she blends in like any other aide, a quiet, dutiful presence in the background. She carries her brother's clipboard, stands at his side, and holds out a heavy crystal ashtray so the chain-smoking dictator can flick away his ashes. To the outside world, she looks just like another assistant. But if you look closely, she's always there, standing behind him at key moments, ensuring everything runs according to plan. Foreign analysts start noticing her presence. Intelligence agencies, journalists, and defectors all begin asking the same question. Who is she? For Kim Jong-un at least, she's a close confidant, the only member of the family he truly trusts. Maybe that has something to do with her childhood in Europe. Switzerland in the mid-90s. 2 North Korean children enroll in a private school in the city of Bern. Officially, they're the children of diplomats, but their passport names are fake. Nobody knows they are really the heirs to North Korea's most powerful family. Here, they're just 2 foreign kids in a country far away from Pyongyang. To their classmates, they seem like normal kids, playing soccer and inviting friends over to their modest apartment, going on ski trips, traveling Europe, and visiting Disneyland. A regular family. Except they're not.
우리는 평범한 집에서 살았고 평범한 가족처럼 행동했다. 나는 그들의 어머니처럼 행동했다.
Their mother isn't their mother. Go Young-suk, their aunt, was sent to care for them in Switzerland. Years later, she defected to the US, where she appears to have been living in secrecy ever since.
Go Young-suk told the Post she traveled from North Korea to take care of Kim, his older brother, and younger sister when they attended.
Say the N-word, donate $2. Let me see.
Mr. President, obviously you're concerned.
Look at his face.
You're concerned about the situation in Gaza. What are the hopes now to get the hostages back?
She just became a big story tonight, right? Yes, sir. Did you see that?
That was funny. The way he reacted.
Call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean...
But there's no turning back, you're saying?
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so...
He knows he's screwed. So he knows Trump is not going to get elected for a 3rd term. The next president is probably going to be Democratic or Democrat. His businesses are all going to fucking fail. Like, he knows he's screwed. And all of his scheming of firing off federal employees, deregulating everything, it's not working. He's being defeated in court, so he knows he's fucked.
You can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other...
Yep. It's illegal to use free speech if you criticize me. What a surprise. The party of free speech.
Some of those businesses, those cartels are run better than any business in America. They say they're run incredibly, not just here, they all over the world. They're run like a major business, but in many cases better. And I said, we got it 18% down. Well, 18% is incredible. It's like a record, but when you think of it, it's not very much. And the way you get it down, if you want to get it down to close to 100%, is with the death penalty. But I think maybe America is not ready for that. China has a death penalty. Singapore has a death penalty. Various places have the death penalty. Wherever you have the death penalty, you don't have drugs. But
that is completely untrue, and we know exactly what this leads to. You're just going to have mass incarceration of black people. There aren't any white cops that are going to target white neighborhoods where their friends and families are, arrest, people they know who are white, and then give them the death penalty. No, they're all going to go to black neighborhoods, round up black people, and kill them.
I just don't know if this country is ready for it. So I tell people, and it's always an option, but I don't know. I just don't know if you're ready for it, and that's okay. It's nothing you can do. But what we're going to do is we're doing this campaign.
What's hilarious is he pardoned a woman who was in jail for drug trafficking. She was a drug dealer. He pardoned her. And he did this clearly because there were racist allegations being made against him. The Central Park 5 thing, the 3-page ad he put out in that one newspaper saying, oh, we need to put the Central Park 5 back in jail, even though they were exonerated. All the other racist shit. So that's why he pardoned her. So if he's claiming we need to kill drug dealers, the woman he pardoned would have to be put to death. It's fucking retarded.
And I think we can get it down 50% with this campaign, because when people see all the horrible things that these drugs do to you,
just insane whack job. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Attended this boarding school in Switzerland.
And just like her fake mother, one day the two fake diplomat kids vanish too. No warnings, no goodbyes. Jong-un and Yo-jung are pulled from school and sent back to North Korea. After Yo-jung's stint in Switzerland, she studies computer science at Kim Il-sung University in Pyongyang. In 2014, 3 years after taking over as supreme leader, her brother is forced to undergo medical treatment. During that time, Yo-jung takes over state duties. By the end of the year, her brother appoints her first deputy director of the party's propaganda and agitation department, a department infamous for controlling every image, every speech, and every news article inside North Korea. In 2017, Kim Yo-jung is officially promoted to the Politburo, the ruling elite of North Korea's single-party system. She now has a seat at the highest table of power. But her true talent remains in propaganda. Wherever Kim Jong-un appears, Kim Yo-jung is there too, not just as his sister, but as his PR manager, his shadow. She sets the stage before he arrives and follows him like a ghost when he leaves. A year later, for the first time in her life, she takes center stage.
The sister of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has become the first member of her family to visit South Korea since the 1950-53 Korean War. Kim Yo-jung is part of a high-level delegation attending the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics.
At the 2018 Winter Olympics, she charms South Korea in the international press, and there seems to be a strategy to this. For years, Kim Jong-un has been perceived as a ruthless dictator, a nuclear-obsessed madman. Under Yo-jung's guidance, that image softens. She's carefully rebranding her brother's image. In 2018, North Korea suddenly seems to open up.
She will be meeting with President Moon on Saturday. If the meeting goes well, some experts say the visit could lay the foundations for a possible inter-Korean summit between President Moon and Kim Jong-un.
2 months later, Kim Jong-un and South Korean President Moon Jae-in meet at the border. They shake hands, they laugh, applause erupts on both sides. That same year, Donald Trump also meets Kim Jong-un in Singapore, a historic summit. The two leaders sit at a large table, signing a historic document, a joint declaration stating that North Korea intends to denuclearize. Next to Trump is Mike Pompeo, the president's Secretary of State. Next to Kim Jong-un is his sister. She stands there, silently watching as the world dares to believe one of its most feared nuclear powers might actually disarm. But something about her feels off. Her appearances, her gestures, her smile, they all seem a little too perfect. Every move feels somewhat calculated. And this is just the beginning.
There is very limited immediately available evidence, but from what we know, she fulfills the role of the communicator with South Korea and with the United States. But she was also tasked with the propaganda functions in the party apparatus.
That's Ildar Daminov, a political scientist at the Central European University in Vienna. He spent years studying North Korea and its power structures. Yo-jung appears to be North Korea's top propaganda chief. Since she has taken over, the way the regime communicates with the world has changed significantly.
It became much more flexible, and it also went online, so there were multiple attempts to also leverage some Western platforms such as YouTube, for instance, to broadcast certain North Korean points of view.
Under Kim Yo-jung's watch, North Korean propaganda has gone digital. We've already covered the bizarre world of North Korean influencers in a previous video, link in the description. But Yo-jung's real role now seems to be that of the regime's chief foreign policy mouthpiece, and in North Korean terms, that translates to one thing above all: threats and insults. In 2020, Yo-jung orders the destruction of the so-called liaison office, an embassy-like facility right at the border of Kaesong. a fragile diplomatic connection between the two nations that has been established just a couple of years prior. Her once polite smile is gone. Her rhetoric gets more resentful and insulting.
남조선의 인간 쓰레기, 남조선 권위자놈들을 그리겨라. 쓰레기통에 버려야 한다.
In 2022, Kim Yo-jong addresses the nation in a rare public speech. It's the first time the North Korean public hears her voice in state media.
이 방역 전쟁의 나날 거열 속에 심히 앓으시면서도 자신이 끝까지 책임져야 하는 인민들 생각으로 한순간도 자리에 누우실 수 없었던 원수님과
The event is staged to praise her brother. He has a high fever, but never lays down to rest, too worried about his people. Officials wipe tears from their faces. He has COVID, but according to her, the real culprit isn't COVID. It's South Korea.
우리 공화국에 비루스가 유입될 수 있는 위험한 짓거리를 계속 행하는 경우 우리는 비루스는 물론 남조선 당국 것들도 박멸해 버리는 것으로 대답할 것입니다.
When South Korean activists send leaflets across the border in 2024, Kim Yo-jong allegedly orders a response in kind. Balloons floating back over the DMZ, carrying bags of garbage and feces. In October, she calls Ukraine and South Korea vicious dogs bred by the United States. And in another written statement later that month, her final words are just as blunt. There can never be a change of the line. Have sanction, pressure, and threat stopped us? They've only made us stronger. If one is not a fool, one should not do a stupid act of expecting our change. North Korea never honored its agreement with the US. Instead of dismantling its nuclear program, it doubled down, conducting missile tests in open defiance. Meanwhile, South Korea and the US have long resumed their military exercises. In 2023, then US President Joe Biden formally pledged military support to South Korea should a nuclear war with the North ever break out. North Korea is forging alliances of its own. In June 2024, Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a military pact, vowing mutual military assistance. Soon after, North Korea sent thousands of soldiers to Russia to support its troops in the war against Ukraine. North Korea is now actively inserting itself into a conflict that stretches far beyond its own borders. And while Kim Yo-jong hurls one aggressive threat after another into the world, her brother carefully cultivates the image of a benevolent leader. It's almost as if they switched roles. Or, as Sung Yoon-lin, author of the only biography on Yo-jong, puts it, he's the bad cop, she's the even worse cop. In 2024, North Korea released a surreal propaganda video that went viral. Cheerful children wave flags, factory workers clap and sing, soldiers go crazy playing violins in an orchestra, while grinning female soldiers leap into the air, giddy with joy. It's a carefully staged and almost hilarious spectacle of devotion. The real North Korea looks different. It's a country where people are kidnapped, thrown into prison camps, publicly executed for the slightest defiance. A country that holds its people hostage within its borders, choosing famine over reform, weapons over survival, missile tests over food supplies, nuclear threats over diplomacy. A brutally ruled nation, with at least 50 nuclear warheads at its fingertips. Historically, the Kim dynasty has always passed power from father to son. Kim Jong-un's health is a question mark. He's only in his early 40s, but rumored to have severe health problems, likely due to his chain smoking, excessive drinking, and rumored heart issues. If something were to happen to him tomorrow, North Korea would be left with no clear successor. At least, no male successor. In recent years, North Korea has quietly been introducing another Kim to the public, Jong-un's daughter, Ju-ae. She's been seen at missile launches, standing beside her father, nearly composed for a child. State media call her the beloved daughter and the respected child. Some analysts believe she's being groomed as the next supreme leader. The thing is, Kim Ju-ae is only 11. If her father were to die unexpectedly, she likely wouldn't be ready to rule. Even though women have taken on more visible, more authoritative roles in Kim Jong-un's regime, the country remains deeply patriarchal. Women face systematic abuse, sexual violence, and forced labor, often at the hands of state officials. 70% of defectors are women. Most flee into China, where many are trafficked or exploited, because escaping North Korea is nearly impossible. If a woman were to succeed Kim Jong-un, it would likely be one with the power, experience, and authority to do the job. His sister. Once a soft-spoken figure in the background, Kim Yo-jong has become one of the most powerful and feared figures in North Korea. Under her watch, the regime has learned to manipulate its global image more carefully than ever before. But her power isn't just about controlling narratives. By 2021, Yo-jong has reportedly followed her brother's path. According to multiple sources, she personally ordered the execution of high-ranking government officials, simply because they annoyed her. But perhaps the most dangerous thing about her is that she has a direct line to Kim Jong-un, the one person who sits at the nuclear button and trusts her judgment more than anyone else's. No one knows just how far she's willing to go.
She's a psychopath, so, yeah, she's dangerous. Sadie N-word donated $2, let me see. Mayo Monkey, Snow Roach, Whitey Cracker, and... yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, that's also a thing. I've seen a lot of, like, clan members and shit have black girlfriends. And JD Vance is a good example of that shit, too. Fura is deeply religious, though completely anti-Christian. He views Christianity as a symptom of decay, rightly so. It is a branch of the Jewish race, Goebbels. When did Goebbels actually say that? Because, like, the problem is that's a second-hand account. And Hitler was being friendly with the Catholic Church for a while, too. He never openly stated he wasn't Christian. And his mother was also Catholic, and he's a massive, massive mama's boy. So I don't know if this is accurate. Like, Goebbels' diaries. Who knows? He certainly never mentioned anything like that publicly. This is what an invasion looks like. Head of UK justice system, head of UK education system, Brighton mayor, London mayor. And they wonder why they have so many terror attacks and issues with the Muslim community. Well, thanks for the donation, Sadie. So I think I'm gonna go to bed now. What we'll do tomorrow is play Dodo's game. What's it called? Little Nightmares. I'll be sure to play Little Nightmares tomorrow night. I might also be able to do an afternoon stream tomorrow, where we just play some games, but if anything, tomorrow night we'll play Little Nightmares because Dodo's been wanting me to play that. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.